The interlocutor noticed that she was going to a meeting with professors of animism, and would he like to go with her? This attracted the attention of the hero because he was looking for just the person. So he decided that this was a great opportunity and agreed to it, and soon they were there. The girl greeted the professor who invited her, and the interlocutor noticed that this was Professor Selena, but who was next to her. The elf said that this is Professor Roger. He heard that he was appointed to the second year as a new professor. The hero thought that no one really reacted to him. The man noted that this would not be discussed like that, because someone like him does not deserve to teach a second year. The interlocutor said that he was quite modest. Then the conversations continued with the hero. In the end, I realized that all this was useless, because it turns out that he was carefully observing the three professors, but none of them showed any special reaction. In their recent conversation, Esmeralda had been difficult and short-tempered, so she wasn't the type to maintain her composure in a situation like this. This means that perhaps she is not one of the professors, although no, since he lacks information, he must consider all options. He needed to moisten his throat, so he went to drink, and suddenly a girl turned to him and called his name. He looked at his interlocutor and asked if it was Renee. Then he asked what she was doing here. The girl immediately hesitated. She further stated that she had recently been recommended to work here part-time. If he looked closely, several of her classmates were also here. Roger said that he understood everything and noticed that she should not be overtired and let her go home before it was too late. The girl thanked her and said that she then went. Selena came up and said to the professor, "Here he is. But isn't this his baby Renee?" The man asked if she really knew her too. The woman noted that everything was correct. She knew her before. Another assistant works here in the summer. I wonder if the hero asked whether she was talking about her assistant or not. The interlocutor turned her attention to the side and said that she was talking about that little girl. She was a new student. She was already well versed in animism. And now we are talking about Joanna Lovett. The hero turned his attention there and saw this girl. Therefore, I thought that if I think about it so carefully, then he completely forgot the students, since she was a high-level animist. Only because of this did he think that she would definitely turn out to be a professor at this academy. When that same girl saw him, she turned around and walked away, and he didn't understand where it was going. Joanna walked over to the table and set down the object she was holding in her hands, and then she stopped next to him. Roger looked there and wondered if she had really left just to put the tray down. Still, it looks like he's paying attention to things on a raccoon, and at this rate he's sure to miss important details. Suddenly I heard a conversation from the side, and there was one saying, "How about this? Didn't these guys want to start a business?" They bought fabric and seemed to be going into agency production. The interlocutor asked what people from the lower class were thinking about. Machiavelli thought that this was probably Violetta, and she acts even faster than he thought, although she is trying to hide it. It must be. She is already in despair. So you can rely on her. The girl said that this is ridiculous, and how dare they not know their place and conduct business as commoners on the territory of the imperial family. The interlocutor asked not to be angry, because isn't it obvious that they will soon go bankrupt? You should just watch them over a glass of wine. The hero thought that they were just idiots. This is all due to the fact that their inaction will eventually turn into a huge wave, one that will change throughout the future. Soon those people who are laughing now will understand everything, and they and their friends too. And then the man's thoughts were interrupted by a sharp headache that covered him in an instant. Roger immediately lost concentration and fell out of his hands into the glass that contained the drink. Selena saw what happened and asked if everything was okay with him. The interlocutor noted that everything was fine here. It was just a slippery floor. Then he added that he would be back soon, because he needed to get some fresh air. Professor Chris was also nearby and saw this situation, so he looked in surprise. Machiavelli went out into the street, and there were voices in his head about the power that they asked him to accept. He, in turn, asked them to shut up. And in order to get rid of this, he immediately took several pills that he took out of his pocket. After a short period of time, the voices in my head will subside. The man thought, concentrating on a quick duel, he used up too much magical power. He was too careless, and did not even notice all this. After the pain disappeared, He began to walk back. Chris Benamor peeked out from around the corner and was watching him. He immediately wondered if it was the smell of medicine. The main character began to return and suddenly heard requests for help, but he did not understand what it was. There was a lot of fire around, as well as people running away, shouting that it was a monster and exploring to escape. Roger looked ahead and saw a rather large fiery spirit, but he did not understand what the hell it was. The first thing that came to mind was that this creature was summoned by Esmeralda. The monster noticed new victims who were standing right in front of him, and immediately released a stream of flame from his mouth. Naturally, people noticed this attack and jumped away from the point of impact. Next, they used their magic to block the fire that came from there. At the same time, the men did not understand where this monster came from. Someone noticed that they should stop thinking and prioritize evacuating people. One of the professors stood near the exit and directed all the people to leave. A spiritual monster appeared at the top of this huge building. People were asking in a panic what else it was. One of them was created by Angela Anderson, Theon's fifth-year animism professor, and the second by Justin Dantas, a fourth-year animism professor. And so the spiritual practitioners, as well as other people, began an attack on the huge spirit of fire. In the end, they said that everything was bad, because not a single attack worked. You had to be careful about all this, because something was dripping from the ceiling. The guy used his weapon and prepared to fight off the flames, as he had done before. But this attack did not work, and the streams of the day headed towards him and also hit him. Those who were behind and saw this shouted that they should not touch the falling flames, but if the black flame touched their clothes, they should take them off immediately. The main character was also going to fight and thought that it was different from ordinary fire. It was something closer to his mother and destructive power too. If this is the case, then in this case it is not just a high-level spirit, but a spirit of the highest level that has already reached the 6th rank. Although I decided that I needed to stop and think about why it was a spirit in a humanoid form, because they usually take natural forms, for example, animals or plants, something is definitely wrong. If you think about it, there is something strange about this monster. If you take a good look at his body, then there is no normal lower half there, which means he was incarnated with the help of a medium. The biggest advantage of using a medium to summon is that the identity of the hotel summon can be hidden. We can say that in reality the silver tray that stands in the center of the table is very suspicious. So based on this we can say that everything is as the man thought Joanna Lovett is Esmeralda. It is natural that now it is impossible to follow her, since the hero has found a way to break through, then take care. When Roger was about to go and fight that same fiery spirit, he noticed that there was something there. Under the rubble of the building that the monster brought down, his student lay. At that moment she was still conscious and asked what happened. It was not clear what kind of huge monster appeared in front of her. If so, then she needed to run away quickly. But her legs do not move at all, because pinned by the rubble, the creature at that moment released a huge stream of fire. And this attack was directed directly towards the girl, who lay under the rubble and could not move. Renee looked ahead and realized that this was a hopeless situation, so she immediately closed her eyes. But a few moments later I heard a voice, and when I opened them, I saw that Professor Ludger was in his arms. He asked if everything was okay with her, and the girl was very surprised at that moment. So she looked around and asked what it was. When they got here, the man said that she had wounded her leg early. It wasn't very deep, so he would apply some medicine. The girl wondered what it was because for some reason she had a certain feeling of déjà vu about this situation. So I immediately contacted the professor. He asked what happened. Renee asked if they had met somewhere before. Roger drew attention to her and said, "Why is she talking?" Because it seems she was mistaken. The girl noticed that this was not so, because there was just something, it seemed. The man stood up and said that he had finished treating her wound, but it was dangerous here, so let him leave quickly. The student asked what about him. The teacher said that he must do his duty, and now let them leave. After these words, she agreed and thanked her for saving her. Machiavelli first looked at how the girl left the room, and then turned his attention to the monster. The next action was to use the dark magic of Aether Nocturnus. As a result, dark energy completely covered his body, and he soon found himself near the head of the creature. Then he began to examine it carefully to understand where to strike. After a short period of time, he announced that his games would end here. Animism Professor Angela channeled her fighting spirit forward. He immediately rushed to attack the fire monster in order to try to hit it. The elf also had no intention of staying still and immediately sent his water spirit too. The result of their actions was a combined attack directly on the upper torso. After this attack, the fire monster's limb immediately fell off and fell to the ground. Those who attacked him said that they succeeded, and he lost one of his arms, so there was a chance of victory. Justin thought that this was not so. He did not cause only damage, and as much as he expected. Besides, one attack was enough for the spirit to begin to disintegrate. The same limb that was destroyed moments later and began to regenerate. The elf saw this and wondered if she had really recovered, and at the same time shouted to Professor Angela to quickly recall her spirit. The monster at the same moment rushed at the creatures that attacked it not long ago. The guy looked at it and thought that they couldn't handle this thing with their current level of power. As luck would have it, the rector had already left, and perhaps he was the target of the spirit. After that, he looked carefully up again and saw some kind of shadow, but did not understand what it was. Soon the main character appeared in the air. The elf was surprised and wondered if it was Roger Salici. After the man appeared at the top, he immediately used his spell and attacked the spirit. The opponent saw this and, covering himself with his own limbs, tried to protect himself. Justin didn't understand what else this was, because the spirit was moving somehow strangely, as if you were trying to protect something right now. Then I carefully examined what was in the center and saw that there was some kind of object there. Therefore he shouted to the others that he understood everything. This thing was caused by a medium. Machiavelli thought that he did not have enough strength at all, because he could not use high-level magic due to exhaustion. Then I decided that in this case I needed to get closer and immediately did so. Then he pointed the cane he was holding at the creature and prepared to shoot. Some kind of force began to appear near the tray, and the hero said that it was all over. It was ice, which completely covered him, and a few moments later exploded. The fiery creature immediately began to scream very loudly, and then disappeared. Justin was dismayed by this and said that this man still did it. Suddenly, all the production workers heard a voice speaking to a man. It was the same fiery spirit that said that he was a damn scoundrel. In the end, let them all be extremely sure that one day they will burn to the ground. Roger said that in this case he would try to do it if he could. The spirit continued to stand his ground and said that he would definitely see to it that they all burned. But just a few moments after he said all this, he disappeared from the authorities. The hero, who had been hovering in the air all this time, also descended after a few moments. Soon the elf asked him if it was true that his lower half was not normally formed. Roger noticed that everything was correct, and after a careful examination of the blurred parts, it turned out that that creature was connected to a medium. The interlocutor said that he was able to discover even this. The man replied that anyone in his place would understand this too. Justin said that this is not true because he did not notice it at all. In fact, since he is well versed in animism, he did not even think in this way. Contracts in animism are made to be fair to both parties, which is why forced summoning, which spirits hate, is almost never used. And he, in turn, had never heard of a spirit that people hate. Roger asked if spirits usually don't look like that creature. The interlocutor noted that everything is true. Therefore, spirits are representatives of nature. For the most part, they don't care about people. To think that such a spirit could exist, and it was impossible to react quickly, however, thanks to Professor Roger, the damage was minimized. Especially the magic that he used at the end. Was it really movement in space? The hero was very surprised when he realized what he said. Justine saw this and said that he shouldn't react so sharply to it. After all, he had lived for quite a long time and had seen a lot of things. Machiavelli said that it was true that he placed a little magical power in a certain coordinate, and then manifested it. The interlocutor asked if this was really possible. The man noted that at first it is difficult, but when you get used to it, it becomes quite easy. The elf thought that even when people get used to it and cannot easily control it, unless they have innate abilities for spatial perception, or there is something else, so he asked how the man was feeling. He asked what he meant. The teacher said that when he used May, not being in the best condition, did he experience any strange symptoms. For example, he could hear quite strange sounds. The hero was still dumbfounded, since he understood that he accurately described his situation. Justin said that perhaps he was worrying for nothing, but he should know that sometimes there are people with more developed thinking than others. The world classifies them as a genius, but to do so is a little wrong. Geniuses are people who, in order to reveal their talent, break part of the barrier of human capabilities. Then those about whom he speaks do not exist at all. The man asked if this is not good. The interlocutor noted that at first it may seem like a blessing, but it is not so. All this is because people do not realize that their overwhelming barrier is actually a strong wall protecting from the outside. That's why he asks Professor Ludger if he's ever heard strange noises in his head. The man said that the concept he was talking about was incredibly interesting, but unfortunately, it had nothing to do with him. Justin asked again if this was true. The hero replied that everything was true, but it was still very interesting. Is there anything else that could be added to it? The interlocutor noted that, unfortunately, this is all that he was told in his youth. The hero noted that we are talking about the youth of the elf. Then for people it is rather just a legend. The elf smiled and said that perhaps this was so, and at the same time he thought that he was such an extraordinary person, and he already thought about it, it seemed to him. As a result, he thinks that an ordinary person could not cope with this in a sober mind. Roger asked if there was anything else besides this. Justin looked at him in surprise. And the man said that he said before, they hear voices from outside, but I wonder if there is anything else besides this. The interlocutor said, as far as he knows, these are only voices. Ordinary people would not be able to perceive them, Machiavelli said. And if they imagine that they are capable of this, the teacher noted that in this case the next stage can begin. For example, if the symptoms are now worsening, he assumes that then he will start to see certain things. Also, he should not forget that this is just a big if, because in the end, if something followed after this, then most likely it is only one thing. And now the elf says that he could come into contact with them personally, that is, anyone. After some time, the hero sat at the table and looked at the newspaper. It was written there that there was a terrorist who attacked the banquet hall, and this was the identity of the criminal. The damage was considerable, and most of the victims were the cream of society. The man thought that if this was Esmeralda's goal, then she had certainly half succeeded. Even so, it was good for them too. Since they had figured out her identity, Roger wondered if he should pass this information on to Theon. Although this definitely shouldn't be done because the girl has only just begun to act, if her identity is revealed immediately, Black Dawn will suspect him, because he then destroyed the spirit. So it's not the right time yet. We need to watch and wait for the right moment to attack. On the headlines of the newspapers, he noticed only the guy himself. It was Evan Luke. And could he really be the head of the Const auction house? Increased auction security due to yesterday's incident, and it's quite annoying. Suddenly the girl broke off the relationship. She wondered how he could invite a lady at such an early hour. The hero looked at her and said that she had come after all. It was Violet who said that we should go, and he said that he was interested in how the slums had changed. And so they went for a walk along the roads, and the woman told him to look around, because this street had recently been reconstructed. Roger looked at her and said that it was much cleaner than before. The interlocutor noted that they used 80% of the budget to widen the road. As he said, soon this street will be filled with artisans. Other groups also follow his suggestions. Luke is working on a musical that will replace the circus. But their elders are preparing the magazine he mentioned. They plan to collect fairy tales and stories from unknown writers. Although they told the children to spread rumors, but she is not sure if it will work. Roger noted that it is okay if they don't succeed. Let her just tell them that you did everything possible to advertise, by the way. Any business always requires an initial investment. The woman noticed that there were not many people willing to invest in them. But these newly opened ateliers are planning to start with more affordable clothes, but then gradually invest in luxury brands. The man noticed that she was all beaming with joy, to which she received the answer that this was, of course, so, because she dreamed about it. The hero said that it looks like they've looked at everything, and they should go introduce her to people. The interlocutor asked. Which people? What he means is not clear. The man responded to this by saying that we are talking about the people with whom they will work. The guy found a beauty and asked if she was free tonight. How about sharing it with him? The hero saw this man and said that here he is. Roger walked up to him and, grabbing his hand, apologized to my lady, because he would have to steal it from her, since he had an appointment with him. The girl was embarrassed, but said that she agreed. The guy said that they were supposed to meet later, and Machiavelli said that he thought he would be late if he left him alone. It was Alex, a member of the unknown group, who asked what the leader was talking about. The law accepted him, and also who was the beautiful lady next to him. The woman was not at all happy with this man, and asked with disappointment if he was serious about working with them. The hero replied that everything was true. Maybe you couldn't tell from him, but his skills speak for themselves. The girl thought that maybe there was something more in him that she didn't notice. Alex said they should get down to business and asks the leader what treasures and what girls they are looking for. Violetta asked if he is sure that they can trust him. The guy apologized and said that he didn't introduce himself right away, but then he did it. He is a nobleman from the southern kingdom of Fatima and will be glad to do business with her. The woman was surprised and asked if he was a nobleman. Roger approached her and said that he should be careful, because in fact he was a fraudster. The leader of the Black Rose Garden wondered if he had just tried to fool her. Alex asked why they called him after all. The hero replied that he would explain the details upon returning to the shelter. The interlocutor noted that if we are talking about a shelter, then is this really the place where these people come? That's just what will happen if he is disappointed. Machiavelli looked at him for a few seconds and then told him not to worry about it. After just a short period of time, they headed to the appointed place. Hans came out in a very depressed state and asked Roger if he had really returned. The man asked how the investigation went, because he looked tired. The guy replied that everything was fine. He just couldn't do it anymore. A voice was heard behind him. Where did he go? That's where he is. Also the boss came, whom they had not seen for a long time. It was Beatrice Fatana. She told the guy why they stopped there, and after a while he screamed. Violetta asked if she was an elf. The man replied, How can she really see this? She is responsible for the production of medicines and gunpowder. He was asked how this could even be. Don't elves hate things made by humans? Roger pointed out that this is just a stereotype. The situation is completely different when other races subconsciously understand who is a fraud. Alex remarked to the leader that he was wondering what he thought of him. Several people asked if everyone was already here. Machiavelli said that they both arrived on time. One of his interlocutors was named Richard, but the other was Dave, the hero said. Now that they are all here, he should go inside and talk. Everyone gathered, and the man said that since Alex had finished introducing himself, now it was his turn. The man noticed that his name was Richard, and they would know each other. The guy asked if that was all he was going to tell them. Dave noticed that this man was still quiet, and hoped he would understand him. Then he introduced himself and said that he did not have a last name. Hans noticed that he seemed special to me. And how did they meet the leader of the interesting thing? The boy asked if we are talking about Mr. Roger. That is, if you want to decorate yourself, then everything is simple. Because he is his father, Violetta asked what he was saying. The hero replied that, in short, he is not his real son. This is a special case. The boy said that when he was born, he knew little about the world. They asked him what he meant, and he replied that he called Roger father because he taught him a lot. The hero said that he could introduce Richard himself, but before that he could take off his hat. The man did this, and it was clear that he had ears. Those present immediately asked if he was a beastman. The man said that he was right among the beast people. He was physically developed. He worked a lot where his strength was needed, for example. Things like hunting whales. Hans asked if it was really a whale hunt, and if animals weren't afraid of water. Machiavelli said that was not the point. His strength and skill could lead his people. The man said that he lost anyway. That's why he decided to work for him, Roger said. One way or another, he will be their main combat agent. So in this group he should be the second most powerful. He further stated that it was Violetta's turn. She hopes to continue working with them. The woman hesitated and asked to wait, because she only came here to show him the street because, as it is, she is quite busy. The hero noticed that since she was talking about business, it means she was already ready to work. She was embarrassed and said it wasn't that she didn't want to join. And despite this, I'm not sure if she should join, because everyone has something that they are good at, but not her. Roger told Violet if he didn't think she had the skills to join them, he certainly wouldn't have brought her here. So there is only one reason why he brought her here and introduced everyone, since he was more than qualified to join. Then he extended his hand and said that he wanted to hear her final decision. So wondering if she would work with them, the girl lowered her head and began to think about it. And after a short period of time, she extended her hand up and, shaking it, said that it would work. The man replied that it was just wonderful. After that, I thought that if I sum up the situation, they have all the necessary members. Now it turns out that he chose only the best of those whom he personally knows, and they in turn are better in themselves than he imagined. Therefore he soon said that before they began, let him introduce their goal. He had a smile on his face and said that very soon they would raid the upcoming const auction. Violetta was surprised and asked if they were really going to attack the auction. The leader noted that she heard everything correctly, because they have what he needs. And at the same time they receive it, you can grab a few gifts on the way out. Alex raised his hand and asked the boss to wait, because he asked to be allowed to clarify something first. As far as he remembers, no one has managed to rob the very const auction he's talking about, and over the past 20 years there have been hundreds of attempts at this. In addition, due to recent events, security has been very well strengthened. At the same time, there are rumors about an artifact that allows them to constantly monitor the vault. That's why, if their boss is so confident in himself, then the guy believes he has a good plan. Roger immediately smiled and said that of course it was, and then asked Hans to bring it. After a few moments, all the information was on the table, so the man asked for attention. Right in front of them was a drawing of the building, but their very target is located right at the very place where he points his finger. After some time, the meeting of the new group was over. Therefore, the hero was walking along the road near the academy where he worked, and suddenly saw something strange. Professor Selena was there, and Joanna was catching with her. But the most interesting thing is who they are talking to there. The girl turned her head and noticed who Professor Roger was. The man said that they had not seen Professor Selena for a long time. She replied that it was true. So much time had passed since the incident at the banquet. The person he wasn't talking to looked at the person and apologized. Machiavelli also looked back at him and asked if they were talking about something important. The girl said that this was not so. He was just worried about what happened at the banquet. Roger apologized for asking so late. But how she was feeling, the interlocutor noted that she was fine, and that he seemed to have dealt with everything himself. Thanks to him, all the students were safe, and she turned to the assistant, asking him if she thanked Professor Roger. The hero looked at this girl and realized that this was Esmeralda, and that, in her opinion, pretending to know nothing was the best option. The woman said that she was sorry. If only she could help, the interlocutor noticed. And what was she saying, because she was evacuating people? The interlocutor noted that this was simply all she could do, and she also did not have the necessary skills, so nothing more. Machiavelli heard her words and immediately wondered if she was really worried about this. Then he called her name again and said that, unlike her, he did not know how to smile brightly and be kind to others. Her attitude helped calm people down during the entire evacuation, so she did the best she could with the role she was given. The girl began to say something under her breath that he called her bright and kind. At that moment she hesitated and said that she didn't even know whether she had the right to hear these words. The man was surprised by such a reaction. Suddenly Selena noticed that classes had already started and apologized for wasting his time. She also thanks him for listening to her worries. The next time they meet, she will treat him to something delicious. The hero did not answer anything to this, and only looked at the girls leaving towards the academy. Suddenly Sylvia appeared behind him and said that she was so pathetic. How dare she shift her worries to the owner of the First Order? The professor looked at her and said that she would do well to learn to control her emotions. She was embarrassed and said that she would keep that in mind. Then the man said, "Now to the point. Could she find out about one person for him?" The girl said, "Yes, if she instructs him to do it, then she will do it. And in this case, even to check on all his family and friends, he said that this was not necessary. He needs her to find out about Joanna Lovett." The subordinate noted that she would start doing this right away. Its director Evan arrived at the Const auction site along with his bodyguard. He stated that he had heard that they would come, but it was unclear how long he could wait for them. The guard said, "Gentlemen, why don't he wait inside?" He asked if they arrived at the same moment. Did he really want to ruin everything? This is a great opportunity for Luke Corporation to oust Lawson and expand its business. In addition, this is his only chance to regain his father's trust. Literally a few minutes later, a car arrived and the guy said they were here. People started to get out of the car, and the director greeted them, said welcome, and stated that he was the manager of this auction site. Then he introduced himself and stated that his name was Evan Luke, the guy who got out of the car, and said that he was pleased to meet you. He had heard about him. "He is the Lord of Ar-Ruhr Musla. It is an honor to see that someone abandoned by his family is still warmly welcomed." The manager asked to follow him, because they would take care of them. Alex noted that there was no need to be so formal. They are about the same age. Why shouldn't they be just friends then? The interlocutor was surprised and asked if he was sure in this case he should go inside. The guy asked not to rush, because he was still thinking about it and could he ask for a favor. The manager asked what kind of favor he was talking about. Alex said that on the way here he was given one valuable item, but he did not find a suitable place to store it. The interlocutor asked what it was. The Lord noticed that their family was currently using magic liquids to produce high-quality magic stones. Evan realized that these were magic stones. The guy said that this was a prototype for business, but he couldn't carry it with him everywhere. The interlocutor smiled and said that he was missing. The client remarked that if so, then perhaps he knows a good place to store it. The aristocrat replied, "Of course, there is a suitable place in the basement. That's why he invites him to go there together." The interlocutor thanked him for this. At the same time, Alex had an earphone in his ear, through which he could not listen to him. Before this, the guy said that he would never have thought that things could turn out like this. The man found an exact copy of the clothes of the southern aristocrats, and he was impressed. Violetta must have tried. Roger said that he was glad that he liked it. To hope that he remembers who he should act as. The guy said only, "Of course there is not much power about him. All this is thanks to his father's business, namely, the market for magic stones, and he is an influential and handsome young nobleman," the head said. Pretend not to have heard the last part, then turned to Dave. He asked if he could cope with the role. He just needed to remain silent and act as a bodyguard. He replied that if that was the order, he would do it. Roger said that lately the Luke Corporation has been trying to expand its influence through magical tools and artifacts. This affects magical liquids. They became a necessary ingredient to create magical tools. Alex asked if that was why he chose this identity to disguise him. The man replied that everything was right. He was using this opportunity to establish a connection. They were almost there, and let him put this in his ear before leaving. The guy asked what it was, and he answered a mobile communication device that Sheridan made. He said that he was Vigo, and now he and Melvin were heading to their destination. Evan heard a whisper and asked what he said. The interlocutor noted that he was simply admiring the interior design. The manager smiled and said that he found out that he had a good eye. Right now, this was all they had to discover. It turns out that leaving the same elevator can be opened with just one key. As Hans said before, he is guarded by armored knights. Recently, Roger said that their target is the basement of the Const building. It will not be easy, and all the auction items are stored 30 meters underground. In addition, there is an artifact that monitors every step of people. But this does not mean at all that all this is impossible. He told Richard and Alex that they needed to inspect the interior of the vault. Soon the guy told the leader that the reconnaissance was successful. Looking at the model, he was now sure that everything would work out. Roger noticed that if so, then it was a relief. After this, Alex asked if he understood correctly that they should just continue to act according to the plan. The hero noted that this was so. But did he remember the agreement? The interlocutor asked who he takes him for. Don't worry about it. Machiavelli said that in that case he believes him. You should finish quickly and return. The guy replied that he understood everything and was just returning, and then he would leave. Suddenly he heard a voice asking why the leader wanted him to stay here. The guy thought that this voice sounded familiar, and when he looked inside the room, he was dismayed when he saw a man there. After that, he turned to the leader and said that they had one problem. Roger asked what happened. Alex, in a slightly confused voice, said that she was here. The professor did not understand who she was talking to and asked him to explain. His subordinate noticed that we were talking about Annie Joyner, and she was his ex-girlfriend. The hero began to remember this name and did not understand that the authorities had forgotten there, so he ordered his interlocutor to run away as soon as he had the opportunity. Because it won't end well if he catches her eye, especially for him. Alex said that he knows. That's why he goes when the chance arises. He looked carefully at the girl he knew and thought that she was the same as always. Then he approached the manager and called him a friend, said that it was time to leave. The interlocutor asked if he was really leaving already. He would like to talk about the matter they were discussing. The guy said that he would prefer that they talk about it in a more private setting and talk to him soon. Soon the guy returned to the shelter and asked if Beatrice had returned yet. Roger said that not yet. She was analyzing what he gave her. Then I asked this guy to explain everything in detail. Alex said that the structure of the auction house was approximately the same as on the map he showed them. But what is more important is the storage location of auction items. They are divided into 3 rooms, based on importance. The most valuable items are placed in the rooms with the largest quantity. The duration of the auction is 3 days. Every day, items from one of the rooms are put up for auction, starting from the first. Hans said that they found out that he needed the item in the 3rd room, Sheridan said, which means they should aim for the 3rd day of the auction. Roger noticed that this is not how their plan will be implemented on the 2nd day. The interlocutor asked her why this was so. The man said that on the 3rd day, security would be strengthened. Alex added that on the 1st day of the auction, too many outsiders would come out, so the 2nd would be the right time. The leader asked Sheridan what about his request. The little girl replied that everything was almost ready, and in 3 days she would definitely finish. Next, the professor turned to Violetta and asked if she could look for a specialist in construction or interior decoration. She said that she would ask Oldkist to help with this. She further noted that as far as he knows, a knight from the intelligence service will be present. The order of the Knights of the Intelligence Service is quite famous. And will everything really go smoothly? Alex replied that this was just a low-ranking knight, and there was nothing to worry about. And the girl asked why he thought that there would be only one recipe. When the group's plan comes, their action may become much larger, the guy said. Speaking about this, it seems to him that he knows the ego, Sleep asked. What if we meet during the operation? The interlocutor noted that they met each other a long time ago and should not worry, because he perfectly fulfills his assigned role. Roger said that there would be no problems. The information he did not receive was enough today. Violetta said that it was good, since he thinks so. The man continued to say that this is just a hypothesis, so the plan remains the same. The locomotive arrived at the laser walk platform, and there was a lively atmosphere. The girl just got out of it and shouted with inspiration that she was finally in this city. Then she turned to her assistant and said that it would rain soon. Stop fooling around and let him go to her. He said that he had too much luggage and asked him not to rush. Her name is Betty, and she is this detective's assistant, and then asked why she even took so many useless things with her. The interlocutor asked how useless it was. Did she really mean things that give her endless inspiration? Suddenly several papers were blown into the wind. The assistant was horrified and said, "What the hell is this? Who the hell carries around documents about incidents like the last 5 years?" Rachel said that everything they had was very necessary. Besides, shouldn't he move faster? The girl asked why this was so. The detective answered somehow why, after all, she said that it would rain soon. Betty said that this was a problem and asked when he would go, the girl noted. Given the humidity, precipitation, and some other factors, she could say for sure. After that, she extended her palm and began counting down from 5. The interlocutor noted that if it was 5 minutes, then she should hurry up. But she in turn continued to count down the seconds and now stopped at 1. After that, the assistant immediately shouted to Rachel that it was raining. She reached for her lock and said that she knew. She also added that they need to quickly take cover because all the pages will get wet. The assistant began to collect them and said, "Wait a second, because they can't get wet." The girl in turn should know how meticulous she is in this regard. Suddenly I saw the rain stop and immediately looked up, and there was already a waterproof dome above them. The detective asked if she was surprised, and the interlocutor asked if she was serious, if it was in her plans, why she didn't do it from the very beginning. Green Celadon water title holder, private investigator Rachel Selmoy just smiled. Soon they were heading to the shelter, and the assistant asked why they came to Leatherwalk. The detective noted that she had heard strange things happening in this city lately. The activity of suspicious organizations has increased, as well as the ambush of werewolves, the interlocutor asked. She asked about the one-time appearance of werewolves, an unusual phenomenon. Rachel said that these were very unusual werewolves. The girl asked what this meant, how unusual they were. The detective continued her speech that, in addition, his traces were left here. Betty noticed that she again did not finish telling, and whose trace she was talking about now was interesting. The girl said that she was now talking about James Moriarty. The interlocutor was surprised and said, "Didn't he die when he fought with her?" Rachel sighed sadly and asked if she still believed in this stupid rumor. The assistant noticed that there was a rumor that they fought at the waterfall. There was a cliff there, so they fell together in the finale. The detective noticed that this was already true, and then the interlocutor wondered if she was the only one laughing at her now. The girl said that the difference between these rumors is because that person did not die, because her intuition constantly tells her about this. Betty noticed, again she talks about her intuition, but what about her amazing abilities for inductive reasoning? The detective noted that this is not just intuition, because she has evidence. Her evidence is the newspapers and the data that she is now carrying. 5 years ago, in the kingdom of Datura, werewolves raided civilians. It was the so-called Bloody Night when a large and twisted monster appeared. People also called it the Beast of Javoda. The man who hunted this monster was none other than Abraham Van Helsing. But he abandoned his reputation and no one saw him again. Betty asked what she meant by this. The detective noted that something happened 4 years ago. A situation occurred in the kingdom of Fatali adjacent to the empire. In a country ravaged by exploitation, the nobility and a mysterious thief with a black shadow appeared. His name was Arsène Lupin, and he acted for about a year and stole a lot of treasures. Then he disappeared and never appeared again. 3 years ago, a man also appeared in the kingdom of Delica, and this is the one who tried to start a war too. They named him James Moriarty, and soon he also suddenly disappeared and was never seen again. Another civil war that recently broke out in the kingdom of Utah was the winner of this war, but it was he who disappeared at the end of this war, Betty said. The main thing is that it can't be that she's trying to say that all these people are the same person, Rachel noticed, according to her calculations. It seems to be so. Here is the most recent place according to known information where he went. This is the city of Leatherwalk. The assistant asked why someone with such abilities would hide his identity and wander around the world. The interlocutor asked how she would know this. In any case, it can be said that he is a man who once led the empire into chaos, but if he is still alive, then they will have to finish him off for sure. So she says, "You should go because she found a good place where they can stay." The interlocutor asked them where it is. The detective smiled and said that she was talking about the Kunst auction house. It was just that it was quite noisy in this house, and the manager came out to thank the girl for coming. He bowed before Her Majesty at the table, Princess Adriana van Exilian, then introduced himself and stated that his name was Evan Luke, and he was the one in charge of the auction. The girl was not in the best condition, so she said, "Nice to meet you. She is a little tired now, and could they show her the room where she will live?" The guy said that of course he would immediately show her to the VIP room. The interlocutor thanked him for this. Then she headed forward and was surprised how much it all cost. But if even one of them were sold, how many families could be helped? Just in this place, the main character was already there, who used a micro earphone and drew everyone's attention. He told his subordinates that he was ordering a group of unknown people to begin an operation. Alex smiled and said that this was great, because his hands were already itching. He thought that he would die of boredom after such a long wait. Then he thought that first of all he needed to meet Violetta downstairs. Suddenly something attracted his attention. There he noticed Annie, who had her back turned to the book, but realized that this was bad. He did not understand why it was there. He turned to Violetta and said that it would take some time to untie the laces and go downstairs. The girl thought that they had just started, and already everything was going awry. In that case, if it comes down to it, she'll have to do it in person. The first point of their plan is that they must find the key to enter the elevator. Roger remarked to Alex and Violetta that he leaves this to the two of them. So she turned to the man, called him handsome, and asked if he could help her. She seems to have had too much to drink, so she asks if he will show her to her room. After some time, he accompanied her, and she thanked her for this. The man said that of course he could not ignore the guest who came to the auction house. In that case, she can rest a little in his room. Violetta said that he is really very kind, and the interlocutor closed the door and said that she needed to sober up in order to find her room, and this was done so that she would do this. Then he came closer and asked if she wanted to play a fun game with him. The girl smiled after that and said that she really liked funny games. But when he reached out with his hand, she immediately grabbed him and threw him over herself. The man was discouraged by what was happening and therefore did not even have time to react. And Violetta, who pulled off this action, asked how he liked this game. The girl exploded her hand and did not think that she would knock him out with one blow. Apparently, it was not in vain that she learned to strengthen her body with the help of magic. And then she headed to the stand, which had a huge number of keys, and wondered where they needed it. It was very loud near the stage where the auction items were to be presented. The presenter introduced himself to the ladies and gentlemen, and thanked them for once again visiting their Const auction house. And without any further ado, you should look at the first lot of the second day. People say that this jewel was cried by the mermaid herself. So the stone that was presented and not having before was called a mermaid's tear. The audience was inspired. People said that it was very beautiful. Soon the bidding began at 1,000,000 dinars, and had already reached 200 million. Adriana wondered if this was really a mermaid's tear because it looked so unusual. The person who was sitting next to her said that she might seem beautiful, but it was definitely fake. It was Detective Rachel who approached the princess and said that she seemed to be bored with the auction. The girl asked if they had really met before. The interlocutor noted that this was not so. This was not the first time this had happened. Her Highness asked in surprise. Then when she recognized her, the girl replied that she looked quite bored. Not many people would openly show displeasure in a place like this. Does she know that her hair is slightly rumpled in the back, so she was lying in her room recently? Although the smell of air freshener from the room lingered on her, she did not wear perfume. This was not for a nobleman who should pay attention to what others thought, in order to ignore what other people thought of her. In a place like this, she must be royalty. There were also rumors that a princess came to this auction. Adriana noticed that since she was sitting in the hall with her, it means she was an unusual person. The interlocutor noted that she really forgot to introduce herself. Then she handed over her business card and said that her name was Rachel Selmoy. She, in turn, was a detective. The girl said that she was familiar with this name. Is she really that famous private detective? She is a water magician who also received the title of Greenwater Celadon. The interlocutor noted that it was an honor for her that she recognized her. The princess was interested in what she did in her capacity, and in response she heard that she was invited here. This happened immediately after she arrived in the city, by the way, to be honest. There are more such events there, and incidents always happen. And so she asked to call it just her detective instinct. Roger walked along the hall and thought that everything seemed to have gone wrong from the very beginning. But Violetta is doing her job as best she can. Now he needs to team up with the guys. Suddenly a guy saw him and asked who came here. Evan noticed that they met again, and what a coincidence it was. And the last time they saw each other was in that banquet hall with Roger Selassie. He doesn't even know what he's doing here, but he's very happy to see him. The hero looked at him and realized who was in front of him. The interlocutor asked whether he liked the auction. The professor noted that this is how it is somehow worth visiting. The manager asked what else this meant. And as they say, he can see as much as he knows. Machiavelli remarked that all this was true. And then he went. Evan asked where he was suddenly going, and it seemed like he was the only one, so let him see him off. He remarked to the guards that this was an important guest, so let them treat him politely. They immediately agreed, and the hero wondered if he was specially following him. Apparently he wanted to show his power here. But the plan they made will fail if they go after him. Roger needed to be unknown, and said that at the moment he could not move, and was waiting for reinforcements. Hans was surprised, and realized that he was reinforcements. Dave just turned to him and said that he thought it was time for him to go. The interlocutor noted that he knew, and so this device should help him get to any place. In addition to all this, let him call him Kafka. The boy said that this is for sure. And then can he call him Dumas? They answered him that they were going to call him that. Hans thought that they would be delayed a bit, and in that case he had no choice but to go with Dave. After trying to use the device, he asked if it was jammed. It just blinked red and showed that a signal had been detected. The boy said to look, because it was blinking red. He replied that it was good. At least it was working. Suddenly a security guard approached them from behind and directed a beam of light and asked what they were doing there. At the same time, he told them to show up immediately. The guy realized that this was bad, because they didn't get caught, and he didn't even think that they would patrol this alley. After that, he turned to his friend and told him to do at least something. The guard shined a beam of light on the boy and asked what the hell was going on. It was just a child. Then he began to ask him what he was doing here. But after a few moments he did not see him rushing at him with his fist. Dave knew perfectly well what he needed to do, so he hit him quite hard right in the stomach. The man immediately fell to the ground and lay completely unconscious. Hans did not understand what the hell was happening, where he knocked out this man with one blow. It's not clear who the hell he is anyway. Then he asked if he was a knight. The boy asked if he was really talking about a Superman who graduated from a military academy, received an official knightly appointment, and is significantly stronger than an ordinary person. The guy said, "Forget it. And this is a good job. This very guy should be tied up. Then they will hide him in a pile of garbage. An ally. This sounds good." Suddenly they heard another guard who was looking for his comrade. Dave, using the voice of that person, asked to wait, because he was here. Hans was surprised when he heard such tricks. The man asked his colleague what he forgot in that alley. The boy replied in a strange voice that he should not go there, because he needed to take a leak. So he will return very soon, and we should wait a little. Besides, everything was examined there, and there is nothing strange here. The interlocutor said that this disgusting thing should come to him quickly. The boy asked his friend how he liked this performance because the voice was the same. Hans was interested in how he did it, and who he was anyway. In any case, you should just turn off the device and go inside. The boy immediately agreed. Alex stopped near the wall and then exhaled with relief, saying that he had finally made it. He, in turn, could not think that they would be there too, and how difficult it would be to go down the stairs. It turns out that now he better hurry up and meet Violetta, and then take the key. And when he opened the door and walked out right on the way, Violetta appeared and hid herself. The guy saw her and asked if this miss was okay. The interlocutor replied that she was fine, because she just slipped a little. Then, with a smile on her face, she raised her head up and thanked him for catching her. He replied that he should not worry about it, but at that moment the girl secretly gave him the key. The security guard stood very close and watched what was happening, but this did not arouse his suspicions. Alex walked a short distance and then addressed his comrades through the earpiece. He announced that he had the key, so he went to the elevator. Richard called himself Melvin and said that he would be waiting for him at the elevator. After some time he was actually there and used his magical power. Therefore absolutely no one could see him, and even Alex, who was passing nearby, did not feel or see him. When the man saw his comrade, he finished using the spell and said that he was there. The guy was surprised and said that he really scared him. Therefore he asked if this was a manifestation of the spirit that beast people use to hide their presence. The interlocutor only responded by asking for the key. Alex noticed that he was straight to the point, and he had it, so he should hurry. Peeking around the corner, he noticed that, as expected, the number of guards had increased. Then, using an earpiece, he gave his fictitious names and said that they had approached the entrance. Sheridan also gave her call sign and said that she understood everything, so she was moving forward. She walked slowly for some time, merging with the crowd of people. But after that, a kind of fog began to appear from under his feet. Those present were surprised, asking where this steam came from. They coughed because of him and did not understand what was happening. Perhaps this terrorist attack, the girl noticed that it was even better than expected. This special tear gas. The guard, who was also in your room, said that everyone should take cover. The other guards also need help, because they do not have enough people. So he asked the knight if he could help them. He said, "Is it really chemical terrorism, damn him? 2 of them will stay here and protect the elevator, and let the rest go." Alex saw what happened and said that it all started. Then he turned to an ally who was standing nearby and asked if he could take care of those 2. He immediately agreed. When they saw Richard, they said that he called himself, because this ozone is under protection. Alex immediately raised his hands and asked them to wait a little because there was a commotion there, and they got lost trying to find shelter. In general, if you think about it, don't they know who he is? Because he came here last time with his friend Evan Luke. He remembered exactly when he saw them close. The 2 of them were here then, and didn't know where Evan was, the man said firstly, not to come closer and stay in the same place. But as soon as they finished this sentence, Richard immediately rushed forward and hit them with both fists. The guy was dumbfounded when this happened and asked what the hell. He was wondering if he didn't at least kill them. The beastman said he was avoiding vital points. Alex came closer, and then thought that the armor was bent with one blow. It was not at all clear how the leader of their group found such a guy. After that, he reported to the general channel that he and his friend had dealt with the guards at the entrance. Hans said that they would move out in this case. So he took the device that was in his hands and immediately pressed the red button. At the same time, he said that everything was fine, and then they went in and acted according to plan. The partner said that he understood everything. The presenter was just announcing that this was the next lot of the auction, and they were starting the auction with 500,000 diners. Soon they reached 10 million. The main character, in fact, was in this room and looked to the side, wondering if the guards were still chasing him. It would be quite difficult to move freely. And judging by the radio conversations that he hears, everything is going quite smoothly. Suddenly her attention was attracted by one person who was sitting upstairs. Roger was actually dumbfounded when he realized that this girl was Private Detective Rachel Selmoy. Immediately he remembered the day when they were at the edge of the waterfall, and he asked in his mind whether this girl was there or not. "They will die if she continues to do this." The interlocutor rushed at him and pushing, they flew down, so she said that she didn't care. And even if she couldn't defeat him now, she would pay with her life to convince them of a villain like him. Then she said that in that case, James Moriarty was preparing for the finals. The main character's thoughts were interrupted by the girl herself, who looked in his direction, and he immediately turned around. He, in turn, could not understand at all what the hell this woman was doing here at all. It turns out that he changed his appearance so that she could not recognize him. But this is the devil, incredibly skillful, and even earned the title of Green Celadon Water. But if it gets in the way of the operation, all further plans will go down the drain. Therefore, the head appeared in the mind of the father. She had not guessed by chance yet the plan, although this was not so. In that case, she would not have been so calm. It turns out that Rachel does not know what is really happening now, and the man can only hope that his subordinates will quietly and quickly complete the task. The man who was supposed to keep order at this auction yawned. He noticed how boring it was and what kind of brave scoundrel had thought of robbing Const. His colleague told him that you weren't distracted by trifles here. The interlocutor asked what he was worried about, because they have all these amazing artifacts. This one conveys a picture of what is happening. The guard replied that it was true. It was a pity to use such an interesting artifact only for security, and suddenly looked at the screen and asked what it was. A colleague asked what happened and what he was asking about, but it was unclear in response that he heard that there was interference in 2 rooms. But the man said that, in his opinion, everything was in order. The guy noticed that he was thinking. He was imagining things like this. Then the guard immediately stood up and said that he should wait a second. "What the hell is this?" The interlocutor said that he scared him and asked what was wrong. The man shouted that this was an intruder. He cut through the wall and got inside, but this very place is deep underground. The manager was informed of this information, and he asked what else it was. Let them repeat it again. The guard said that there were reports of a violation in the 2nd security room. Evan asked what about the guy who guards the entrance. In response, I received the words that since the intruder was able to get inside, something happened to him. The guy said that it didn't matter. In this case, let them immediately call the guards. Their chief said that this is excellent. It seems that everything is here. The intruder dug a tunnel and got inside. He told several subordinates to check the entrances to the sewers around this area, and let the rest split into a group of porters and an assault group. Also, let them go with him to the storage facility. And they agreed. The man who looked through the artifact looked at the situation and said that the guards were going down the elevator. The manager was very wary because of this situation, and did not understand whether these people even knew how much these artifacts cost, or whether they really thought that he would just watch. Therefore he asked that this is not done. The main task is to transfer the items to Storage 3. The assault team must go to Storage 2 and capture the enemies. The knight said that he understood everything. The group of porters should begin moving the items from Storage Facility number 3, and the assault force should follow to Storage Facility number 2. And then the assault group reported that they were opening the door to the right place. The interlocutor noted that the base was in contact, and the enemies were still a storage facility. Evan shouted to quickly go inside. The guards immediately followed his order, and when the chief entered there, he shouted that the intruders should not move. But suddenly they saw an empty space in front of them, and therefore reported that there was no one here. The manager was simply dismayed by what they said, and asked how it was that there was no one, what they were carrying at all. The knight replied that there were no signs of intrusion, and the item was untouched. The boss then aggressively asked what they thought he was looking at now. He was wondering if they had definitely confused him with another room. The very second he asked, and then everything changed on the screen, and it was visible how the knights were checking that room. Evan and the subordinate were dumbfounded, asking if the screen had changed and it was fake. The guards then asked what they could do. Perhaps they should return it to the 3rd storage facility. The guy replied that it was not necessary. Let them move it to another place. The interlocutor agreed and said that they would pass this on to the security guards of the group of porters who are now in the elevator. The manager said that it was bad if it was a fake screen. Does this mean that someone reproduced fake frames in real time? The subordinate thought that someone replaced the frames that the artifact reproduced with their own. But for what purpose and what were they going to achieve? He simply swapped the frames, suddenly understood everything, and shouted to the main one that it was a trap. The second room was just a trick. Because it turns out that the robbers were targeting the 3rd room from the very beginning, they planned to intercept the transfer of objects, which they did as directed. The assault group turned to the base and asked if they were in touch. In response, they heard that they were not in touch, and what had happened. After this, it was said that the elevator that led to the surface was destroyed and collapsed. Evan couldn't believe his own ears and asked what they were saying. The guard said that they wouldn't leave here without an elevator, so they were asking for help. The worker said that they did not have internal forces that could help them, and perhaps ask for help from the police. The manager shouted that there was no need. The reputation of the auction would collapse. If they find out about this situation, then everything will be bad, the interlocutor asked. But what should they do then? The guy was panicked and shouted that he couldn't know this. One of the guards shouted that in this case they would go there and try to stop them, so let them gather all the guards. So, when they talked about it, they tried to leave the room, but for some reason the door did not open. They started knocking on the door and said that it would not open, because it was unclear what was happening, and these were the tricks of Sheridan, who laughed and thought that everyone was locked. As a result, their leader came up with a plan that was quite amazing. She didn't know what to do when she first heard about the vault artifact. Remembers Roger asking if she could do something. He in turn wanted to replace the footage from the vault that would be shown through the artifact. So he needed that same device to hack the transmission. Remembering that situation, she turned to the leader and said that she was in touch. Immediately after this, she reported that the mission to steal the artifact was successful. 30 minutes ago, several guards were beaten and were sitting in some kind of box. Dave asked his friend if it suited him. The interlocutor noted that it seemed to fit, but for some reason it fit so tightly to his stomach. It was so uncomfortable. Alex said that Richard dented the armor badly during the impact, and they patched it up but could not completely repair it. Hans noticed that then he was very comfortable with it. He further added that they will be there for blood, so I'll see you a little later. The interlocutor said that he understood, and then I'll see you downstairs. After that, he breathed out a sigh of relief and told Richard that it was good that they did not encounter a security group. The man asked to wait. Because it is necessary to check the location of those guards, the guy looked at him and thought, could he really use the manifestation of the spirit in this way? And so the comrade reported that there were 8 guards in total, and they were all scattered in different rooms. Fortunately for them, there were 2 guards nearby who had separated from the rest. Alex was soon saying that he couldn't believe they were just hanging around the storage room. Well, that made it easy for them to be taken care of. After that, he looked at Richard and asked him to be patient a little, because not everyone is as big as him. At the same time, he told him to get ready because everything would begin very soon. They soon arrived at the rest of the guards, who told a group of porters to begin moving items into the 3rd storage room. And the assault group had to follow him to the 2nd vault and destroy the enemies. Someone said that he was again forcing his subordinates to work for his achievements and merits. The interlocutor noted that he does this because in Kansta, there are not many opportunities to stand out, so you just need to take your responsibilities seriously. In response, he heard that this was for sure, and they would be punished if they did not work at 100%. Soon they were in the elevator, and said that they had successfully entered the elevator with the objects. The base said that the assault team is sending a group of porters, according to instructions, to carry all the items to a safe place above. Soon the same time came, and the comrades thought whether they should start already. Some smoke appeared in the elevator, and the other guards asked what was going on, but soon everything became quiet. And all this happened because the attackers had already neutralized them. He picked up a metal spear, and said that now they only had 1 step left, and threw it straight along the ropes that held the elevator. Hans asked what he was doing, and the guy replied that he had damaged the lift so that the guys below couldn't get up. So it's time for them to get out of this place right now. Soon he asked if everything had already been loaded. If so, then you need to sit in the back seat, and they set off. Hans stated that he would return. The plan itself had changed, so he needed to quickly check what. Sheridan asked if he was talking about the item the leader was looking for. He replied that it was so, and knew that the real one was in the auction room, but he could not distinguish it from a fake. If this fake, they had to look for it again. The girl noticed that if the leader is with him, then everything is in order. Then they began to talk about whether they had loaded all the items, and that Violetta had returned. Roger's comrade thought that if you think about it, all these guys are not bad at fighting. It also seems that this is not the only thing they are good at. At the same time, all he can do is gather information, so he wonders if he'll just be left behind. These reflections actually disappointed him, and he would not have wanted that. So he slapped himself on the cheek and asked in his head what he was even thinking about. If that were so, the leader would have replaced him long ago and abandoned him. You should focus on giving him the fragment, the relic intact and safe. Then he turned to Pareter and said that he probably couldn't answer right now. So let him listen. Everyone managed to escape safely, and he will collect the item he was talking about and bring it. It looks like the battery for the communication device is almost empty. He will be waiting for him in the central hall, so they will meet there. The hero thought that everyone managed to escape, and that's great. and a similar situation reached these guys. In this case, the man can easily leave and meet Hans outside. The guy walked along the hall and thought that there was no one there. This was because of the sleeping powder that the small one had scattered. Suddenly he turned his attention to the side and saw people there, so he didn't understand why these guys were standing there. If everything happened like this, then most likely something is wrong. The old man saw that a man entered them and using his magic directed it in his direction. The guy only noticed this attack at the last moment and did not understand what happened. A few moments after the incident, a huge explosion thundered in that direction. The main character immediately turned his attention there and did not understand what happened. And into the very hall in which he and the rest of the people were, a man entered and shouted to everyone to lie down. They were some masked robbers who said that anyone who moved would die immediately. One of the aristocrats who rose to his seat and asked who else they were. Did he really not know what kind of place this was? That person was immediately attacked with electricity magic, and the interlocutor said that he told him not to move. When people saw what happened, they panicked and shouted that they should run away. Because there were no guards, complete chaos began, and everyone was fighting for their lives. The enemy wizards used their spells and said that they should just kill everyone, but after that they would take their valuables from the corpses. Roger didn't expect this at all and wondered if they were robbers, but when they got into the auction room, he then realized that this bad thing happened because of them. Then the man saw some old man running towards him and shouting that these were all greedy nobles. Then he opened his outer clothing and said that not everyone died, but there was dynamite. Machiavelli saw it and realized that it was iron with dynamite, which the Liberation Army was using. It turns out that he is definitely not mistaken, because this is the same method as the Liberation Army. It was not only robbers, the army also targeted this place. So the main character, without hesitation, used his weapon and killed this terrorist with a spell. In any case, after this there was a fairly large explosion, but not at the same distance as it could have been closer. The man remained unharmed and thought that he could have died. In addition, the entire building should be under fiery silence, so it is now unclear how the bomb exploded. Maybe it was custom-made gunpowder, but Roger got rid of it when he played the role of Moriarty. His thoughts were again interrupted by a scream from a girl who was leaving this room. She turned her attention to the dead guards and shouted that this curse was most likely black magic. The professor thought that the robbers in the Liberation Army, and now also the black magicians, the situation is very bad. So do you think Hans is safe? Adriana ran away and thought that she didn't get out. And who are these robbers in Cansta, and what is happening? I also wonder if the detective is okay. Suddenly I heard the robbers shouting that they had found the princess, so they should run after her. They, in turn, would show the strength of the Liberation Army to the royal family. The girl saw and thought that she knew that she shouldn't have come here. It would be better to sit at the academy and study. The rebels quickly approached her and said that now she would die. Suddenly they heard a voice that said that their voices were too loud. Then introductory magic appeared in the sky, and they asked what it was. It turns out that these were bubbles that were sucked in. The robbers said that they could not get out, and there was only one thing left for them. So one of them decided to detonate the bomb that was on his belt, but realized that they did not work. The guy asked how it was. A special gunpowder should bypass the fiery silence. These people were attacked by Rachel, who used her magic and told them to surrender, because she can tell that no matter how special he is, gunpowder is still gunpowder. All she had to do was get him wet. Betty just came up to this place and said that everything was clean for her. The boss praised her and said that she also just finished. Suddenly they saw another rebel fall and someone asked the princess if she was okay. It was Annie who used her weapon. The girl said that she was the one with Jessica at the time. The agent remarked that she was flattered that she remembered her. But her name is Annie, and she is from the Order of the Nightcrawler. The detective attracted attention and said that it seemed that everything was clean, and suggested that they join forces and get out of this place. The princess asked where these guys even came from and how big Const was in her security. Rachel stated that, by the way, she had not seen a single guard nearby. For some reason, all the guards left, and all sorts of organizations decided to take advantage of the chance while this was happening. So it's dangerous here. And in this case, I propose that everyone discuss this when they get out of here. Suddenly something caught her attention, and she shouted that it was bad, because there was something wrong with the building. One day Hans asked his boss why he accepted his team. The man asked what kind of questions they were. The guy noticed that he himself knows very well that he is a coward, and constantly left all the battles to him, although he has strength that others do not have. Roger said that he accepted it precisely because he is a coward. The interlocutor asked what kind of strange answer this was. Machiavelli said that he knows very well about his power, more precisely, how dangerous it is, and what responsibility it carries. And isn't he then afraid of hurting someone with his own power? The comrade did not answer anything to this, but the words really surrounded him. He further stated that he was an orphan, so he spent his youth in an orphanage and did not get along with other people. But at the same time, there was one girl with whom he talked, and she was like a sister to him. In the end, she was such a bright and sweet child, and he was nothing compared to her. One day she found a homeless Inca treat and brought him to them. He really was so cute and remembers him petting him. But then that same creature bit him slightly. The hero stopped him and said that he might not continue. But the comrade clenched his friendly hand into a fist and said that this was his first transformation in life. And also at that moment his first murder took place. If only the dog had not bitten him on the hand. If only he had known about his damned power a little earlier. Although not even that, he shouldn't have accepted the kindness of that same girl. After these words, the guy sat in a rather depressed state, and his friend turned to him. He went on to say that if the time came when he found himself in mortal danger, he held out something to him. The guy turned to the boss and asked what else it was and what animal he made this thing from. Roger stated that when the time comes and he runs away, leaving everything behind, the hero will not blame him. But if he wants to fight back and not run away, let him use this as his trump card, in which case the man will fully respect his choice. After what happened, Hans gradually began to open his eyes. At that moment he had a deep wound, but he was still conscious and did not understand what had happened. An old man who approached him and said that today should be a lucky day, because whoever it was, they had greatly weakened the guards of Konst. The wizard told him to hurry up and take the bag, because the building was still shaking. It seemed that people had already realized what was happening. The interlocutor noticed that he was impatient and would take it now. Then he said that the guy who was lying there was just an idiot because he thought that he could hide the mana of the relic in such a bag. When that same old man took it away, Hans immediately reached after him and grabbed his leg. He then told the man to put it back because he needed to give it to his boss. A man saw him and asked him when he was still living similar to the actions of the curse. In the end, it worked as planned, and then he hit his opponent quite hard in the stomach. Afterwards he said that he couldn't even move, but was already telling him to give this thing back. The guy was in enough pain from this blow, and he also received a strong suppression of his strength. The curse spread throughout his body. The old man began to laugh and asked if he had really been holding on to willpower all this time. Of course, this is amazing, but he didn't have long to live. Such beings will simply leave him here to die. In the end, let him try to survive this if he can at all. Hans understood that this was all very bad because his body was so heavy, but that relic was definitely not intended for these scoundrels. And if there had been someone here instead of him, they would not have allowed the relic to be taken away so easily. In this case, the guy will lose the trust of the guys, and from the very beginning he was a coward who would be nothing without the help of his boss. And all this because he is weak, and until the very end remains only ballast for him. After these thoughts, the guy tried to get up, but suddenly he heard some sound below. He immediately turned his attention there and was stunned by what he saw there, because he realized that it was the same thing that his boss had recently given him. Then he grabbed her with trembling hands and said that everything was right, because if this was the end, then after that she needed to act. So I took it out of its sheath and thought that it would allow him to give everything he had right now. In order to transform and use his power, he plunged the blade into his hand. Of course, it was quite painful, and he screamed because of it, but he soon began to transform. At the same moment, images from the very first incident when he killed the girl began to flash through his head. The old man heard some sounds from behind and said, "What a tenacious scoundrel this is! How did he finally get it? And when you turned around and looked back, you saw how this man was turning into some kind of monster. So a large shadow loomed over him, and the other magicians who were behind, and they began to be afraid. The old man was really in a panic at that moment and asked what it was all about. But before we could even say anything after that, we were attacked by the creature in an instant. Rachel, who was not far from this place, felt something rather strange. Just like Richard, who was already quite far from the building, also felt it. And of course the main character did this and immediately turned in that direction. He was about to run away from this auction place, but he realized that it was Hans. Alex asked his health where he was looking. The interlocutor noted that he was looking where they had just come. The guy asked if he really meant the Const auction house. But what was wrong with that place? The beast man answered him that he felt the tall, strong predator. And that creature is in fact very dangerous. Its presence as well as its smell is surprising, and this creature is definitely unusual. He had only encountered a beast of this level a couple of times, although no, he might even be stronger, or a corner of the beast he had encountered. Alex thought that if he was at the auction house now, then Roger must have run into him. At the same time, he remembered how he turned to the leader shortly before and said that he had a question. Last time he said that Richard was the second most powerful among them. Since you are wondering who is the first, is it really him? Roger replied that it was not him, because he did not include himself when he made this assessment. The guy noticed that if so, it means he is in first place. The leader replied that he is in third. Despite the fact that he studied well at the Imperial Academy, he has not yet reached this level. Alex asked about this case. He doesn't understand who is in first place then. Machiavelli, without hesitation, answered this question that he was talking about Hans. Evan was horrified by what was happening and asked why it was his goods that were destroyed, as well as the auction house. He said that now he was definitely finished. The subordinate noted that he managed to escape safely, and the evacuation of their guests was also being carried out accordingly. The boss noted that if we talk about the guests, then we should wait to see where the princess is. The interlocutor noted that they had not yet managed to find her. The guy shouted, "What if something happened to her? Let him find her quickly." Suddenly there was a fairly powerful explosion, and everyone turned their attention there. The manager was again horrified and asked what the hell happened there this time. After some time, the heads of wolves were visible from under the dust that began to settle. Then a rather large hand appeared from under the rubble and hit the ground. The people who saw what just happened said, "His name of the Lord. What kind of monster is this?" Right in front of them was a huge creature that had the heads of wolves on its skin, and its head was bone. The creature appeared at the place where the auction house is located and gradually began to climb out. The man saw the monster in front of him and realized that what he was doing was quite familiar. The body immediately began to shake, and he asked in horror if this creature had returned again. After all, it was the monster that wreaked havoc in the kingdom of Datura 5 years ago. It was precisely this that humanity nicknamed it, the Beast of Gévaudan. The monster was completely uncontrollable, so it gradually began to move forward. He in turn saw people and prepared to attack them. When Evan saw what happened, he realized that he had to get out of here and quickly began to run away. The beast noticed the movement in front of him and waved his hand, and the man who was under it asked for help. But the creature's attack was unsuccessful, because one of its limbs was cut off. The one who did this turned out to be a man who was on a horse, and said that the patrol order would protect this place, let people save themselves while they deal with this creature. The subordinate said that they heard robbers attack the auction house. "But what kind of monster was this?" the chief shouted. "They did not behave more quietly with you, because no matter what happens, the safety of civilians is their priority, and in this case, let them focus on destroying the monster." The creature turned its attention to the one who attacked it, and immediately pointed its limb at him. The leader shouted to the rest of his order to disperse now, and at that moment, when they fled, they began to use their weapons in order to direct magical attacks. The man tried to break all this time, but suddenly realized that it was useless. After a few moments, he barely managed to dodge the attack that was made on him. But the creature began to use its other parts of the body when attacking. Because of these abilities, he could attack over long distances and in different directions. The radius of these attacks was quite large, which is why members of the order tried to dodge rather than attack. Their leader then shouted at them to take their time and wait for their own opportunity to attack. He wondered how fast the speed was for such a size. They were in quite a lot of danger, and it was unclear where this monster even came from. At the rate at which all this is happening, this place will be leveled, that's for sure. Rachel saw a huge hole in the wall and screamed for everyone to run there, just jump and leave the rest to her. And so those people who were with her followed her order and flew down. It was scary enough, but before falling to the ground, the girl used her power and sealed everyone in a bubble, which landed safely on the ground. Then I asked those present in the village if they were okay. Annie said yes and thanked them. Suddenly their conversations were interrupted by a terrible sound that rushed from in front, and they turned their attention there. After what everyone saw, they were amazed because there was a huge monster there. The detective asked if this was the same beast of Gavaudin. Annie noticed if he meant the monster that appeared in the kingdom of Datura 5 years ago. But she, in turn, thought that that same monster was dead. The girl replied that she was absolutely right, because she herself had seen his stuffed animal in the Royal Datura Museum. Although it can say that this creature is similar to that very monster, they have differences, because its forelimbs were very different from human ones. The agent asked if similar creatures could exist. Rachel responded by saying that they could not miss such an option. The chewy beast that Abraham Van Helsing destroyed reappeared here in Laserwalk, and the last traces of James Moriarty were also discovered here. In the end, the obvious fact is that this cannot be an empty coincidence, and everything points to the fact that these are two personalities of one person, in which case he is here. Now she wondered what James was up to in this city, although she soon realized that for now she would have enough thinking, because this monster really needs to be stopped, and this is her main task. The detective used her magical powers and tried to attack the creature with the water element. The captain of the order asked if someone had stopped the movement of the monster, but whether it was an ally, although whoever it was, this is their chance. So let them attack. And so the rest of the order members began their attack, because they believed that they could defeat him. The beast in turn tried with all its might to escape from the grip of the magical power that the girl had made. And she in turn tried to stop him and said that this was colossal power. After a few moments, the creature's eyes began to glow red and it screamed loudly. Thus, after this, he was freed from magic. Rachel was surprised, asking if her spell was not working. In the end, it turns out that she won't even be able to collect mana, so the howl of the magical monster prevents her from using it. But if the detective lets something like this stop her, then she doesn't deserve to be called Greenwater. So she raised the umbrella up and started using force. Because of this water element, magical guards appeared that were made entirely of water. The order members were surprised, saying that these knights were summoned by a water magician, and this is great, because they have a chance to win. Therefore, he ordered the others to continue their attacks immediately. That same beast, in order to dispel the mana that was directed at it, screamed. At the same time, the main character was moving slowly through a huge hole in the wall. He drew attention to the place where there was ominous mana and the black magician was located, and an animal bite was also clearly visible. So I wondered if his comrade Hans had actually used it. The man clearly saw the huge creature below, and how the knights, as well as the detective, were fighting with him, while understanding that this was a difficult decision for his friend. Then Roger used his technique and moved, and also said that he could not leave him here, so he would return when he was well prepared. Then he looked at Hans again and asked him to hold on. At the same time, the beast continued to scream furiously, and also tried to fight off its rivals. The wolves' heads gradually began to fall off the skin, and people said that this was great, because their attacks were working, so they should not stop. After all this happened, the eyes of the skulls that were on the shoulders also began to glow. Rachel noticed this, and wondered if the eyes on his shoulders were starting to glow too. He was going to block the magic again, and she had to prepare for that. The bone skulls actually began to scream a few moments later, deafening everyone in the area. But the girl paid attention to her water guards and did not understand what it was, because her magic was still working, although some fairly strong vibrations appeared, and it was unclear what was happening. The princess attracted everyone's attention and made them look to the side. A mountain of dust was rising along the road from the other side, and it was clear that something was approaching. The detective noticed this, and when she looked a little closer, she realized that it was a horde of rats. They were united enough, and therefore they ran without stopping for a second forward. In the same way, when the girls saw these creatures, they did not understand what controlled these animals. Rachel wondered why exactly the rats appeared here, since she was most afraid of them. Therefore, in order to protect herself, as well as her comrades, she took advantage of the power of water. The creatures saw this attack, so they tried to avoid it, and the girls shouted that they were climbing the walls. And these small rodents jumped up and prepared to attack. You saw what was happening and immediately rushed to the attack in order to protect her. The princess also joined in and said that they would also help her fight. The detectives immediately thanked her comrades for their help. The members of the order also heard that something was coming and said that they should stick together. The rats began to quickly approach the very heads of the wolves that had been cut off and lay on the ground. So after a few moments the transformation began and the creatures turned into a body. The captain of the order told the others to be careful, because this monster controls the animals, and it is not clear where they come from. Suddenly he looked to the side and asked what the hell was ahead. It was surprising, because the severed head, as well as the rats, turned into a werewolf. This means that this huge beast that they are fighting can multiply, and then it is terrible. Because there is a high probability that he was the reason for the sudden appearance of werewolves on the bloody night. The leader of the order shouted for everyone to concentrate, because they must get rid of them before new ones appear. They must stop them, no matter what. And this is all because if they cannot stop these creatures, the Gavaudan nightmare will repeat itself again. The new werewolves, who had recently transformed, immediately rushed to attack. Rachel continued to fight them, but she thought that they were reforming too quickly, in which case she couldn't even focus on the beast of Gavaudan right now. Also, that moment when she was fighting with the werewolf, the rats got closer to her and she noticed it. Naturally, Betty came to her aid and said that there were a lot of animals here, so she needed to leave. The detective said that the civilians who had evacuated were left to wait. The huge beast itself again used its screams and thereby dispelled the magical water guards. Rachel understood that everything was very bad, because they were distracted, and now she, in turn, had to do it again. But just as she wanted to recreate her guards, she felt the rats touch her shoe. The body then began to react, and the detective thought that the safety of civilians was the main priority. Because of this, she had to somehow stall for time until everyone evacuated. Then they shouted that at this rate they would not make it. Rachel said that they should evacuate first. At the same time, she thought that it didn't matter at all what happened to her. Suddenly I noticed a huge creature, which suddenly recovered and began to look to the side. Also, the werewolves who had just been fighting stopped moving. Everyone else began to do this too, but it is not clear what they are looking at. But the gaze of all those same creatures was directed only in one direction, where dark magic appeared. And a man who was quite familiar to everyone had already begun to emerge from it. The werewolves stared intently and could not take their eyes off that place. The detective also looked there and realized who it was, which surprised her very much. And the main character finally changed into his recent costume and appeared in front of everyone. When he did this, you immediately looked at your opponent, and she thought it was James Moriarty. The huge creature now stopped and did not react in any way, but only looked in one direction. Betty asked Rachel if she had just told Moriarty. If she was sure it was him, the girl said it was a mask covering her face and equanimity in front of monsters, and also a rather frightening aura that she feels and is sure that it is definitely James. The person who is not far from her is the most dangerous creature here. The monsters have also understood him. The main character said that he hoped he would recognize him, but it seems in vain, although he understands that it is very difficult to resist the madness of the beast. Although the man perfectly felt that Hans was still alive and was somewhere out there. But saving a subordinate who is in danger is precisely the responsibility of the leader. When the monster turned its attention to him again, he realized that there would be an attack and prepared for it. Roger, using his air movement, also rushed forward and prepared to hit the monster. The very first thing he did was land on his head, And when he realized that he was in a stable position, he swung his weapon and plunged it into the eye. Rachel shouted that he was moving very quickly, and it turned out that he disappeared and appeared in the blink of an eye. But at the same time, it was not clear whether this person could really teleport. Just a few moments later, the heroine stopped and rushed towards the werewolves who were on the ground and easily cut off their heads. The detective saw this and thought that there was no point in cutting off his limbs, because severed heads simply become new werewolves. But then, when I looked in front of me and saw the tin, I was dumbfounded because it began to disappear. The girl wondered if the heads really had disappeared. Perhaps it was a sword made of a special material. Well, or is it some kind of magic? Suddenly she saw that an attack was made on her and defended herself from it, and also decided that now was not the time to look. They were attacked by a huge beast, which now could not see in one eye and felt only power. When Rachel confronted her comrades and asked if everything was okay, she was told that yes, and she said that they might be overwhelmed, so they should get out of here. Therefore, I suggested that I trust him for now, and it seems his goal is to get rid of the beast. It's a little offensive, of course, to admit this, but he is an incredibly experienced person. The main character again used his movement technique and disappeared. And a few moments later, he appeared in the sky directly above the head of a large monster. The man took some bottles of liquid from his pockets and threw them down. They immediately began to fall and crashed against the bonehead. The wolf heads that were spreading across the skin began to scream because of this. Rachel noticed this and asked what kind of tear gas this was, because it was unclear what he was up to. When this substance spread throughout the area, heads began to fall off the body of a huge monster. Roger wondered if giving up his damaged heads to grow new ones using tear gas would end up being smarter than the original. However, he himself understands perfectly well that he is weakened after molting. After these words, some kind of copulation of power appeared in front of the monster. This very attack was made by the main character, who landed on the ground on a magic circle. Then he touched this circle with his fingers, and said that there was no need to be distracted. Several stakes appeared from under the ground, headed upward, and pierced the limbs of the animal. After this happened, the main character said that he decided to create new werewolves. In this case, he told them not to attack and took several pistols into his hands. Naturally, the little monsters rushed to attack him, but were soon killed by bullets. The hero continued to fire his weapon using his spells, and thought that of course there were many of them. But even despite this, everything is already coming to an end. The creatures were killed literally a few moments later, and Roger told the monster that now no one would protect him, and it was time to finish. The beast realized that things were going badly enough, so he tried to move his limb to pull it out. The stone stakes soon collapsed due to the enormous power that was directed at them. The hero asked if this creature really wants to fight to the very end. Then he asked him to stop making a fuss and let him get out of there, because this body definitely does not belong to him. And at that moment he pointed the barrel forward. The beast did not stop in one place and immediately rushed forward with all its speed to attack. Naturally, James saw that he was being attacked, but continued to remain in place and aimed forward. At the same time, the monster lost concentration and someone stuck a syringe with an antidote into his back. And after that he began to introduce it quickly enough so that Hans became the same. When the creature penetrated the blood, the eye of the large monster almost tore into pieces and glowed very brightly. Then something happened that the man did not expect, because the large body fell into pieces. The hero turned his attention to his subordinates and said that they arrived here just in time. After that he came closer and said that he should go back. He looked at the Ghanaian, who was in human form, but unconscious. Members of the order were very close and said that the monster had stopped screaming like that. Had it really died, it was bad, because nothing was visible at all because of the dust. The subordinates turned to the leader and asked if perhaps they should check, but he did not answer. He further stated that there were still civilians there, and let them first ensure their safety, and then check them. The man asked James if he was sure he would be okay, because they planted such a huge harpoon in his neck. The hero noted that everything would be fine, because he has an amazing ability to regenerate after transformation. They saved their comrade, so they should get out of here before the knights arrive. Suddenly a girl from the side shouted for them to stop and asked if they had met before. And then she stated that they had not seen James Moriarty for a long time. The hero looked at her and saw that it was Rachel. The man called her name and said that they really hadn't seen each other for a long time, and then asked if she had really been looking for him all this time. The girl replied that everything was correct, because she knew that he did not die then. Annie asked the comrades who were standing nearby if it was really Moriarty. The main character said that it seems that she does not value her life at all, which she barely managed to save. She had to pretend that she did not recognize him. In this case, it would be better for both of them. Rachel asked if he really thought that she would give up so easily. It seems that he underestimated her and called him James Moriarty. The interlocutor noted that she spoke incorrectly, because he is Abraham Van Helsing. And the girl added that he is also Arsène Lupin and Machiavelli. These are all his personalities, so under what name he lives in this city is interesting. Now that she realized that he constantly changes personalities, running away is completely useless. And all this is only because she will pursue him to the ends of the earth. The man touched the mask that was on his head and said that she was right. He had underestimated her. At the same time, he thought that she knew very well that she was sharp and decisive, but did not think that she had examined his past. If he ran away now, she would still continue to pursue him, and in that case, he would not be able to hide if his identity became known. Of course, it won't be easy at all, but it seems that all that remains is that he will have to kill her. Rachel asked all the troubles caused by the Exilian Empire whether it was his doing or not, or should she say that it was the doing of his organization. He is, after all, James Moriarty, who is, after all, a member of the Black Dawn. The main character was surprised and did not understand what she was talking about. The detective noticed his surprise and said, "She must have hit the nail on the head." Let anyone look at his strange reaction. James thought that maybe this was good. Then he said that as expected from Rachel's old enemy. It turns out that she even understood this, and he will not stop her if she wants to grab her. But is this normal? There are probably terrorists and civilians left. He tells these people who have not yet escaped from the auction house. The girl asked if he is now threatening her with the lives of civilians. The interlocutor noted that he depends on her. He is not going to give up so easily. Even if she catches him, the lives of the people inside will definitely not be guaranteed. The rival got angry and said that he was a coward. The hero wondered that he had changed his mind, because she was annoying, but definitely skillful. That's why he uses her as a hunting dog to tear apart the Black Dawn for him. Then the man turned to his subordinates, called their call signs, and said that they were leaving. At the same time, dark energy appeared near them. Rachel then used her weapon and asked if he thought she would let him go. But the hero easily defended himself from her attack with his strength. The detective noticed all this and decided to cast much more spells in his direction. Therefore, a large number of them were sent there from different directions. But the main characters created a seal and said that it had, of course, become better. But even with all this, he can say that it is not enough to stop him. Using brute force to attack, she rushed at Betty, who said that she would help her. Richard noticed this attack, so he jumped forward and easily defended with his hand. The girl was stunned by what she saw and wondered if he had really blocked her fist with his bare hand. The opponent did not wait for her to think and immediately counterattacked, hitting her with enormous force. The detective asked if she was okay, and the girl replied that everything was fine, just a scratch. Then Annie rushed to attack, and in order to fight her off, Alex stepped forward and blocked with his weapon. The girl didn't understand what the hell this guy was, because his defense was no worse than that of a well-trained elite knight. Then she took out a small dagger from her sleeve and wondered how he could do that. "So while you were fighting back with other weapons, you easily shot with the one you had up your sleeve." But naturally, the guy noticed this attack and easily fought it off. Annie was surprised. I wonder if he really blocked the stinging sword, as if he had predicted it. Therefore, turning to her rival, she asked who he was. The interlocutor did not say anything in response to this, and suddenly some kind of green energy appeared, because of which the agent asked what else it was. Violetta flew to this place on her umbrella, who said that a detachment of patrol knights was approaching. They could no longer waste time here. The main character, after hearing the information, called her Poppins and said that then he would not leave. Rachel heard it too and called James Moriarty to stop. He and his comrades were already in the sky, and the girl screamed so that he did not think that this was the end, because she would get rid of him and his organization. The man smiled when he realized that it was about the black blossom and said that he was looking forward to it. That's why they will definitely see each other again. And after a while the whole group disappeared from sight. In the events that happened earlier, Rachel asked James why he did it. The man said it was unexpected, and he thought she would understand. So she doesn't understand whether she really thought that living among ordinary people would remain the same as them. Would they fit into their low standards? The whole world of these same creatures is so boring and tedious, and the people in it are so ignorant. That's why he feels relieved when he talks about it and goes crazy with disappointment. The girl asked, "But is this really the reason why he killed the child, just to tease her?" James looked into her eyes and asked if it was a terrible mistake. Let her give up these thoughts, because she herself understands everything. Deep down in her soul she hears the same voice as him. Rachel lowered her head sadly and said that he should know that she hoped he was not a bad person, and also that all minor misunderstandings could be resolved through negotiations. But it turned out that she did not understand anything. If this is indeed the path he chose, then she will arrest him right now. The man understood everything at that moment and threw his cold gaze at her. At this time, the detective was informed that the initial investigation at the scene was completed. She replied that she understood everything and did a good job. The commander of the order said that this was not so, because they should not be grateful to her, because if it had not been for her, they would have taken twice as long. As the girl ordered, they seized the bomb from the terrorists. Rachel said that this was great, and let them send her the results of the analysis. The man noted that they would do this. Afterwards he said that it was time for him to return to the crime scene, and let him know if she needed anything. She began to think that there is gunpowder on which the silence of fire does not work. But it is not clear who is presenting such a dangerous thing to the Liberation Army. Clearly no one in the army itself is capable of such a thing, and there is only one thing that first comes to mind. This thought tells her about the Black Dawn, with which James Moriarty was closely associated. After the disappearance of the monster, his friends immediately came out. And because of this, we can conclude that this incident is a Black Dawn experiment. First of all, it's worth analyzing this support. To catch them all red-handed, you need to be well prepared. So just let James Moriarty wait a little. After all, she is sure that she will catch him as soon as she finishes with the preparations. After a while, Hans finally woke up. He gradually opened his eyes, and when he looked up, he asked where he was. In that room there was the main character who asked if he had really woken up. The guy immediately got a little scared. Roger asked him how it felt, whether he felt any pain or discomfort anywhere. His friend called him brother and asked what the hell happened. Machiavelli asked if he really didn't remember how he turned into a monster. His comrade remarked that, if we talk about a monster, everyone remembers it. Although it is surprising that he did not die, the hero then noted that it was a relief. He further stated that you have now given him something that he had just recently found. The interlocutor became wary, and noticed that he was asking not to be surprised and to listen to the end. Because the point is, to get it, you need to do something. The man told him to stop walking around and just give him what was in his right hand. Hans looked at the relic there and asked what it was, where he got it from. The hero noticed that he had been squeezing it since he transformed back into a human. His comrade asked if this was really so. Roger replied that everything was correct. No matter how hard he tried to extract it, he would not let go, so he had to wait all this time until he woke up. The guy was delighted when he realized that he was able to protect the relic and could not find words. Then he extended his hand and told him to take it. Naturally, his friend accepted and said that Hans did an excellent job. After that, he got up and noticed that since he woke up, let him put something on. Something would be emitted, because he was going to tell everyone something. The interlocutor noticed that he understood everything. Soon everyone was sitting at the table, and the main one said that even taking into account the unpleasant surprises, they all coped with a bang. Therefore the mission was successful, and they are great. They will not be exposed, since the Kanate failed, but it takes time to take care of the values. Sheridan shouted for a while that this was wonderful, and they were rich, But the hero noticed that he was rejoicing early, because it takes time, since this is stolen wealth, and after working together, they understood everything. Because each of his colleagues is unique, Alex said that this is so, because he was amazed. And who would have thought that a person could turn into such a huge monster? As a result, he saw something like this for the first time. Richard noticed that he wielded a sword unusually, and really a knight. The guy replied that he was just a graduate student. The man asked how it was just a graduate student, and he fought on equal terms with the Night Wanderer. Alex noticed that, by the way, he was asking the leader who that young lady was. Because she was quite skilled, controlled the water, and was clearly an unusual person, Roger said her name was Rachel Selmoy. She is a hereditary magician from a noble family, and these guys should also know this, because she is extremely skillful, and a master who has been awarded the title of Color. The guy said that he knew so, but how they met her? The leader replied that if we talk about it, it seems that they first crossed paths in the kingdom of Delica. At the place where the monster had just recently raged, the princess asked someone to help. Annie heard this and immediately ran up, asking what happened. But the girl pointed to Rachel's subordinate and said that this man was not breathing. The agent approached her and asked, since when this had happened. The interlocutor noted that she did not know, because she thought that she had fainted. After a few seconds, Annie realized that there was no pulse and her body was cold. So did she really just die? But how did it happen? Suddenly, Rachel, who was looking for the girl, approached them and said that she had passed out again. The princess asked how she was unconscious, because she wasn't breathing at all. The detective noted that everything was fine with her. Just let them see for themselves. After that, she moved closer to her and then gradually began to undress her. Adriana was very embarrassed when she saw this and asked why she was undressing her. Annie asked to wait for the princess for a few seconds because she had a hole in her back. The detective noted that everything was correct. Let them watch carefully. The knight asked. But it turns out that Miss Betty is not a person. In response, she heard that this is true. She is an autonomous controlled robot automaton. Then she took out the key, and they noticed that she looked exactly like a person. Rachel said that this is how it flows perfectly into society, using emotions. Annie added that if we talk about it, the humanoid robot is surprising, because she has never heard of such inventions. Usually rumors spread quickly about such inventions. The girl said that it is not surprising that no one knows about this, because Betty is a secret experiment of the Delica Kingdom many years ago. So she's a secret enough soldier that everyone knows her. The girl turned the key and then asked if Betty was awake. The interlocutor just looked at her naked body. Then she shouted why she was in such a naked state. In response, she heard that she was unconscious and decided not to waste time. The girl said that this was savagery. Rachel added that it was time for them, so she asked them to collect things and materials for the case, and let her not forget. The subordinate was angry, but went to collect what she asked her. The detective then continued to say that she first met Betty in the kingdom of Delica, where she hunted Moriarty. They said that if she was talking about him, then she really knew from the very beginning. The interlocutor said that this was not so, because she only knew that he was a brilliant mathematician. At the same time, he was competent, so they discussed these topics a couple of times, and even then the man annoyed the hell out of her with this. His voice, which she heard at the first meeting, brought her to white heat. He always pretends to be the smartest. However, as soon as she found out that he was an evil genius, she began to pursue him. In fact, she met Betty while doing this. And that day she confronted him at the secret factory, and that production specialized in automata. There was a floor collapse due to an explosion, and Moriarty disappeared into the ruins, and she followed him but lost her. Just as she was thinking about getting out, she came across her in these ruins in a place hidden from view. This girl was lying in a rather strange capsule that was not damaged. This was the first time Rachel had seen the successful outcome of an illegal secret project. Her code name was Beta. Somewhere in another shelter, Alex was wondering if Dave was also an automaton. Roger said that everything was true, but he should discuss this with him later. Hans noted that of course he understood everything, and he always knew that unusual individuals like him existed. Everyone immediately turned their attention to him. He asked what happened and where they were looking at it. Then I thought that in this case, all this is not surprising if you think about that girl. Dave noticed that the girl he was fighting with was also an automaton, like him, although he immediately understood that he didn't even know that any of the other children had survived. The leader stated that he also thought that all the automatons were completely destroyed, but it seems that she is now with Rachel Selma. Violetta said that it was interesting why the Kingdom of Delica needed them, although, whatever one may say, they do not look like standard robots. Hearing this question, Roger coldly replied that they were needed for the war, because they are the rest of the soldiers who can be controlled at any time, and it is obvious that it was for this purpose that their mass production was launched. The girl asked what he was saying. Did their creator really want to start a war? The hero said that in any case, he himself went through this in the Kingdom of Delica. Rachel finally finished her story and said that's how she met Betty, and shortly after that she woke up. The interlocutors listened carefully to this story. Of course, he didn't particularly like it all. The subordinate turned to Rachel and asked how long she would continue to chat. The girl noted that this was an excellent job. Then she told our comrades that it was time for her to go, because her name was. The princess asked where he was going, and in response, she heard that the place where the girl was located was destroyed. That's the only reason she should find a new place, Adriana said. Although it was late, she wanted to say thank you for saving her, and in this case, she will personally reward her. So let her visit her as soon as the opportunity arises. The interlocutor said that she understood and would look forward to it. After that, she turned to Annie and asked if she could say hello to Jessica from her, because she plans to stay a little in Leatherwell. The girl didn't ask if they really knew her, and if so, then of course she would tell her. The detective got ready to leave and said that then she would say goodbye to everyone, but would see her again. Soon, regular classes were held at Ceoren Academy and life was quiet. The main character looked at the newspaper and thought that, as expected, there would be only hints about the monster, and unfortunately, the news about the Const auction house was being withheld. At the same time, who would have thought that Rachel Selmoy would pursue him all the way to Leatherwell? She also found out his false names. There will need to be a gag order placed on anyone with the last name Moriarty. The only good thing is that he was wrong about Black Dawn, although most likely this is not so, because he could have been right. Suddenly the ward came and turned to the professor. She told the man that she had finished sorting all the material. He said it was a good job. Sylvia asked if he was reviewing the events of yesterday. Roger replied that he was, because everyone was fussing about what happened. The girl noticed that people were discussing the fact that the Clockwork Knights had caught a monster, and who would have thought that they were really strong. As a result, she thinks that their calculations need to be reconsidered. The interlocutor noted that this is indeed the case. He thought, what if this was unexpected, because James Moriarty is not connected with the Knights in any way. Sylvia noted that if you think about it, then they came to the movement only because of this incident. The interlocutor inquired about the committee's speech. The girl replied that she was talking about the Holy Knights of Bradus. The man was stunned when he heard this information and did not answer anything. If we talk about the sacred people of Bradus, then there is an island remote from the continent where the religious order Luminensis is based. It professes the religion of the radiant god. They have been hunting pagans and cryptids for hundreds of years, and also perform purification ceremonies, justifying this as a mission to save humanity. This organization is no longer as popular as it used to be due to corruption and constantly changing doctrines, so the hero said that the Holy Knights are annoying scoundrels. They had been inactive for 20 years, but now, as soon as they found out something, they had already climbed out. And the girl noticed that it was somehow suspicious, because these people did nothing on the bloody night 5 years ago, but why now they decided to intervene? The hero noticed that, apparently, they had completely brainwashed the people. The assistant said that if she was talking about this, then it was surprising, because such rumors had not reached her. The professor noted that it was just his assumption. For now they will miss it and ask what is there about his request. The girl noticed that she remembers everything. Joanna Lovett is a student who is considered second order, But this is not her real name. The man asked if she was second order. Then he came up with the idea that it's clear that's how she hid her identity. Sylvia replied that this was so. She also found out that she was from the kingdom of Datura, most likely a survivor of the great fires of Lotan. The man thought that if we talk about this, they happened more than 10 years ago. But how did she survive? By the way, no one has ever found out the cause of the fire, so it is unclear whether it could actually be that fire monster. Then I asked my assistant how many survivors were registered. The girl noticed that there were 3, including the second order of Joanna. One of them is a minister of art, whose name is Pierrot, but they don't know anything about the third yet. The man said that everything was clear to him, and noted that she was great. Class will start very soon, so you should prepare. Soon it started. And the professor said that before they start, he will announce the results of the exams. Students will see a complete table organized by descending rank on the bulletin board after class. But at the moment, he will announce the top 5 results of the first exam. He, in turn, thinks that they are all interested in who took first place. These students are Flora Lumos with a 100% result, and also Julia Plumhart, who shares first place with her. The students were surprised, asking if she really tied for first place with Flora, which was expected considering she was supported by the magic tower itself. The professor said that there are 2 in first place, so there is simply no second place, but in third, they have Tracy Prayad. The girl was dumbfounded, and Adrian congratulated her because it was amazing. Then the interlocutor was embarrassed, but said that if she wanted, she could be his tutor. The boy noticed that he was not needed, but he did not dare interrupt her path of knowledge. At the same time, the teacher announced the further list and said that Renee was in 4th place, but the next one who is in 5th place is Leo. The student said that this cannot be, because in the top there are 3 fallen nobles and commoners. Soon Roger said that these 5 students can come up after class and pick up their elements, and now let them take out the printouts that he handed out in the last lesson. Today they will learn magic circles based on the release of mana. One of the guys thought that today's lesson was quite ordinary. The teacher said that magic circles are more stable than spells, and they are also ideal for use with talismans and artifacts. It is for these reasons that they are relevant to this day. In addition to this, most magic circles have exactly the shape of a circle even at their bottom. This is due to tradition and the belief that this way the spell is better protected from the influence of external forces. But they, in turn, will consider several unconventional circles. Flora turned her attention to the board and did not understand what the hell this was. Roger finally finished his drawing and directed the students' attention there. They were surprised, asking if this was some kind of magic circle. After this, many students immediately turned towards one girl. All eyes at that moment were focused on Flora Lumos, who was sitting at the bottom. The girl was surprised and thought why they weren't staring at her. Perhaps because of what happened in the first semester, they made her the leader of the student resistance. Although this is quite interesting what it all means, it is unlikely, of course, that the professor decided to invent some kind of fable. Suddenly the thought came to mind, had he really decided to do this? If it turns out that all this is really so, then she will be very disappointed in him. The professor noticed, as he can see, they don't really believe that this is really a magic circle, so he asks to look more carefully there. After the man manipulated complaints about one of the squares, some kind of energy began to form. The students were surprised when they saw this and said that everything worked, but it was unclear how he did it all. The professor noticed that the ultimate understands why they didn't believe it. A magic circle that is not shaped like a circle cannot easily circulate mana. Mana moves smoothly along a curved line in a circle, but if there are corners, the flow goes beyond the boundaries of the formation. Although right now, as the students can see, his magic circle was working normally, so he wonders what they think is the reason. Flora immediately raised her hand and also saw that someone else had done it too. The girl looked at the other person and thought that this child also wanted to give an answer. The teacher noticed that Flora Lumos was the first to raise her hand, so the girl replied that she was talking about the text. Because there is text in each square, this is what helped with the flow of mana. Roger said that she had noticed everything correctly, and if there was a remedy to help the flow of mana, the square magic formation can function properly. This time he used Satyr's magic square, which reads the same no matter which direction they read it. In other words, it's a palindrome. The boy raised his hand and said that he had a question, because it is surprising, but there are any advantages to using a magic square instead of a circle. The professor noted that it is natural and easier to draw. A circular magical formation only works when the formation is perfectly drawn. It is not for nothing that there are certificates of masters who professionally draw magical formations. If you look from the other side, a square is simply 4 points equally spaced from each other, so it is much faster and easier to draw than a circle. The man will give them additional material, and they will see that the square is just an example. The magical formation can take very different forms. They, in turn, will take this into account and create their own magical formation. This will be the second part of the exam, so he will be waiting for their ideas. Sometime after classes, students and teachers gathered in the teacher's room. The man said that Leo was second after Renee and asked to show him your hands. The boy saw some kind of energy appear in his palm. He was surprised, and the teacher said that this was the first of 4 parts of the source code calculation. He, in turn, calls it a structure, of course, but separately they have no meaning. The guy said that this means he should be in the top 5 in the rest of the semesters. Roger replied that that's exactly it, so let him work harder. When Leo came out after that, he looked at the palm and thought that it was just a part, thinking that this way there would be no easy information leakage. He, in turn, cannot carry out a reverse calculation, nor analyze only this part. But if he teaches a simple student such magic, then what will he do to entertain a person? And suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by some conversation that the party heard, and he turned his attention there. Leo saw that they were aristocrats, as well as Katie Overly from his class, but it was not clear what they were doing there. The guy there was saying, does she really not hear them at all, because she should be aware of her social status and behave like the parasite that she is. The girl immediately interrupted him and asked what if she didn't want to? What would they do if he didn't admit it? Leo wondered if we were really going to contradict the aristocrats in such a rude manner. The interlocutor who heard this called her a dirty wench and asked if she really didn't understand yet, and also extended his magic wand to her. Suddenly a boy from the side came up to them and said that this was enough. Could it be that several aristocrats were attacking one beastman? At the same time, it was unclear whether they had forgotten how closely they were being watched, since Jason Pelio had recently taken off, and he was just going to visit Professor Chelichi. And if they don't care, then let them continue, of course. The guy, of course, didn't want this, but said that they were leaving. And when he came closer, he said that he shouldn't show off since he's so smart, because he still can't get rid of peasant blood, and it doesn't change anything. The interlocutor smiled rather slyly and said that he should better monitor his grades. That aristocrat was simply horrified by these words, but did not say anything. Then he turned around and left, so he said that his ego was too inflated for someone who couldn't last a day without his gang. Katie asked why he helped her. The boy noticed that if she talks about help, he doesn't believe it. Because before that, he saw perfectly well that she would have torn them into small pieces if not for him. The girl said that they needed a little lesson, and the interlocutor noted that her lessons required too much blood. Therefore, I should be glad that these idiots did not attack. Katie interrupted him and asked if he wasn't afraid of her. The guy asked if this was really necessary, because only they should be afraid. So why was she asking about it? Since she entered the academy as a beastman, despite their terrible attitude towards people, it means that she wants to go beyond this and expand her knowledge about the world. The student asked how he could know all this, and in response she heard that he had heard something about other people. Then she said a phrase in her own language and noticed that he was a good person. The guy didn't quite understand and asked what she was saying. Katie replied that this expression was in the language of her tribe, and in their language it meant a small but brave warrior. Leo got angry, and then said that he was warning her not to call him little. The interlocutor did not understand why he was so fixated on one word. Now we are talking about his strength, and this is important, and he proved it. The boy exhaled after that and said that she could call him Leo. She asked what he meant, and the guy replied that it was his name, because it was difficult to call him a warrior. Suddenly Adrian came up and told his friend, "This is where he is." Then he noticed that he accompanied Tracy to the professor and heard that he had already received what he needed. Afterwards he stopped and said that they were together, and he seemed to remember her name. The interlocutor said in advance that she was Katie Omley. The guy said that he was definitely glad to see her. He also added that they wanted to have dinner and invited him to join. Tracy interrupted him and said that they were not in the same relationship. The interviewee responded positively, and the rest of their friendship did not particularly like it. Renee walked down the corridor and thought that she was a little disappointed because it was so easy because she thought it would be worse. It was sad that she couldn't even ask questions. Suddenly on the way she saw Adriana, who asked if the girl would have lunch with her. A friend saw her but apologized because she said that she had already made an agreement with someone. The princess smiled and remarked that if this was the case, then yes, well, let him spend time. Renee apologized again and said that they would eat next time. Then I thought that it was quite joyful that she understood, but she herself was worried that she would be offended. But it turns out that her friend is so understanding and literally a real princess. Adriana, in turn, did not understand whether she had really reached an agreement with someone. If so, then it was unclear with whom and why she was going so far. In fact, she was really very offended by this situation, in which case she decided to follow her friend and wondered if she really had a date. But in general, who could look at encroaching on her innocent Renee, and she wants to look into his shameless eyes? While she was peeking out from behind the tree, a guy appeared behind her and asked who was there. The girl got scared and screamed, but the boy came up and asked what she was doing here. The princess realized who this man was, and soon the three of them were sitting near a tree. Adriana noted that if she understood correctly, he was planning to have lunch with her friend. Therefore he asks about all these flowers, as well as the field. Is it really his doing? Then she called his full name, asking about this. Freddie asked if there were any problems with this. But the girl didn't understand why the lone wolf had such passions. The guy replied that since she managed to follow his hobbies, it might be worth it to finally find her own. For some time after this, they sat and looked at each other in an awkward pause. To diffuse the situation a little, Renee asked what brought her here. The interlocutor noted that she saw her going far into the forest and became worried. Freddie noticed that these excuses looked quite pathetic. And you can't control your friends like that. The interlocutor angrily asked what he was talking about. It was not clear what he was talking about, so they were angry at each other again. Then Renee turned to her again and asked the princess if she really had no friends. Adriana noticed that she also said that, but it was not clear what she meant. The interlocutor noted that she just noticed not so long ago that she had never seen her hanging out with someone. Freddie noted that this was a good observation, because the princess had no friends, and that was quite a shame. Renee said that this is simply impossible, because she is truly unattainable due to her high status. But she is such a good person. The guy said that this is not only the reason for this, but all because of the first princess. The girl asked in what sense. The interlocutor said if she had heard about the battle that broke out over the succession to the throne in the kingdom of Utah. It is common for royal children to cut each other's throats for the throne. But the first princess was completely different because she is impeccable as a ruler, so her status as a monarch is indisputable, and no one can resist her. Of course, the status of their third princess is very tempting for aristocrats, but why everyone avoids her, and the reason for this story is quite simple. Because the first princess, out of the kindness of her heart, accepted all her brothers and sisters, whom she had to cut with her own hands. Adriana heard everything he said and understood that this was not so, because she just needed obedient toys. And Freddie continued to talk while she kept the third princess with her. But no one dared to approach her, for fear of falling into disgrace. And she doesn't seem to notice this. She gets active and jumps from club to club. He doesn't even imagine how hard it was for others. Renee listened to the story carefully, and then said that the first princess was really strong. The comrade noticed that this was absolutely not true, because she was simply used to being alone. Many people stood in the way of this very girl, but they all disappeared somewhere without a trace at one moment. The girl asked how they disappeared, and in response she heard that he did not know the details, but after that a rumor spread in high society. and it said that all other aristocrats should take care of themselves and beware of the shadow of the first princess. Soon Adriana thanked him for the treat because he had a good chef, but her friend asked if it was true that she had seen the beast of Gevaudan. The princess replied that she still couldn't believe that she was alive after this incident, because it was good that everything had turned out so peacefully. The girl thought that this was wonderful, because she dreamed of such a life at the academy, chatting with friends and taking care of each other. Renee asked, but whether the monster really died, the girl immediately remembered the words of her comrade in arms. Before leaving, Rachel asked her if she could claim that this incident was settled by the knights, because the truth should not come out. If it turns out that people find out, then you have dealt with the monster. Unnecessary worries will arise, in which case sometimes a lie can be your salvation. After thinking about it, she said, "Of course, they took care of it." Her friend sighed easily and said that it was a relief. Then the princess said that she seemed to hate Professor Chelici at the auction that day. Her friend was surprised when she heard this. So the girl continued to say that she only saw him briefly, but she thinks it was definitely him, although unexpectedly, because he is unlikely to be interested in inversions. Freddie thought that if we talk about this man, then it seems that he saw him somewhere. And then the moment when they met flashed before his eyes. Several teachers slammed the door and shouted that this could not be done, because it is very bad to postpone a magic festival without prior discussion, so they ask whether they really don't care about the magic festival at all. This is a historical event that many people celebrate, and for Theon's students it is an opportunity to show their status. In other words, it is a matter of honor for the academy. Even though she is the rector, this is still an abuse of her own powers. The girl became thoughtful and didn't understand what was wrong with postponing the festival, or whether they wanted to find a way to find fault with her. Then Elizabeth, as always, smiled and said that she was sorry that they would find out about it in this way, but she simply did not have the choice and time to discuss it. Considering all the current events, the atmosphere for a celebration is not entirely suitable. Don't you think that the second exam test is coming up right now? Therefore, organizing a festival after it is a reasonable decision, Professor Hugo asked to be allowed to say something. But the deputy rector interrupted him and asked what he was actually proposing. The man hesitated after that, and she said that if he had nothing to offer, then his objections were empty words. The old man didn't say anything after that, but Chris, who was next to him, came closer. When he leaned over, he asked the vice-rector what he would do right now, and so they discussed everything. Hugo said that nothing can be done now that the rector has made a decision and the job is done, so they can only accept the result. However, she thinks it would be right if she allows changes to be made in the course of the festival. The boss said that it will be as they want. And the interlocutor continued to say, since she changes the plan at her own discretion, then it would be fair for them to add some events of their own. Therefore, how about something new in the opening ceremony of the Magic Festival? The main character was in his office. He looked at the document and saw that it was postponing the opening ceremony of the Magic Festival. Not a bad idea considering the recent turmoil and the mood of the people. Roger, in turn, realized one thing from the incident in the banquet hall. Esmeralda would definitely attack such a gathering of people as at the festival. In this case, he will try to find a way to force her to reveal herself, and then the academy itself will get involved to take care of her. Of course, it was strange for him that for some reason the great fires of Lotan popped up in his memory. As a result, not only Esmeralda survived them, but also 2 other people. So this is a very interesting fact, in which case you need to visit Lotan as soon as possible. The man's thoughts were interrupted by a fairly strong knock on the bypass door. He said to go in there. It turned out that it was Flora, and Roger asked if she had really come for her element. She was late, and he told her, Vice at the first opportunity. The girl noticed that she was busy, and he wouldn't refuse to give it to her just because she was a little late. The man said, of course not, and asked to come over. Then he began his manipulations and congratulated her on the first place. The student noticed that she shared it, so the victory was not so pleasant. Roger said that she already knew that this was just one of 4 fragments separated by magic. Flora said about the magic that she saw in his personal laboratory. The teacher asked if he really knew about Clayton's illness. The girl noticed that it was drawn and a cube on the board, and Machiavelli added that she had spied it. The interlocutor asked how she looked at it, because it really catches your eye, and how could you not notice it? The man said that you then at least pretended that you didn't see it. Because I understand and where in fact her manners are, the student noted that in any case it is interesting what it is. The professor noted that he would still tell. The very magic club she's talking about and which she saw is called the Tesseract. Flora asked what else it was, and the man said that it was also called a supercube. In this case, the girl asked what type of magic it clearly belonged to. The man noticed that he would not say that right away. Because research has shown that mana can overcome space and time, creating the fourth dimension, he found this out himself. But it's strange to tell students about this. So he said something about spatial magic for reconnaissance of the territory. The student said if he doesn't want to tell, then there's no need, because she already got what she wanted, so she'll go. And also noticed that, by the way, I wanted to ask how his body was. The man was surprised by this question and asked in what sense she was interested. Flora said that she didn't mean anything by it. It's a stupid question. So she asks him to pretend that he didn't hear anything. Roger continued to be quite surprised to wear the child, but the student left safely. Soon the hero was already in the kingdom of Datura at the station of the village of Lotan. This trip alone was terribly tiring, Hans said. He didn't understand why they had to drag him here with him. Roger noticed that he hadn't been here for a long time. Then he noted that in general, this is a guy. He is not their person responsible for obtaining information. The comrade stated what kind of information extraction we can talk about together, which burned to the ground. Machiavelli said that the rest of the survivors were still living here. Hans said that in that case he would have gone and found them himself, and then asked. But the hero replied that he was simply bored doing this alone. The interlocutor was dumbfounded and asked if he was serious. Then the man remarked that he should stop muttering and should hurry up before it gets dark, to which his comrade agreed. Besides, if we're talking about it, it's off to no end. Why didn't this survivor get away from here? Everywhere you look, there are ruins of buildings covered in grass everywhere. Roger said that this is not so, because let him look over there. The interlocutor immediately looked. But the man saw in the distance a man who was painting a portrait, and said that it seemed they had found him. The man continued to draw and was in the process of creating a landscape. The main character and his friend gradually began to approach him, and Machiavelli said that they were exactly at the address. Then he asked if he really painted his paintings blindly. The artist heard them and said that it seemed he had guests. When Roger came closer and asked for forgiveness for disturbing him, the man replied that it was okay, because he was just finishing up. The hero wondered if he really could see, and then asked why he needed the bandage. The interlocutor noted that he sees nothing, but feels everything. The man felt this, and said that there was magic in the picture, so he didn't think that the magician would choose to live in such a place. Pierrot said he's not proud of being a magician, to be honest. He's not that good at it. He's been drawing for a very long time, so it's a natural skill. Then he asked what a presentable gentleman had forgotten in this wilderness. The hero asked if he really knew who he was. The man replied that this was absolutely not the case. But due to the lack of vision, he has a very developed sense, and the aura that he feels from him is very powerful. So nature tells him this. She literally whispers that a hero has appeared who saved the earth from a terrifying event a long time ago. The hero noticed that he has a connection with the spirits, and that means he can talk without hiding. Now we will talk about the fires of Lotan. He would like the man to tell him about the people who survived those terrible times. The interlocutor said that if you think about it, he didn't even introduce himself, because his name is Pierrot, and the hero noted that he is Roger Solici. The artist continued to say that despite the fact that this place is turned into lifeless ruins, it was once a beautiful, prosperous village. Machiavelli stated that he knew this very well, and his interlocutor said that he even remembered how he first arrived in this place. Then he was quite talented in magic, so his mentor of noble blood brought him with him, but drawing attracted him more than magic, so he often scolded. He even broke his brushes, not understanding what was so good about drawing. At first the man endured it, but could not withstand his pressure. It so happened that in the end he ran away and chose the path of an artist, wandering around in circles, and decided to settle in this village. It was not easy to get used to that very unfamiliar situation, and without her help he would not have coped. The hero asked who she was talking about. Pierrot replied that he would show it to them right now and reached for his brush. Then he stood up and, holding it forward, began to draw as if in the air. After a few moments, the view that was in front of these men changed to a drawing. Hans was dumbfounded and didn't ask what was going on. Had he really become drawn? Roger said this is artistic magic, which involves drawing for work. The artist pointed the other ahead and asked to follow him, because the center of the village is right there. Altogether, they began to walk along the road, and it was clear that some people were ahead. Pierrot went first and said that this village was always full of tourists, a village shrouded in winds, and that's how Lotan was. But she was the pride of this place, and the hero immediately turned his attention forward. There he saw a girl standing in front of them and holding some kind of basket. The hero said that he could not see her face, and the artist was afraid that he would not convey her beauty with his skills. This girl was kind and cheerful, always interacted with others with a smile on her face, and she also had an innate affinity with spirits and was also loved. But this same girl's name was Esmeralda, and she also survived those same fires, and it was she who helped him get comfortable in this village. Thanks to her, there was always a friendly and warm atmosphere in the village, and it was peaceful here. But the most beautiful world was destroyed with the arrival of one family of aristocrats. The guy told Esmeralda that he loved her at first sight, and she would go with him. The innocent girl, in turn, did not even doubt his words, and it was an honor for her to accept the proposal from the aristocrat. Roger said that of course there was no smell of love here. The interlocutor noticed that this was so. He longed for it with a force that came from a high affinity with spirits. But she had a kind and innocent nature at the same time. Only because of this the girl was doomed to fall for obvious tricks. Of course, the villagers did not remain indifferent when they learned about the proposal. They did not wish her a happy life in the cold world of aristocrats. But even despite this, no one was in a hurry to intervene because her partner is a nobleman. Machiavelli said that if we are talking about the citizens of Datura of those times, then everything is obvious. When you go against the will of the aristocrats, like drink, you will be jailed for treason. In the end, they were just watching what was happening or whatever. Pierrot said that this was not so. In the end, someone intervened. One person plucked up courage. Therefore, everyone else followed him against the wedding, and at the same time that terrible tragedy happened. The villagers screamed and died so that she would not believe him, because he was deceiving people by introducing his cunning speeches. The aristocrat shouted at them that they were scoundrels. It is not clear who allowed them to open their mouth, and whether they even know who he is. The man shouted that even aristocrats do not have the right to drag away a young girl. And the women shouted to leave Esmeralda and get out of their village. In the end, the guy said that this wasn't even funny. At the same time, he got angry and called people pathetic bastards, asking if they really dared to contradict him. That's why he ordered his own subordinates to kill everyone, and the girl saw how blood began to spill before her eyes. The armed men of this aristocracy approached the civilians and killed them mercilessly. In the end, the commander ordered people's houses to be set on fire, and his subordinates immediately agreed to this and carried it out. So after some time, the village was completely covered in fire. Machiavelli, along with his friend, was dumbfounded and said that this could not be. But Pierrot said that not everything was seen correctly, because the cause of the fire was not a natural phenomenon at all. Exactly what they saw before their eyes is the bitter truth about the great fires of Lotan. Esmeralda did not stay away while going to the toilet and begged her to stop this and not do terrible things. Because the residents of her village are not guilty of anything, and she agrees with us. If only they would stop. But the aristocrat was adamant, so he looked at her coldly and said that it was too late. So let him look forward right now, and this is what happens when commoners go against the will of aristocrats. The girl was very bitter. She begged them to stop doing this. The guy looked at her and then asked if she was really desperate, but if so, then even better. After that, he said that his head hurt from the stench of burning stinkers, and let them bring the girl to him as soon as they finished here. Naturally, his subordinates agreed to this. Esmeralda sat on her knees and did not understand why all this happened, because just yesterday this place was full of smiles. And in just one day everything turned to ashes, and it's just terrible. But it was completely unclear why this was so, and then a tear fell to the ground. The soldier who came closer to her said that this girl should be taken away. But suddenly some kind of magical energy formed on the ground which looked like fire. The man saw them and asked if this was really the spirit. The interlocutor noted that everything was true and they were also low-ranking, so it was annoying. But just a few moments later his body was covered in fire and he burned like a torch. The man did not understand what had happened, so he shouted at him what he was doing. These spirits were called by Esmeralda, who was very angry about what happened and told them to burn in hell. Therefore, very soon a large number of fiery spirits appeared and flew towards the warriors. It didn't spread fast enough and the soldiers were killed by it. At the same time, the girl stood up and began to collect these spirits into one large ball, and then said that she would burn everything they had. That's why very soon a monster began to transform from the fireball at the top. And when he was completely ready, this girl said that now it was up to Quasimodo. With a crazy smile on her face, she told him to burn them all to the ground, because she hated them very much. Then Pierrot noticed that this is how she burned all the soldiers that were there and soon left their village. It was on that very day that the man became blind. Roger said that he was well preserved for someone who had lost his sight in a fire. The interlocutor noted that, to be honest, he would have died if not for the help of one child. The hero asked which other child. When the village was completely enveloped in fire, the man and the girl stood at the edge. A few moments later he turned to the baby and thanked her for saving his life. The interlocutor said not to thank her, because she only did what she had to do. She was the only one who was able to save him, but the rest all died. Pierrot was very surprised and said that this could not happen. The interlocutor asked if she understood correctly that he was a recently arrived artist. She remembered how he wandered aimlessly around this area. The man said that she remembered everything correctly. The girl added that he had serious burns, and it seemed that he would go blind. Isn't that serious, even for an artist? The interlocutor noted that even so he was grateful that he was at least alive. The little girl said that if he was grateful, then she was not particularly grateful. The artist did not understand what she was talking about, but the girl said that these creatures killed all the villagers only because they objected to them. In this case, she will never be able to forgive them. Pierrot said that with such words it was the uncle who left. He was interested in knowing her name, but did not dare to ask. As a result, he was never able to leave the village after all this happened, even taking into account the fact that all that was left of it were nightmares. After all, this was the first place where they could accept him, and it seems that he became very attached to it, and he also has a developed sense of duty, so that he wants to protect the village. Years passed, and he learned to put magic on his brushes, the only way he could continue to paint after losing his sight. And that's the end of the story. Roger thanked him and asked that if he were a bad person, he would tell him such details of the story. The interlocutor said, "Of course not, because he is careful. However, sympathy, compassion, and rage in his painted world, he sees all his emotions. As a result, if he were a bad person, then the man would not have felt them, which is exactly how he realized that he could be trusted." And the main character noticed that now everything is clear to him. The past men are full of pain, and therefore he is grateful that he shared this. Pierrot said that he was grateful to them, because for the first time he was able to speak out to someone. It had been hard for the man all this time because of his blindness, but now he even felt better. He further stated that he knows that this is quite brazen, but he urgently asks him to help those girls overcome this tragedy, because it turns out that they are wandering somewhere alone in their despair. Roger realized that if you think like that, then the decline in the kingdom of Datura was inevitable. They went to the trouble of hiding the truth about the fires of Lotan, that you did not spread various rumors. But in the end, you definitely can't hide such a terrible tragedy from the people. Add to this social conflict and class inequality, and in the end you get a revolution. This happened due to the accumulated anger of the common people, Even despite the failure of the authorities, there are still a lot of reasons why the kingdom fell after the bloody night. He can understand why, in the end, most of the nobles went abroad. Hans told his brother that in the end, they did not find out anything significant. It turns out that they came in vain. The man replied, not that it was so, because they found out the truth about the fires, and then asked his comrade to find out what kind of nobleman he was. The guy noticed that this noblewoman from Datura was blonde in her early 20s and not thick. Roger said that the aristocrats of Datura fled to the Exilian Empire. Therefore, first he asks to look for him there. The man thought that he might be closer than they even think. Soon the day of Ceoren Academy's strict examination test arrived. The professor was saying that the second stage would begin soon, so let them come forward as soon as they hear their number. The man told the student that he believed that the square shape of the magic circle was the only possible option. He didn't even bother to change the symbols inside. I decided to follow the path of least resistance, without even trying to challenge myself. It is unclear for whom he was even talking about the formulas of magic circles. Let him say thank you for the D- and wait for the next one. Leo and the others said that the atmosphere was heating up. This was no longer a test, but a bloody massacre in the order of the day. The professor said that the next number was 13. Adrian noticed that this was his number, and his friend told him to go and not talk about it. Roger asked why they had a rather bold combination of classical circles and symbols. It turns out that he preferred stability, and the mana from such a circle will not go anywhere. Unlike the forms he showed, they were quite primitive. The guy added to the classics and revised the mana drain, so this is a good job. And yet he decided to neglect the variety of shapes that he talked about, and used circles, after which the interlocutor became a little wary. The teacher continued to say that given this shortcoming he would give him a B+. The student thought that another commoner received a higher grade, and the aristocrats received less again. The hero noticed that the next one is Flora Lumos. The girl was already heading towards him, and then showed her drawing. The man began to carefully examine it. Then I thought that these are hexagons like a turtle shell, and it's quite interesting, and I don't see any errors in the calculations. That's why he said that Flora gets, and with a plus, because she technically performed a rather complex form. The girl was proud of herself when she heard this. The professor continued to call the next students to him, and looking at their drawings, said grades. And now it was the turn of the last student, who was Renee. The girl came closer, and the man told her to show her the circle she had invented. The interlocutor closed her eyes, and at the same time rather hesitantly turned to the professor. Next, I'll be a little bolder and say that she won't have an image of a magic circle. The students began to whisper what she just said. How could she not have a circle? Did she really just decide to fail Professor Rogers' assignment? The mission student and the man continued to look at each other for a while. The teacher asked what she wanted to say to all of this. He asked if he understood correctly that she could not invent a working magic circle. The interlocutor noted that she could, but it was problematic to depict it on paper. Therefore, he asks if she can use the space to show him. The man replied that he should do as he wishes. Renee said that she will do everything now. Next, using her magic wand, she began to draw. She thought for a long time about how best to bring her concept to life. But it was thanks to the book about attributeless magic that it completely dawned on her. So right now she's going to show the professor how much she's changed. At the same time, the man carefully watched what the girl was doing and realized what it was, although he could not even imagine this, because he realized that this was a three-dimensional magic circle. The girl smiled and said that she immediately understood that the teacher would understand her idea. Roger immediately told me that Renee was getting an A+ for this work, but at the same time he is very sorry that this is the highest score that he can bestow on her. The girl did not understand what he meant. Machiavelli replied that her circle was excellent, and this was simply a wonderful job. With these words, he stunned the entire audience of students. Then he asked how she came up with such a formation within the established framework. It was hardly possible to conceive such a thing, let alone implement it. She said that she would tell about it. She simply adjusted the magic circle to her own flows of mana, and suddenly everything coincided in a simply amazing way. She didn't really control it, As in others, she outlined it herself. The professor said that he understood everything, thought that in his practice he had never encountered mana, that it moves without the owner's command, and maybe she did it instinctively. The book he gave her could serve as an impetus to discover her talent, so he said that in any case this circle is excellent, and she is great. Renee thanked for this and went to the place. The hero thought that it meant that the mana outlined the figure by itself, until now it was believed that without attribute magic is inferior to attribute magic. And here its bearer demonstrates a complex three-dimensional magic circle. Does this mean that without attribute magic is simply a special type of magic, similar to spatial magic? Considering that spatial magic does not officially exist in this world, he only invented some semblance of it. But what if its magic is connected with spatial dimensions? In the end, if all this is really true, then he will definitely need this power. The hero announced that Flora Lumos, Renee, Julia Plumhart, Jonah Ovelli, and Adrian were the top 5 who passed the exam while he was busy and let him come for the reward after the festival. The student said that he was screwed. It was unclear why he had D. This time there were only 2 aristocrats in the top, and that commoner was driving him crazy. This is the first time the girl has seen Professor Rodger praise someone like that. In the end, even Flora Lumos did not receive such an honor. Renee wondered if it was just her imagination, or if Lady Flora couldn't take her eyes off her, giving her goosebumps. Adriana also noticed this, so she turned to her and asked if she really needed something from them. The interlocutor did not answer anything and just walked past. Her party neighbor apologized and said that she was simply not in the mood today. The princess asked what it was all about, came and stared and left without even deigning to answer. Renee said that perhaps she was not feeling well. When the girls were in the audience, Charlotte asked what happened to Flora. Because she was behaving strangely, she didn't even look like herself. Usually she didn't care about other students. So is it really because she received the same grade? The girl herself was thinking about what kind of formation this was, and why she received so much praise for it. This really infuriated her, but the neighbor asked if she was listening to her. Flora replied that it would be better if she looked after herself. She at least tried to prepare for the exam or not. The interlocutor asked what she was saying, and the friend replied that Professor Marisa said that if a student does not prove himself in the exams, he will be left for the second year. Charlotte realized that this was indeed the case, and therefore asked Flora to help her, even begged for it, because if this continued, she would not see a passing grade. The interlocutor told her to just remember what is written here, and then she won't fail. The girl thanked her for this and said that she loved her. Suddenly a teacher entered the classroom and greeted everyone with a smile on her face. She also hoped that they had all prepared well. Charlotte was horrified, because she had just received those same notes. The class was coming to an end, and the professor said that the guys were just great. Soon she saw her neighbor in a depressed state and asked if she really screwed up. Charlotte noted that she barely had time to answer all the questions. Miss Marisa said that as soon as the exam was over, would they touch upon an exciting topic, one that they had never discussed in class. Flora said that it seems that the professor has prepared something interesting, the woman said. As the guys should know, the transfer of mana is carried out between 2 people. But if the transmitters are not experienced enough in this, then the process becomes dangerous. Whether they know what mystical phenomenon can occur, we are talking about complete amnesia. If we speak in the scientific language of the Magic Tower, this is a breakdown of memory, the students communicated. Can this really happen? And the professor continued to say that one former student had just given her talismans that could partially recreate a memory loss so that they could feel it. This is the latest development, so I wonder if any of the students would like to try this. Flora thought only if it would be possible on someone else. Professor Marisa was asked if this is not a dangerous phenomenon. The woman replied that if you are unlucky, then gaps in awareness will form, and confusion of memories will form. But they should not worry, because this product has an extremely weak effect, and there should be no consequences, although they should still be careful. All this is due to the fact that a memory loss can only be recreated by working in pairs, and the last memories that they would like to hide can be revealed by their partner during the breakdown. The princess turned to her friend and said that she should try it. Isn't it interesting? The girl replied that if she wants it, then she doesn't mind. But what if she comes out? What she would like to hide? Some secret of the royal family? Adriana said not to worry, because nothing like that will happen there. Just nonsense. And all your information that she really would like to hide has already been blabbed out by that scoundrel Freddie. Renee noted that in this case she should try. The interlocutor noted that in this case she would go and get him one ticket. Flora also took it and thought that it turns out that the couple needs to pour a little mana into this scroll, and they will lose their memory. This whole thing looks cute enough, and you don't even want to use it right away. Charlotte asked her friend why she was looking at her like that. Let her not say that she wants to use this thing on her. The girl asked what's wrong. Is she really against it? The interlocutor replied that this was not true, but that she was not mentally ready for such a feat. Flora told her to say so and that she was against it. Suddenly some girl grabbed the guy and shouted that he was a traitor, and that he told her that he loved only her. The guy told her to calm down, and the beloved shouted that now she understood perfectly why he didn't want to try. The princess noticed that someone had already used the scroll. Renee said it was time for them to try it too, so her friend remarked that they should hold on to the scroll and pour out some mana. After a short period of time, everything they had planned finally came true, and again the girls soon regained their memory, as it had been before. Adriana said that it's cool to see the memories while exchanging mana. It feels like a lot of time has passed, even though it hasn't. Renee noticed that her friend should know something. The princess looked at her and asked what she saw. But the girl said, even if it's her birthday, inviting students she hardly knows to the holiday is unnecessary. Adriana became confused and realized that she had known about her secret past since her first year, although Renee could still understand her. By the way, she wants to ask what part of her past she saw. The interlocutor noted that she believed that something happened long ago, something that happened a long time ago. Renee asked about what meaning a long time ago. The princess said that she was still little there, about 10 years younger than she is now. By the way, she has already made it possible to see the memories through the eyes of an eyewitness. But it so happened that she was watching from the side, and perhaps saw what was happening through the eyes of her mother. There was a hut in the meadow, in which there was no one except them. She asked if it really turned out that way. They lived with their mother in a hut, and besides, they looked quite happy. And that's why the girl thinks that her mother loved Renee. The interlocutor apologized, but said that she didn't understand what she was talking about, because she can say for sure that she grew up completely without parents. Adriana was dumbfounded by what she heard and asked what she was saying. That is, does she understand correctly that she has no memories at all with her own parents? Renee said that everything was correct, and whether the girl was sure that she had seen her mother. The princess noted that she was sure that what she saw during the memory loss could not be confused with anything. It flowed to her with her magical power, and it was definitely her past. Her friend said that she herself said that she saw the past through someone else's eyes, not hers. The princess added that she said so, that this is unusual, and what she herself thinks about all this. The interlocutor noted that now she is confused. But this is not a fully studied phenomenon, so you never know what could happen. Adriana asked if she really didn't remember any of her parents at all. The girl replied that everything was correct, because she was raised and educated by a teacher. The princess asked what kind of teacher. The interlocutor replied that she called him that, and nothing special. He is just an elderly grandfather, and he was quite stubborn, and no one could take him seriously, Adriana said. She doesn't remember her parents. The teacher will remind her. Therefore, it is interesting that she even remembers about the past. Renee said she remembers how she met a teacher when she was 10 years old. The girl asked how it was possible not to remember anything before the age of 10. The interlocutor said that this was really strange. The princess added that perhaps her teacher had something to do with this. A friend asked if she was serious. Adriana said that she herself should plant no memories in her mind before meeting him. No matter how well he treats her, she also cannot blindly trust him. Renee wondered if the teacher really somehow changed her memory. because she doesn't remember anything about the past and about her mother. There are no memories at all. The friend looked at the girl and realized that this situation looked quite sad. Then I touched her hand and told her not to worry, because as far as her memory is concerned, it can still be returned. Who knows? Maybe her parents are still alive. Renee asked if she really thought so. The interlocutor replied, "Of course, because she can help her get her memories back." I thought that if possible, she would really like to help Renee get her memories back, because this girl is her first real friend at Ceoren Academy. Freddie came to them and said that the third princess was here again. He didn't remember calling her here. Then he asked Renee if something had really happened, because she looked somehow strange. The interlocutor wanted to answer, but Adriana interrupted her and said that this was between them. Therefore, he asks this man not to come here. Suddenly, Freddie's friend came up and said that this is the third princess and Renee's youngest. What a funny couple they are. Her Highness asked what Henry Presto needed. The guy smiled and asked not to frown. Did he really think that he was that villain? She talks about that person who spread rumors about her lonely birthday. It teased the girl, so she asked him to stop his mouth. She asked Renee if she knew this scoundrel, and let him not say that he was mocking her too. Henry said that such speeches in his presence were too much, because by saying this, she hurts his heart. Her friend said that it was true, because of Lord Henry she took up that part-time job. The guy said that nothing happened. The interlocutor noted that she almost died due to a sudden attack. Adriana screamed as if nothing had happened, and knew that he could not be trusted. The student noted that it was so dishonest, because he didn't want to. Freddie asked to stop, because they know very well that Henry didn't mean anything bad, although he hoped so. The interlocutor asked how to hope. Is he really going there? Then the guy noticed that in any case he was sorry, and could offer a better part-time job as an apology. The girl asked if it was a better part-time job. Henry noted that this was true, and the payment would be 3 times more. Renee, don't think about it. She immediately agreed to it. The guy said that he knew that he could go all out on her, and they would discuss the details with her a little later. He then remembered that he needed to prepare something, so he said goodbye. The princess did not understand how her friend could accept the offer of this suspicious type. The interlocutor said that it was not so, because she needed money, so she agreed. Adriana asked if the educational system really required such sacrifices. Freddie remarked that their wealthy princess must have forgotten that not only aristocrats study here. Commoners do not have privileges, so most have to fight for every coin. Thanks to the efforts of the current rector, the situation has improved. Well, even so, the difference is still huge. The princess said that it is unexpected that he knows all this. Isn't he one of those people who are not affected by these people's problems at all? The interlocutor asked not to make things up because he only said what he knows. He'd better go because of someone here it's now difficult to relax. The interlocutor said that the lunch break was not over yet. So where was he in such a hurry? Freddie said that it was annoying. He received a marriage proposal, Henry said. Could this young lady from the Wagner family of vassals of the Lumos family be waiting for him? The guy asked if he wasn't sure again. It was their elders who had conspired again. A friend said that he heard both families would visit the academy during the festival. Therefore, it seems that they want to strengthen the partnership through marriage. But if he is against it, they will simply let him in, pushing for proposals, as he did before. Freddie said, "This is how he started it. And who said that the enemy is one of the ways to realize oneself in this life?" The interlocutor asked what he meant. Didn't he say that he would support his choice? After all, this is the duty of a vassal. The guy replied that everything was clear to him, and he understood it. Soon he sat with Flora and said that she had come, although before she had only turned her nose up. The girl noticed that she had come because she had been lured. Freddie said that lately he has been hearing the name Roger Celity quite often. The interlocutor raised her head and asked what was wrong with this, and the guy said she goes to his classes and thought maybe she knew something. Flora said that she had no idea why he was even asking about him. Freddie replied that he was just wondering who he was. The student said that they need to get closer to the point. Let her lay out what reason she is using for refusing the engagement this time. The interlocutor said that she did not need to worry about it, since he would refuse anyway. The reason would be something, most likely. He would say that the food was simply disgusting, and then he will immediately turn around and simply leave this place. Flora said let him do as he knows. Then she asked him to wait, because she wanted to ask something. Freddie noticed that if she wanted it, then she should listen. Flora remarked that she had heard dried mandrake was good for the body. Therefore, by chance, does he know where she can get it? The guy did not understand what she was even talking about. Roger looked at the document and wondered if duels between professors were planned at the magic festival, and it was Hugo Boratog who suggested it. He probably wants the aristocrats to have the opportunity to rehabilitate themselves with the help of victory. The hero already has a lot of factory, and now we'll have to clean it up. Although if you stop and think about why he should try at all, he will simply lose quickly and go about his business, so that everything is decided. The strangest thing here is that after the incident at the banquet, Black Dawn did not take any action. Sylvia said that nothing was happening there. In this case, it is completely unclear what Esmeralda was really up to. The man's thoughts were interrupted by a sphere that began to glow, and he realized that someone wanted to contact him. Roger asked Hans what happened. Did he really find out something? The informant said that everything was right, because he had finally found him. It turns out that there is one aristocrat who fully corresponds to the description. 2 hours later, after the hero received this information, he was already in front of the estate. He immediately went to the main door and knocked on it, asking if anyone was there. I took a good look around and realized that there was no post office, and the area around the house looked neat. He definitely lived here. Most likely he has no other choice and will have to find out all this personally. And just as Roger wanted to open that very door, it swung open and a guy came out. Because of this, the hero had to jump to the side, and he did not understand what else it was. Then she turned her attention forward and saw that the man who came out of this estate began to use magic. This attack was precisely aimed at him, so the man immediately covered himself with protective magic. And after blocking his opponent, he immediately jumped forward and hit him with his hand in retaliation. The opponent could not do anything, and together with him they flew inside. Machiavelli told him not to twitch and really wanted to raise everyone's ears. The interlocutor asked who the hell this is. He's been hanging around here since the very morning. Is it really that devil sent him? And he wants to kill him. The professor said, "What difference does it make? If he wanted to kill him, he would have killed him a long time ago, so we should talk." He then named the man Professor Charlie Phoebius, or should he rather call him the killer responsible for hundreds of deaths in the Lowton fires. Before this, the hero asked his comrade if they were really talking about the ducal family of Phoebius. He had never heard of such a family in Durman. Hans said naturally did not hear until he had already lost a trace of their families there. Roger remembers that all the aristocrats disappeared after the bloody night, although they could have fled even before that. The professor said that maybe because of some other reason, the friend noticed that he was looking at the root. As expected, he became curious, so he thoroughly investigated the incident. From a certain day, representatives of their family began to disappear. The number of disappeared became more and more, so a rumor appeared that the family was cursed. There was even a case where a fire appeared out of nowhere. They say that the last head of the family burned in that fire, Roger said. Given the circumstances, the rest of the missing also disappeared. Hans noticed. He thinks they were also burned. The remains of the family began to hide as best they could, but rumors inevitably spread, considering how many people were burned to the ground. The hero noticed that it turned out that they didn't run away on their own, but were driven away like lepers, and wondered how many survivors were left. The comrade said that he was only one. The man was surprised by this, and thought that Esmeralda did not calm down even after they were expelled, so he asked who the lucky one was. The comrade said that his name was Charlie Phoebius. Roger asked where he lived, because he would like to meet before it was too late. Hans asked in surprise whether he really didn't know him. The interlocutor continued to ask him to tell him exactly where he was, and in response, he heard that he was in Theon. Now the main character was sitting with this man and hit the table, saying that he was sure he knew what it was. Charlie looked at the thing on the table and realized that it was a dog tag used by a secret military unit. It was unclear why this stranger was asking him about this. Did he really want to help? And besides, he knew his face. It was this man who tamed that same monster at the banquet. The hero looked at him coldly and said that it would be great if he honestly told him everything. At the same time, he thought that his operative token would come in handy, although he didn't even think that he would ever need it. Thought that this guy wouldn't recognize him, but he immediately recognized this token. Could he be from a family of magicians, although he was expelled? Not sure if this thing is still really in their day. But he was really glad that she would help him talk. He said that at the moment he was investigating something and had just gotten on the trail of one extremely dangerous person. The interlocutor said that he was saying this for sure. She is the devil in the flesh, a flaming devil thirsting for his death. He still thought that Theon was safe. But how greatly he was mistaken when he decided this himself. He will definitely be fried like everyone else by this she-devil. Roger listened to him and realized that it turned out that Esmeralda was killing this man. Perhaps she was slowly and painfully mocking him. Therefore he asked how much he knew about this very devil. The name, appearance, anything would do. The man said that if we talk about this, he definitely couldn't remember. The hero got angry and asked what he was saying, while thinking about the villains. Perhaps they should leave him to die. But Charlie continued to say that he remembers something else. A pretty girl in her early 20s with black hair. Roger thought that if we talk about this age, then she, of course, looked mature. But she looked more like a student. Magicians and knights often look younger. That's why he can say that all this can happen. Then he asked if there was anything else. The interlocutor hesitated, and then said that, of course, there is. He held out a piece of paper and said that she wrote him a letter. The hero could not believe that Esmeralda personally sent the letter. Then he read the information that was there, and it was written that he would visit him on the last day of the festival. Charlie asked what he would say if he could catch her with evidence. The man answered, of course not, because this is not enough. And the interlocutor asked in what sense. The hero noticed that he couldn't figure her out with just this or that. He wanted him to go through all the black-haired pretty ladies in 10 days. Charlie said that if you ask Theon for help, something might work out. Roger called him an idiot and asked me if he forgot that she calmly showed up to the banquet. The one that happened a couple of days ago. He and Theon's magicians will not be able to protect him. The interlocutor asked what he should do then. And Machiavelli thought that he should be used to catch Esmeralda. So he said that he was glad that she at least warned when she attacked. Since they know the date, he is safe until then. But she might change her mind if they act thoughtlessly. So no nonsense. Let her just wait. All he had to do was do nothing, and after a while the first day of the magic festival happened. There the girl said that it was exciting. Adriana asked if this was her first magic festival. Renee said that, to be honest, it was. The princess remarked that if this is the case, they should have fun, and they will create good memories of the first festival, a friend said. For the first time, she sees only interesting things. Therefore, all this is very cool. The interlocutor asked to look there because this is a field of spirits where they appear to the people. Renee said that the kids seemed to be having fun there. It was also unclear what was happening on the other side, because it looked creepy. My friend replied that it would be seen in visions. Restless souls were called there. This was done using necromancy to scare people, Renee said to look, because those guys dressed up as zombies. Adriana noted that these were just students from a local college, and they didn't look normal yet. The girl noticed that in Theon there were simply 5 streams of students. The princess asked if she really didn't know that there was a small college at the academy. Renee noticed what they were doing to them there, that they couldn't even enjoy the festival. Suddenly a friend said that Professor Ludger was there. The girl looked in surprise. Then she said that you are right. He is there with Professor Selena. Adriana asked if she had heard that the professors will patrol in pairs, and apparently, today, and in the future. The girl asked the hero if he saw it, because they sell love potions there, so it's interesting. The man answered coldly that it was interesting. At the same time, he thought that there was still time before the end of the festival, and he did not know what exactly Esmeralda should do. but he needed to prepare countermeasures in advance. Even if he uses Charlie as bait, if she attacks the same way as last time, dealing with her without exposing herself will be a little difficult. Selina tried to reach him, and when she didn't hear an answer, she touched his cheek with her finger and asked what he was thinking about so much that he didn't even respond to his name. The man apologized and said that there were so many thoughts in his head lately. The interlocutor asked what kind of thoughts she would listen to if he didn't mind. To begin with, Roger asked to remove his finger from his cheek. The girl apologized and noted that it was rude of her. After that, she continued the conversation. Is he really worried about tomorrow's professorial duels? Machiavelli replied that he is a little bit. At the same time, when she reminded him of this, he realized that he had completely forgotten about it. Selina said that of course she understood his excitement, given the kind of guests that would be present. The man asked if she would not be part of it. The interlocutor sadly noted that she would have been happy to participate, but her senior colleagues dissuaded her. I used to think that battles really don't fit with her image. Duels in themselves are dangerous, and if they also dissuade her, then everything is understandable. But at the same time, it was completely unclear to him why no one was dissuading him. So was it really possible that no one was thinking about him at all here? The girl asked if everything would be okay with him, because he could get hurt. The professor noted that this would not happen, because in the end, it was just a safe spectacle. Suddenly the man heard Adrian say that it was a pity, because he thought it would be easy. But in reality it turned out to be quite difficult. They noticed to him that the goal was a bit far away, so he shouldn't be upset. Suddenly the guy noticed Professor Ludger and greeted him, and also asked if he was on his rounds. The main character came closer and thought he had a new company. Then she said that it was worldwide and asked if they really had a shooting gallery here. Suddenly some man who was standing nearby said that a new participant had appeared and asked if this brother could shoot, although he looked like a dude. The one who had never held a gun in his hands, Adrian shouted to take back his words, because even if he looked like some kind of dude, Professor Ludger served in the army. The interlocutor said, "Is this frail man really a soldier? Where are his muscles then?" The student asked the professor to show him, and he took the weapon. The curator of this shooting range said that it seems he is confident in you, and let him show that he can. After a few, the hero easily hit the target in front. Selina said that this was amazing, but the boy noticed that he hit without missing. The organizer thought that this was impossible, because he succeeded on the first try. Then he noticed that he admits, and it seems that this time he was let down. Since he broke the record, he deserves a prize. It was a masterpiece from their toy maker, and apparently he was inspired by a stuffed animal from a museum in the kingdom of Datura. The hero saw that this toy was the Beast of Gavaden. Naturally, the man gave it to the students, and Tracy, along with her friends, thanked him. But did he really give them his prize? He said that the children needed it more. Selina said that it was a pretty nice little toy, and Roger said that she should tell her right away if she liked it. The girl asked what he was saying because the kids were so happy, and she liked seeing their smiling faces much more. For Machiavelli, this was all surprising, and he said that he understood everything, and then stated that he should go, because the round was not yet completed. Somewhere at the Magic Festival there was Sylvia, who thought that she had gotten carried away and completely forgot about work, so it was unclear what she should do now. The girl did not understand why the First Order gave her such a difficult task, and let no one tell her that this was a test for her. After these thoughts, she became inflamed and realized that this test of work was not to her liking. But all this, of course, was expected from her boss. The man saw her and asked if her lady would like to try one incredible delicacy. She, of course, agreed. Professor Selina also had weakness in her hands and said that this was delicious. The hero noticed that he saw that she was also enjoying the festival. The interlocutor was embarrassed and asked what he was talking about. Immediately after this, she asked him not to tell the other professors about this. Roger noted that he had no intention of doing so. At the same time, he is sure that they themselves enjoy it. Selina asked if he really thinks so. Today passed so quickly, and it's even a pity. Machiavelli said that there were 4 more of these holidays ahead. The interlocutor noted that this was true for the duel tomorrow, so they should finish going around them. Naturally, the man agreed to this, but suddenly his attention was attracted by Charlie, who was running ahead. Of course, Roger saw him perfectly well and did not understand what was happening and why he was running away. It is also unclear why he was here at such a time. Therefore, he immediately began to run after him, and told the professor of the village that he was putting her there for a short while. She, of course, was surprised by this. The hero continued to run after that man and did not understand what this damn scoundrel was up to. Charlie grabbed a girl and threw her to the ground and began to choke her. The look at him at that moment was quite crazy, and he did not understand what he was doing, but he screamed for her to die. Also continuing to strangle her, he said that she was a devil, but the girl could not say anything. After a short period of time, the main character appeared and shot magic at the man. Charlie was dumbfounded and did not ask who it was. Roger said that he had warned him shortly before. He also told him to sit quietly all this time. The interlocutor realized who was in front of him and immediately got involved. Then he shouted that at first he planned to do this, but this creature continues to follow him, putting his life at risk. After that, he told him to just look here, because he caught that she-devil. The hero was surprised and thought how he caught it. It is not clear whether this is true and whether this person could defeat her so easily. Soon Charlie asked what he would say about this. The interlocutor noted that they would discuss the details a little later. Suddenly Selena appeared behind the man and asked Professor Rodger what it was. She was horrified and asked what was going on with them. The hero was a little confused when he saw her, and when he was about to answer something about this, she immediately began to fall and suffocate. Of course, Roger immediately picked it up, asking what had happened to her. The girl didn't answer, but he realized that, thank God, it was just a fainting spell. Although whoever wouldn't really be shocked by this, perhaps it was all really for the better. Because there is time to come up with an excuse, he then got up and told Charlie to take her to another place. And the interlocutor in turn was very frightened and pointed his finger at that girl and could not even say a word. The main character wondered what came over him, and suddenly Selena began to speak, and when he heard her voice he was more unhappy, surprised by this outcome of events. The girl opened her eyes and said in a completely different voice that she really wasn't going to do anything until the end of the festival. That's why he doesn't understand at all why he's doing this. Roger saw her and realized that her iris had changed color. Although this is not even important because her voice also changed a lot. The girl pushed him away and said that it turns out that she was an idiot for keeping her word. Charlie continued to back away and told her to get lost and not come near him. But the interlocutor, using fire, began her transformation, which made him even more shocked. It was soon completed, so Selena looked completely different. It was exactly the appearance of Esmeralda, and she greeted Charlie, and now she was just the first order. A few moments later the girl asked what was going on, because he saw her and immediately fainted, which is quite boring. Roger turned to her and asked if she really had a split personality, or if it turned out that she was just skillfully disguised. The girl said that in the moment he saw through her, as expected, he is amazing, and this is their first meeting. Probably because at the meeting of the First Orders they all hid their identities. The man asked her what she intended to do, and it was also unclear why she had revealed herself. Esmeralda said that since she decided to open up, there is no reason to hide anything. That's why she wants to finish this guy off and take her revenge. It looks like he doesn't plan to get up at all. The hero asked, what if her second personality remembers everything? The interlocutor said it is unclear whether poor Selena will be able to hide her other self. This child is pure and innocent, and it knows nothing. She is the same as the past Esmeralda until the moment she met this man. Roger thought that so far this girl was behaving too carelessly, so if he attacked her right now, he would finish her off in an instant. However, if he kills her now, he will also kill her other personality, Professor Selena. Right now the man had to make a choice, but he hesitated because he knew her well. His thoughts were interrupted by a strange feeling, because he realized whose energy this was right now in front of him. It turns out that this same Quasimodo and it are tirelessly vigilant, but it is not clear whether it remembers what happened during the banquet. Most likely now he will have to retreat because he has no other choice. Esmeralda said that she would probably go because she couldn't kill him while passed out. Then she approached the main character and, touching him, told him to keep an eye on Selena. It seems that she really likes him. Just a few moments later, she again began the transformation of a completely different person. And now the main character was already holding the professor in his hands and realized that the real Selena and the energy had returned. The man thought that he even saw this with his own eyes. He still couldn't believe it. Then he turned to Sylvia and said that he would now name the place, so let him come quickly. Then he sat down on a box nearby and realized that he had made a mistake. One could only think, because he did not recognize it right next to him. Joanna Lovett is just the girl who pulled Pierrot out of the fire. That's why she followed Esmeralda and joined the Black Dawn in search of revenge. Of course, there was no point in making exceptions, and he was obliged to suspect Selena too, although it would be easy to make a mistake about her. There was nothing suspicious about her at all. However, even after he learned the whole truth, it surprises him. Because right now my head doesn't have a picture of how he can even kill Selena. Will it be right to kill her, given that she knows nothing about her evil nature? The reflection was interrupted by the assistant, who asked if Professor Ludger had called her. He saw that the girl came in some strange outfit with food in her hands, so he said it looked like she was thoroughly enjoying the festival, and it was a great job. The man said that everything was fine and asked to take care of this couple. Soon Selena woke up, and the hero asked if she really woke up. The woman stood up and did not understand where she was. Even Roger said that it seemed that she had overdone it, and suddenly fainted right during the round. So he, in turn, carried her towards the first aid station. The girl blushed and said, "What a fool she is. How could she faint?" Seeing her reaction, the man realized that she didn't remember anything, and that was good. Then he stood up and said, since she had come to her senses, perhaps he would leave her and let her rest. Selena hesitated a little, and then thanked him. Machiavelli said that there was no need to do this, because he did what he had to do, and she said that not only for that, because thanking him for his advice and for enjoying the festival with her may not have been something he liked, but he still stayed with him. And if she has bothered him during all this time, she apologizes for it. The hero said that if he had found her annoying, he would have immediately told her about it. He didn't express dissatisfaction because he didn't even have it in his thoughts, because he himself enjoyed the festival today, thanks to her. So, in turn, saying that there is no need to worry about it, Selena turned to him again. At the same time, she smiled and suggested that we enjoy the festival together next year. In response to this, he said that of course he agreed, because the festival is held every year. The girl happily said that they would go out together next year, because he promised her this. The hero said that this is so and everything is so, but he understood that this situation worries him. A man entered the room and asked if this was Roger Seliki's room. Entering here was quite simple, because there isn't even a magic lock here, and he probably doesn't think about security at all. Then I got closer to the table and noticed that this was the most magical medicine. I was sure right now that it was for Roger, and it was a remedy for mana deficiency. Soon, interesting events unfolded on the second day of the Magic Festival in Theon's arena. You need to see the magic and the great aristocrats of the old and new magic tower there. The person who spoke about this could not believe at all that they were seeing them live, but this, by chance, was not the rector of their academy. It was really Elizabeth, who said how many important people had gathered and were all waiting. The old man who noticed her said how many years, how many winters had passed. His prim friend does not say hello, but he will greet her instead. This is the head of one of the 3 great ducal families, Nicholas Katatushin. On the other hand, the head of another of the 3 great ducal families, Benjamin Lumos, asked why on earth he was his friend. The rector noticed that they had not seen Benjamin for a long time. "Did you really come to visit your daughter?" The interlocutor said that he was not obliged to answer such questions. The old man called him a friend and said that his daughter was studying at this academy, so it was unclear why he should be so rude, or he was no longer her father. A man from the colony was poking his nose into other matters. Nicholas noticed that you just looked at how you can be such a bore, and in response he heard that this was all better than being nice to the nosy Katatushin. Elizabeth smiled and said that the two of them got along well, as always. But for some reason she didn't see Duke Walberg, it seemed that all the representatives of the great families would gather. The interlocutor asked if she was really talking about David, because he was supposed to show up very first, apparently got lost somewhere. Suddenly, someone from the side asked who he was here. It was quite unexpected, but to see all three pillars of the empire together, I'm sure this year's ceremonial duels will exceed all their expectations. In the end, he tried enough for this. Nicholas asked in surprise if this was really what he suggested. Hugo noted that everything was correct. He really insisted on this. Suddenly, the ladies and gentlemen were thanked for the wait. Elizabeth noticed that it seemed the show was already beginning. The presenter said that her name is Jessie Luna, and she is a fourth-year student, and also today's presenter. Next to her, you can see Professor Carter Lowe. He is a combat magic mentor who will go out with the presenter, and now they will move on to the participants, and the first duel will be opened by the first-year mentor to Matthew Surmott. Then she hesitated and said that his protest would be faced by the one with whom it was not an easy battle. The opponent was a popular new guy, whose professor was discussed by all and sundry. Roger. The hero thought that the duel had not yet begun, and he was already glaring at him. Most likely, the aristocrat was singing along with Hugo Borutaga. There is not much time left until the last day of the festival, and he, in turn, cannot waste time here for the amusement of the public. And a few moments later it was announced that the duel was beginning. Matthew immediately pointed his wand towards him. Roger thought that he would just attack him, because he would try to merge as quickly and as casually as possible, as he would definitely lose. One of the spectators asked a neighbor what would happen. Would they really not fight? The interlocutor noticed that they had been standing for 5 minutes and doing nothing. The main character's rival thought that, as he expected, Roger Celici is not easy. He is too obviously allowing himself to be attacked, and he is clearly planning some kind of cunning counterattack. Machiavelli himself at that moment was already angry, and did not understand how long he should wait. Let him hurry up and hit him with something, because he was standing open on all sides. Soon Matthew finally plucked up courage and decided not to wait until time ran out, and it was time to show what he could do. Naturally, Roger noticed this attack on herself and managed to react, so she cast a protective spell. The presenter announced that he easily blocked the attack with a flow wall. So could it really be the famous source code, because she didn't notice the magic formation at all? The opponent realized that he had blocked it so easily, and the hero wondered if this was really the best blow. If he loses to such a weak attack, then everyone will understand that he is losing on purpose. From the face of the person in front of him, he can see that he is not okay. In his current state, he is even barely capable of attacking better. Therefore, the man immediately used his battle magic and thought that it was not at all polite to delay the battle against someone who was not healthy. Matthew noticed a fairly quick attack on himself and tried to cover himself with his hand rather than with defensive magic. A few moments later there was a blow, and the hero thought that he would definitely lose the next duel. Soon the presenter announced that there had already been 2 victories in a row, and Roger Celici became the finalist. Machiavelli was horrified and did not understand whether they were serious, why they defended themselves so diligently, and then launched such weak attacks. He simply does not have the opportunity to lose with dignity. The presenter said that the final would begin 15 minutes from the start of the match. The man realized that it was just in time, because his supply of mana was already running out, absorbing it even when he was just breathing and thought he could cope like that. But he was mistaken. Just a little more, and he would simply die from mana deficiency. Then he looked into the cabinet where his pills should have been, but saw nothing. He didn't understand where they could actually be, because he was sure that he had put them here. After that, I turned my attention to the carpet and saw shoe prints there, so it was unclear whether a thief had really gotten in there. But if you think about it, he didn't touch anything else. And that's bad because he doesn't have any time to get or make new tablets. And he in turn will very soon enter the arena for battle. The presenter announced that their final, which they had all been waiting for so long, would begin. She asked to be allowed to once again introduce their finalists to them, the chief mentor of the second year in combat magic, and a representative of the noble Borutag family Evian. And his opponents, on the other hand, are the invincible legend, against whom any attacks are useless. Rodger Cherish. The hero realized that he must be a relative of Hugo. He does not hope to win, whose circumstances are yours, and let everything end as soon as possible. They also announced the beginning. Suddenly the opponent asked to wait a second, and he had heard so much that Professor Ludger was magnificent, and fate itself brought them together. In this case, if you need to talk a little because there is no need to rush, he in turn knows all his secrets. The hero saw that this man took the pills out of his pocket. It turns out that it was he who went deeper into his office. But how did he find out about his condition? Did he really see a man taking pills once, considering that all his opponents were aristocrats? Someone clearly set up all this. Machiavelli said that it was now clear to him why all his opponents were playing for time. Who would have thought that professors would conspire so childishly? Evian said, "Isn't the real idiot the one who bought into all this? He should have taken better care of his own medicines." The hero told him to immediately cancel the match and give him his medicine, in which case he would close his eyes to all this. The aristocrat smiled and asked if he seriously did not understand and was still joking. Rodger said that this was not so. He was not joking and let him do as he said. Because it gives him his last chance, he should think carefully while he is still able to use magic. The presenter said what an intense psychological battle, and the opponents finally began to move. Evian noticed that he was bluffing. Do they really think that it is so easy to frighten with his adult gaze, and he will gladly show his best charms? It was announced that Professor Evian had chosen a 4th-level spell called Magic Barrier. The hero realized that he was fast, and it was better to prepare an echo of memory in advance. The magical barrier is a special protective magic that blocks most spells, but attacking magic will also not work because of it. Rodger thought about it. If only they didn't tell him that he too was going to stall for time. When he suddenly saw that his opponent used magic and immediately attacked him, it was really surprising, because he attacked the outcome of the barrier. The man noticed that he still dodged, and his reflexes were really something. It seems that what he served was not a lie. Jesse said that he did it. Professor Evian summoned a familiar, and it was a growling asp. The hero realized that he was able to use magic in the owner's place. Or the snake that this man summoned continued to attack the opponent, striking with magic. All that remained for the main character at the same time was to fight off these quick attacks. He realized that calling back the familiar would require too much mana. Therefore, he can only use homing mana. The creature that Evian summoned not only attacked, but could also defend against this attack. The man said he knows all the types of magic he uses because he doesn't think you would come here unprepared. His familiar only knows how to attack. Then he inquired about the feeling of the uselessness of all his great magic. Rodger understood that now everything was bad with paper. The audience asked why, as before, Professor Ludger was only defending himself. It was unclear why he did not attack, as he did in the beginning. Elizabeth asked if it seemed that the professor was not feeling well, and perhaps it was worth interrupting the match. Hugo asked in what sense to interrupt the match, since this was the final. Do they have the right to interfere in a duel? And everyone agreed with this. And the woman understood that this man was feeling bad. The hero at that moment heard voices that said that he was showing off, but he himself could not do anything. And that's what the lousy nobleman was like. Evian asked what he was doing there. Let him hurry up and attack him, or he didn't have a drop of mana left. Rodger heard the sounds growing louder at that moment, and he tried to say that he covered his mouth. The interlocutor pretended not to have heard anything and told him about it. After that, he turned his attention forward and asked what kind of hole was in front of him. The hero continued to tell him to cover his mouth because he is too noisy. A few moments later, a bright flash appeared, and the presenter said what was happening there. Because there was a very bright light, and you couldn't even see anything behind it. Evian was surprised by what was happening and wondered if this was really light magic, although there was definitely no such list of his abilities. So what the hell was going on? Just a few moments later, the bright light dissipated, and a huge black hole appeared in anger. The man was stunned when he saw her and did not understand what else it was. Some strange voices were coming from it, and a crash was also heard. Rodger continued to hold his head and said what he told him before. This man needed to give in while he could still use magic. A dark force began to spread from a hole that appeared in the sky and varied in a circle. When Evian saw her, he was very frightened and asked not to come closer to him. He also told her to get away, but no one listened to him. The hero immediately shouted his efforts to make her stop. He further stated that if this swing suffered, he would give the other one an opportunity. At the same time, he asked whether this would suit her, because he would allow her to act of her own free will. A man who was in the auditorium said that he saw something. Also, her host started shouting that they should watch because the wave of light suddenly dissipated, and it seemed like they had a winner. And it turns out that Ludger Cherish is still standing right now, which is why this professor is the winner. But in the name of all that is holy, what happened next in the light of day, Professor Evian Barutag is clearly very unwell. The main character at that moment was already holding a bottle of pills and took one of them. Hugo saw that his relative was in critical condition and shouted to call a doctor immediately. He and the rest of the professors immediately ran up to the man who was lying on the ground. Soon Evian was already in the room and the man was shouting that this was happening. It was not clear why his relatives were still in this condition. The doctor hesitated and noted that he did not know. Hugo shouted at him to find out because it was his job. The interlocutor said that the point was that he was physically fine, and tests were needed to find out something. The main character entered their room and said that he was just in mental shock, and it would pass with time. The vice-rector asked how he dared show himself to them. Even if it was just a duel, he did not go too far. Roger asked if he had really gone too far. Chris said that he should just wait, because he has a special remedy at the family medicine cabinet, so he will bring it now. The man told him to do this, and then the interlocutor began to leave the room. Hugo shouted that Roger should be sure that he would have to answer for what happened. How could he hurt his opponent so much? It was just an exhibition fight, and I'm sure he's pleased with himself, Elizabeth said, because he himself suggested not to interfere so that it wouldn't happen. Isn't that so? Or maybe she's mistaken. The interlocutor asked what she meant. Nicholas also looked in, and said that that's exactly what he said. He heard it himself. Perhaps he still heard something wrong due to his age. Hugo hesitated and said, "Of course not. What happened just shocked him, so it completely slipped my mind." The old man approached Roger and said that in any case the duel was over, and his name was Nicholas Karatushin. The hero also introduced himself. The old man said that there should be no noise in the chamber and offered to leave. The rector noticed if it was possible with them, because the Duke of Lumos was also outside. Nicholas thanked the man for kindly agreeing to follow them. To be honest, he was surprised that he had not heard of him before, especially about his speed and talent. Roger paid attention to the people who were there and did not understand when all this crowd had managed to gather here. Then he looked at Elizabeth's smile. You realize that now everything is clear to him, because all these nobles are here only because of him. The old man said, "It seems to him, or it's noisy here if they came to him, so he asks for understanding." The hero noted that everything is in order. Then he thanked him for taking the place of the crowd instead of him. The interlocutor asked if he really knew, because he knew that he was special. Here he remembered that there was something he wanted to talk to him about. He apologizes that he himself asked him to meet, but forgot. Speaking, however, if there is something he needs from him, let him ask at any time. The hero thanked him and said that he would be happy to visit him someday. At the same time, I thought that he was pouring so much that he could see right through him, because he wanted to get closer only for his own benefit. But even if he figured out his real motives in this short period of time, the old man immediately retreated after realizing that he would not get anything for nothing. This is not just a representative of one of the three great ducal families that are the pillars of the Exilian Empire, although even he has a friendly and relaxed demeanor. At the same time, with literally every step and gesture he analyzes those around him, Roger realized that there was nothing more to do here, and it was time to join Hans and Sheridan. Suddenly she saw a student and asked if it was Flora Lumos. It was not clear what she was doing here. The girl hesitated a little and said that she was just passing by. The hero thought that he doubted it very much. Therefore he asked if she really came to see her father. The interlocutor asked what he meant. But Roger said that Duke Lumos was currently talking with the rector, so it would be better for her to come later. The student said that she did not come to him at all. The professor looked at her and did not understand what this strange reaction was. It was unclear whether she really had a difficult relationship with her father. Flora said that she needed to go because she needed to prepare for the next battle. The hero asked if she was also participating. Of course, given her skills, he wouldn't worry at all, the girl said. Of course, she's participating, and it doesn't matter who her opponent is because she won't lose. Then she noticed that if he is interested in watching, then let him come, but if he is busy, who doesn't need to? Roger immediately started talking about it. At the same time, I understood that the time would definitely be, so it was really necessary to go. After a short period of time, the heroes were near the fountain and said that his comrades were too early. Hans noticed him and asked if he was already here. The hero said that this was not a place for conversation, so he should walk. Sheridan said that she had been wanting to visit a place nearby for a very long time, and perhaps she should take a look. The hero noticed that he seemed to know what this place was. He agreed, and his comrade asked if he hadn't talked about an urgent gathering. Machiavelli noted that it was quite difficult to conduct a commoner in general, if not for, a festival. The man greeted those present, and said that he was Theon's first-year golemology teacher Brino, thanking everyone who came to see them. Then he doesn't start the demonstration, and they are the first to have the latest development of Theon DT-3000. Hans asked what kind of bread of metal this was. The hero replied that it was not an easy block at all. The teacher said, as expected, a meager reaction, but he assures them that this is far from his true form. It is worth installing a stone of low-quality nutrition for him. And immediately after this action, the form of the golem will immediately change. Sheridan said that although it is clumsy and capable of crushing and moving heavy things, it is used for developing minds. It rolls so that there are no problems with transportation. Brino said that he is now satisfied with their reaction to this, and that's not all, because this spirit can also take the form of a mount. The hero thought that it was just like a transformer from the movie, but he doesn't turn into a car, is it by chance? The girl asked if she could watch it a little more. Roger allowed her to do this, but refused to get carried away, and she agreed, but the informant asked if she really came here to have fun. Machiavelli asked him not to be so boring, because sometimes it is necessary to organize unloading, otherwise who knows how she will do it herself. A friend noted that this is true. Suddenly a girl appeared from behind and asked if she could pass. The hero noticed her and was stunned when he realized who she was, because she turned out to be Detective Rachel Selmoy. She asked if they knew where the arena for a magical duel was. Roger turned around and thought that he should calm down, because she did not recognize him. That's why it's better to cover up such moments with your disguise, magic, and light. Then he answered that the arena is in that direction. He also understood that people are bad at recognizing those who have changed even a little, but he still worries whether it will work on her. The girl noticed that if he spoke there, then thank him for his help. Then she stopped and noticed that she still wanted to ask something. She immediately asked if they had seen each other before, somewhere with him, of course. She apologizes for the sudden question, but he seems familiar to her. Roger continued walking and said that he didn't know, because he was definitely seeing her for the first time, but right now it was time for him to run. Hans asked him to wait for him, because he was also in a hurry. The detective stopped him and said that she knew that he was who he said he was. The hero wondered if she really had caught him after all. Then, with a smile on her face, Rachel began to ask if he was really the same professor. Having examined him a little carefully, she immediately understood everything. The hero thought that he would like to leave, ignoring her, but she may begin to suspect something if she continues to avoid her, and she needs to behave naturally. So he turned around and asked why she decided that way. The girl noticed that if we talk about this, then firstly, everything is clear from his clothes. They are made of high-quality materials, and commoners usually do not wear this. But he has no goods to sell and no wallet with money, so he is clearly not a merchant, but also not an aristocrat, since she does not see the family coat of arms on him. If he chose to hide it, then there is a high probability that he is one of the sleeping nobles. But would a fallen noble dress up like that for some festival? Putting everything together, She came to the conclusion that he was somehow connected with the organizers of the festival, and perhaps a teacher. So could he really be the same Ludger Cherish? It's true what they say. He makes a strong impression. The hero thought that she had learned so much from her clothes, and it was time to do her legs, so he said that she was right, but he was really in a hurry. Rachel tried to stop them, but to no avail, and then asked if this was all the reaction, because usually her interlocutors were a little more impressed. Suddenly she heard the answer. Is this really so unusual? But if she has nothing to say, then he left. The girl didn't understand what exactly was wrong with him, because he was so indifferent in principle. She had never met such people before, although, as she may remember, all this is not so, because there was such a person. And now she is thinking about James Moriarty. Although these thoughts, of course, alarmed her, and she would like to catch that person as soon as possible. Her thoughts were interrupted by Betty, who asked what she was doing there. Because you will start soon. The detective said that she had wasted so much time on this. Then she used her own magic and directed a few drops towards the main character. At the same time, she changed and noticed that just in case he suddenly needs it, she should just let her contact her, because it's a little noticeable when she is left unattended. Hans noticed to his brother that it seemed he had been discovered, but that it was really a business card. The man said that this was another annoying thing. Everything would be much worse if she recognized him, but perhaps he just wants to make friends, although he still attracted her attention and it infuriates him. Roger feels weak and a trace of magic, and she will know if he will throw him away. So Hans said it would be a good idea to lie low, and then get rid of the clothes that are now on him. The comrade noticed that she glanced at him and wondered if he already liked these clothes. The chief remarked that he heard her, so let him understand. It turns out that just one clue will help her figure out the truth, so don't underestimate this girl. Hans noticed that this child was still chatting there and even got the student involved. Therefore he inquired whether the opportunity should go and pick her up. Roger said, leave it when she could still freely discuss her interests with another. A friend noticed that looking at him now, he begins to think that his sudden becoming a professor is simply a vocation. He smiles, as if he is happy for his student. To be honest, he would be uncomfortable in such a place. Unexpectedly for himself, he envies that this is a well-maintained academy, because it will never suit him. Roger told Hans that in comparison, the academy students look like wonderful flowers growing in a magical garden. But still, their troubles are not at all the fault of these children. So why don't they then just continue to smile carefree? The interlocutor said, since he says so, he has nothing to add. But still there was a small age difference between him and these children. So he treats them so differently. The hero asked what he was saying, and let him remind him how old he was. The comrade said that this year he will be 24. Roger noticed, so that's why he calls him Big Brother and apologizes for it. The interlocutor noted that he has nothing to apologize for. But the main character continued to say that he was really very sorry. Hans noticed that he asked him not to do this. Machiavelli combined how the drug analysis is progressing with you and the incident with werewolves. A friend said that he was translating the topic, and seriously, he was wrong. After studying the drug, it turned out that it has hallucinogenic properties, and it seems that this is due to the pelham extract. The hero asked if this plant really came from Valtanen. If this is so, then when they investigate this after their affairs, the friend stated that what he said before, how he did not come here, is true or not, that he is considered the first order. The man said that everything was correct, and the friend noted whether he was ready for the consequences, because he was close to the professor. Then he saw the reaction and said that he thought so, that there was no need to ask. Even if everything happens according to the worst scenario, there is no need to feel guilty, because he can say that a man has already experienced this. As a result, he can say that there will still be innocent victims. No matter how hard he tries, the main character remembered how he was asked to take care of the youngest. And now, looking at his hand, he said that he knew all this. The comrade stated that he only wanted to say that they cannot hesitate if this is necessary for the cause, and he himself knows that if he does not kill the enemy, then they will kill them. Machiavelli said that they, who live in a world of violence, walk side by side with death. The friend exhaled rather sadly and said that it was all true. This was the unpleasant truth of their work. Of course, it's quite a pity, but this is their reality. Soon it was the third day of the magic festival at Theon's open-air banquet. Nicholas said how great it is to drink alcohol all day, and whether the man thinks so, the interlocutor noted. Of course it is. But it was completely unclear to Roger why this guy continued to stick to him. Then he said to get straight to the point, and what he needed from him. The interlocutor noted in what sense, because he does not need anything from the professor. But if he is so interested in his intentions, he would say that he wants spectacle. Machiavelli remarked that he seemed to think he was an interesting person. The Duke noted that he should simply call him Nicholas. He is an old man, so most things are surprising. Even despite all this, he knows when to stop, so there is no need to worry. The hero understood that he was a cunning old man. And suddenly he turned his attention forward and saw a familiar face there. And this girl is Flora Lumos, but why she's there is unclear because she looks like she's nervous. The Duke noticed that this was the child of the Lumos house. The professor asked if he really knew her. Nicholas said that of course she was born with incredible talent, but how unfair it is. The interlocutor asked what he meant. The old man said that she was ignored by the whole family because she was an illegitimate child, so this was all very unfair. Flora stood and thought that she should calm down because there is no need to be afraid. You just need to say hello once, and that's all. The current one is no longer the same as the one who lived with the family, so she will show him that the child, about whom no one cared, is coping perfectly well on his own. In this case, right now she will not be afraid at all, and so she wanted to turn to her father. But I heard voices asking who was there. Could it be that half-breed Flora? The girl noticed that this was already Brother Camel, as well as Katrina, the sister said. How could a mudblood call them by name? But the guy noticed that she looked good, before she didn't even dare to look at them. So he turned to his father and told him to look who was here, and the old man turned around. Then he asked her what she wanted, and they all watched. The girl immediately hesitated because she realized that her voice did not obey and could not say anything. She must show them that she has definitely changed, and that everything is different now. But it is unclear why she came here in the first place. Flora's thoughts were interrupted by a man who touched her shoulder. The student immediately looked in his direction and realized that it was Professor Ludger. Machiavelli turned his attention to her family and asked if they had any problems with his student. The religious order of Lumensis, which oppresses the sexes of people in the name of its one god, is guided by the scriptures about the true man, such as the Church of Lumensis. However, they don't just shy away from humans because purebloods are considered the upper class. But the demi-humans and their descendants are lower. The Church simply divides everything in two without giving rise to other opinions. Nicholas noted that it was difficult to grow up in the Lumensist family, which oppresses her all her life. If only she had been born in another family, everything could have been different. The hero wondered if that was why she was so obsessed with her grades, thinking that she would be recognized in the family if she became the best student. But even if it does, where are the guarantees that her wish will come true? Roger got up from his seat and the interlocutor asked where he was going. The professor did not answer and thought that if nothing good intervened, her life circumstances would not change in any way. You just need to leave everything as it is, pretend to be blind and deaf, but still he just can't allow it. Therefore, right now he is wondering if they really have some kind of problem with his student. It was unclear how he could sit and do nothing. Especially after learning about her problem, Nicholas said that he still intervened. He is a responsible teacher, despite his appearance. But really, this person opposed the head of the Lumos family. In the end, this professor is truly an interesting person. Flora was surprised, and with this surprise she turned to the professor. The Duke stated that this was a family matter, and he begged the professor not to interfere in this. Machiavelli replied that this seemed too serious for a family matter. Therefore, as a professor at this academy, he could not stand aside. After a few moments, an awkward silence fell between them. Katrina asked if he understands correctly that this is Ludger Cherish. His exhibition fight yesterday was simply magnificent. But is he really their Flora's teacher? Because she was surprised that she was considered an outstanding student. After all, She is a pathetic half-breed of the Lumos family. The girl herself sadly understood that now everyone would know about this. The man refused to ask for forgiveness. The interlocutor interrupted him and said that she had not introduced herself. Her name, in turn, is Katrina Lumos, and she is preparing to enter next year. And besides, her ability is rated very highly. He also asks what the professor thinks about this. His opinion as Professor Theon was interesting. The hero said, as a professor, he believes that she lacks the speed of embodiment of her charms. She does not reach the standard, and this is minus 10 points. The interlocutor was surprised. The man continued to say that the formation is also quite weak, and this is another 10 points minus. Not taking magic seriously is also a minus. The girl was surprised. Roger continued to say that she simply created 4 icicles, but if this is combat magic, then where is its lethality? She doesn't seem to have made the slightest effort to even understand why she uses magic, whether she was ordered to do it, or whether she is truly proud of it. On top of all this, she also has the audacity to be surprised that Flora is an outstanding student with her level of skills. Isn't that what Katrina Lumos thinks? Flora was dumbfounded when she heard all this. People asked what he allowed himself, because his claims were ridiculous. He only thinks that he has the right to vote. Being a simple teacher at the academy, all this is too much for some fallen nobleman. Nicholas approached them and asked everyone to calm down. A conflict of interest is inevitable, but they shouldn't get so upset about it. Professor Roger also went too far in this case, and the man said that he would take note of this. Benjamin noticed. So is his name really Roger Celici? His daughter acted rashly. Because she is still small, what does she understand? At the same time, he asks to forgive her because he's still an adult. The interlocutor looked at him coldly and said that, of course, the blame for the action lay not only with the child. The Duke then turned around and said how anyone here is getting bored. The rest of the children immediately followed him. Machiavelli turned to Flora and asked if she was okay. The girl hesitated and wondered if she really needed to thank him now. But why should she thank him? Because if she says, "Thank you," then it will look strange. The professor turned to her and said that it was time to go, because it seemed that her friends were already tired of waiting. The girl immediately turned to him, not understanding what he was saying. But she didn't say anything, and only saw the man slowly leaving her. Then Charlotte came closer to her and immediately turned to her. The friend asked if everything was okay with her and she should go back. Flora responded positively to this, but at the same time she was quite sad. Kamel asked his father if he would really just let this arrogant professor go. His sister said that this was for sure, because he humiliated her in front of Flora. His son remarked to him that he should at least send a complaint to the academy, and also let him call this half-breed to himself. The Duke asked what was the use of all this. All they achieve with their complaints is a brief moment of satisfaction. This Kadatushan, still a cunning one, clearly spoke out in defense of Roger Celici. Even Rector Theon saw, but did nothing. The son asked if he was going to pretend that nothing happened. The man replied that this was not the case until he retreated, but that was just for now. After all, the Lumos family does not forgive anyone for insults. Nicholas said that he would not tell Roger that he was worried about the students. The hero noted that he did what he had to do. And he did not know that Duke Benjamin was a follower of the Lamency's faith. The old man noted that he was not just a believer. His faith bordered on obsession. Did the interlocutor know that an unwanted child born into a family of believers is branded, and this child would not have escaped this fate? However, to everyone's relief, there is no mark on it. Roger asked if Duke Benjamin really put his father's last grace into this. The interlocutor noted that this is not so, because all this is thanks to the desperate protection of the mother of this child. But unfortunately, at the moment she has already left this world. The professor remarked that he had never heard of this before, and the old man said that simply illegitimate children are not discussed by outsiders. The family itself is doing everything possible for this. The man then asked how he knew about all this. Nicholas said that they had equal status. He must know at least one of his weaknesses, because he cannot be sure that he will not target him. The hero said that he understood everything, and they are hiding information about Flora. It was clear that this was not for her own sake, but the Duke wanted to protect Flora out of personal interests. It turns out that this is what her father is like. But this is not the case with such a person. I don't even dare to call him a father. Nicholas noticed that he seems to me to be a talkative person, so I can tell him. Now it was time for him to go, and he needed to greet the others. Roger thought that in this case he would walk a little in a semicircle and leave. Suddenly I saw some strange insect in the sky and wondered if this was Sylvia's paper charm. So he aimed at the bugs that were in the air and immediately caught it. The information said that in addition to Joanna's second order, another order showed suspicious activity. The hero wondered if she had really begun to act. I'm sure the letter says she'll make a move on the last day of the festival, and I remember the girl saying she really wasn't going to take any action, at least until the end of the festival for sure, given Esmeralda's words when her identity was revealed. The letter speaks the truth. Then the likelihood that Joanna is now acting for personal gain is quite high. Roger needs to closely monitor the further situation. After some time, the fourth day of the magic festival arrived, and it was in a practical pharmaceutical laboratory. Machiavelli thought that he could use whatever he wanted as a representative of the teaching staff. If you were a subordinate, she saw this and went crazy with envy. You just need to indicate in the magazine what he uses and can take whatever he wants. It's a pity he didn't come here earlier. Suddenly he heard that someone turned to him and said that he did not expect to see him here. It was Chris who asked what he needed here. The interlocutor noted that he came here to make medicine. The aristocrat asked in surprise whether he really knew how to make medicine. To begin with, let him be instructed by the laboratory assistant, and he was somewhere in the zone for beginners. The man asked if he really also knew how to make medicine. The guy got angry and shouted that he actually specialized in pharmacy. Does the interlocutor know what a huge contribution to medicine the Benamor family made? The hero, without hesitation, said that he did not know. Chris was very angry. At that very moment, I thought that he was deliberately mocking him. But it was unclear whether this person really understood the formation and what he was going to use. When the guy looked at it more closely, he was shocked. Therefore, he shouted, "If we talk about these ingredients, is this person really planning to kill someone? He sees the leaves of Patricia, as well as the buds of the pupa, and everything is deadly poisonous." So he panicked and started asking if he really wanted to kill someone now. Even if you mix these powerful reagents and neutralize the poison, he will receive a drug with a huge number of side effects. The hero noted that he is well versed in this. But it is not clear why he then teaches the embodiment of enchantment instead of pharmacy. The interlocutor noted that this is not his business. Roger replied that he did not insist on an answer and knew what he was doing so that he should not worry. The guy was still surprised by this. Chris thought that right now he was sure that he was bluffing, but that's okay, because he didn't want to get into it. All the time while we introduced the ocean, created medicines, he did not stop climbing and looked carefully. Even when he saw this whole process, he still couldn't believe that without a single unnecessary reaction it happened in one sitting. He was probably making pills that embody mana from this. Therefore, the man then asked the man about the pills that embody mana. Roger replied that naturally he needed it for personal use. The guy noted that they are different from his usual pills. I wonder what kind of disease he has that requires such dosages, Machiavelli said. So that means he knows his secret, but he thought he wouldn't ask, considering that he used it in exhibition matches. Chris stated that he did not know that his actions would entail such consequences, and he in turn only wanted to put him in his place and nothing more, but he didn't think that anyone would get hurt. Although if we talk about it, then honestly this is just a pathetic excuse. Therefore, to say that he committed a pathetic act unworthy of a true nobleman, and even asked for forgiveness for it. In any case, what he made negatively affects everything except mana replenishment, and it can't even be called a cure. His mana transmission system could be seriously damaged, if not completely destroyed in the long run. Then he put the bottle on the table and told him to use it along with his product. This is a special mana regulating drug for their family. The hero asked if he would really just give it to him. The interlocutor noted that he is not guided by personal motives when it comes to the patient. And yet he is a representative of the Benamor family. Roger said that this was unexpected, and he did not think that he was such a person, considering what had happened. The interlocutor again became angry because of this, but the man said that the mind gives, he will not refuse, Chris asked. And now he gives me the powder of a magical plant that absorbs poison. It is not clear what he is going to do with it. Machiavelli began to mix it up and said that he shouldn't throw it away now. To be honest, the threat is quite real. Soon the professor contacted Hans and asked how Phoebus was doing. The interlocutor noted that he was obediently sitting in his room. The hero told him to keep an eye on him. Then he noticed the thing in his hands and thought that he had prepared it just in case. All that was left was to take care of Joanna Lovett. If she really acts on her own, that means these idiots are divided. The man will take care of Esmeralda, but he needs someone to take over Joanna. It turns out that Sylvia follows his instructions, but only as long as they strictly correspond to the plans of the Black Dawn. Joanna, in turn, is a student, so you can try to connect several people. 30 minutes after that, Adrian was near Theon's student dormitory. He came closer to the door and saw some kind of note, so he did not understand what it was. But at the same time, curiosity played in him, and he picked it up to look. The main character was downstairs and thought that this was great, because the message was delivered. Of course, he wouldn't want to drag the students into this matter. This is the only way she can keep an eye on Joanna, especially so that she doesn't suspect anything. He thinks that Adrian will take the contents of the note seriously and get down to business. Even if he has to fight with his level of skill, he will not lose. But alone he can act rashly, so he needs insurance. Tracy also received the message. Like Katie, so the hero thought that with friends, he would not take unnecessary risks. It doesn't matter what he does. Ask for help from other professors or take care of Joanna himself. But if he's completely satisfied, all that remains is to do one more thing. Roger contacted Hans and said that he needed to check one more place, and now all the preparations were completed. Leo also received a note that he was reading. It was said that suspicious individuals had appeared in Theon, plotting evil. On the last day of the festival, Joanna Lovett should be found and taken care of. The guy didn't understand that all this meant that he was sure that the organ was a joke, quite accurate information for simple things. He remembers that he himself came to this conclusion. But at the same time, it was unclear who sent this to him, whether he really got caught. Now thoughts began to arise. This is not a tip for the Liberation Army. The person who sent this to him is clearly threatening. If the guy doesn't want to talk to you about his secrets, everyone has found out. You need to do as it says here. But at the same time, it was completely unclear to him what they really wanted. For some reason, he doesn't want to join the Liberation Army at all. No matter how much you rack your brains, nothing will change, and it's useless. For now, all he can do is what it says here. In any case, it's better than trying to fix everything alone. Suddenly, he heard a comrade who turned to him. The guy said that something strange is actually happening right now. The interlocutor looked at him in surprise. And Adrian said, "Look." He found a note near his room and read it. And it says that bad people were planning to do something bad on the last day of the festival. Leo wondered if these guys had also received letters. But what the hell was going on here? Esmeralda was sitting in the room and heard voices. She heard about the screams that begged for his help and asked him to spare at least the child. Also, silhouettes popped up in my head, saying that it was all because of her, and they should not have protected her. Nothing would have happened if she had just quietly left their village. So it's all definitely Esmeralda's fault. The girl began to calm herself down and said that it was all just a dream and that she should stop. She didn't want to hear criticism from the lips of the nanny who raised her. Indeed, very soon all this will end, and she will take revenge on Charlie by killing him tomorrow. But at the same time, it is not clear whether all this is enough and what will happen after her revenge, because if she continues to take revenge like this, she will completely destroy her own soul. And then she will never be able to become who she was before. Selena is her second essence, which she created in nostalgia for the past. And if we talk about this quite honestly, then she would like to continue to be her, laughing innocently and enjoying life with everyone. But it's unclear what she should actually do. Perhaps she should stop right now. The girl's thoughts were interrupted by Quasimodo, who asked what she was doing. It was not clear to him whether he was really going to visit the one because of whom they were all killed. Esmeralda wanted to answer something to this, but could not, because the spirit continued to put pressure on her and told her to take revenge for them. She is a fairly kind girl, and he knows this very well. After a few moments, the girl smiled and said that he was saying everything correctly. After this, madness flared up in her head again, and she said that she was obliged to take revenge. Soon the 5th day of the festival arrived, and it was the last night of this holiday. Esmeralda changed her image and walked in the guise of Selena, strolling leisurely. When I saw that there were no people nearby and was approaching the right place, I immediately began to change my appearance. Charlie sat in the room and said that this day had come, but it was unclear where the hell he was. And at the same time, a girl who was supposed to take revenge was slowly approaching his house. The guy sat on the bed and trembled, and also said that he didn't even leave any contacts for him, if only they didn't tell him that he had been cheated. Right in front of the front door to this room, a shadow appeared and fell on her. Charlie began to look through the crack that appeared from the opening door. There, in turn, was Esmeralda, who asked if there was anyone at home, and she turned to Mr. Charlie Phoebus. But when she fully entered the room, she saw only an open window and no one else was there. Although it was surprising because she definitely felt someone's presence there. Not long before, Charlie was wondering what it was, if mice had opened the door. He immediately began to run out of the house after them, and did not understand whether that man had really sent the mice, but if he followed them, he would be safe. On the way, he began to think about the fact that he knew that Professor Ludger would not leave him after all. Esmeralda looked out the open window, and thought that he usually didn't leave the room, so he really decided to run away. But in the end, he repeats all the same actions that he should, because it is much more fun when he tries to resist her. Even if right now her victim begins to run to the very end and does not stop, Hans informed Roger that the girl was already on the way. The mice he sent pulled out that same guy, and his ability always helps out in such situations. Machiavelli told his interlocutor that this is an excellent job, and they are performing so that they should get ready. Adrian and his comrades were walking somewhere. Tracy said that going there was pure madness. They should at least warn the professors. Then she shouted at Leo to tell him at least something. He's always so proactive, and it's unclear why he's silent today. The guy noted that he thinks Adrian is right. Let him judge for himself what they will say when they are asked where they got this information from. The girl noticed that notes were planted under their door. The interlocutor asked if she really thinks that the teachers will believe, because they don't even know who the sender is. Even if they believe, it's too late to turn back. The one who sent him the note thought that he wanted him to sort everything out himself. Even the fact that they attracted his friends was an attempt to keep him under control. This was done in case he goes against their will. It was subtly thought out. But you just need to do it as quietly as possible, and that's it. Suddenly, everyone heard the voice and was ready. Joanna was asked whether they could act on their own if they were personally planning to kill someone, and whether it would be better to coordinate this with their superiors. The girl said that the commotion in Theon is in the interests of the First Order, and now is the most opportune moment, since everyone is busy with the festival. There is no need to be afraid because this is all for the benefit of the Black Dawn. Adrian said that these are round glasses and black hair. It must be Joanna. Tracy said that means the notes did not lie. So they also got ready to move out. Charlie just continued to follow the mice and ran into some kind of hangar. But very soon Esmeralda came after her, who said to see if this man was already exhausted. It was unclear what happened and why he stopped. He had been running so well all this time. Let him listen. All his closest relatives had already been burned to the ground, and he was the only one left, so he had to learn to run if he wanted to survive. Charlie started swearing and didn't understand why he was doing all this. He shouted at her to stop all this. Isn't that enough? And the girl, the judge, asked her what she was saying. The interlocutor continued to shout how low he must fall for her to calm down at all. His family has not existed for a long time. Let him just look at him. Is it really not enough that since he killed those hillbillies, he simply taught them a lesson on the rights of an aristocrat for going against him? If these dirty commoners had not interfered she wanted, nothing would have happened. So all this happened because of her. If not for her, everything would not have ended so badly. The girl asked if he meant that it was all because of her. Then she got very angry and asked Charlie how he dared to say that. But the interlocutor continued his speech. saying that all this is so. To tell the truth, it was all her fault. They lived quietly and calmly, and then because of her they were all killed. In her head, Esmeralda heard various voices that said that if it weren't for him, if only she wasn't there, everything would be fine, because it was her fault that they died. The girl had a panic attack after this incident and tried to say that it was not so. Charlie shouted. In what sense is this not true? Because who, in her opinion, burned them all along with the village? Does she really think that someone blames him? It was unclear when it was she who brought the situation to a critical point. So here only she has no right to vote. Esmeralda of his aspirations shouted that all this was not so, and streams of flame spread throughout the districts. The main character noticed this force and did not understand what kind of pillar of flame it was in the warehouse. Hans told him that something seemed to have gone wrong. The interlocutor asked in what sense. The comrade stated that at first he successfully led Charlie straight to the witch. They began to argue, when suddenly the witch exploded in flames, and now the entire warehouse is on fire. Thanks to the fire put out by other equipment, the fire is not yet spread, but he is afraid it is only a matter of time. The mice have been incinerated, and he can no longer control the situation. Therefore, he said that he should quickly run. Roger said that he understood everything and would soon arrive there. On the way, he turned to Sheridan and asked what was going on with the festival. If she had found anything strange, the interlocutor noted that there seemed to be nothing wrong. Judging by his reaction, he needs help. The professor said that everything is correct. Could she accidentally distract the attention of the crowd? The girl smiled and said, "Of course, no problem, just give her a reason." Moments after she announced this, fireworks appeared in the sky above the festival. Some people looked at this action with joy, but someone said that there are a whole 30 minutes before the fireworks show, so why are they already exploding? Naturally, they were released by Sheridan, who was happy and thought that fireworks were in no way inferior to explosions. Perhaps she should make something similar when she returned to the shelter. Roger thought that everything was fine, for now they were all focused on this. But he didn't think that he would have time to get there at that speed. He should defeat his mom anyway, so he can't use Adavra Nocturnus. What if he noticed something strange and immediately stopped? He saw some strange metal balls. He realized what they were. Hans said that everything is very bad at this rate. The flame will reach the festival site, so he does not understand where his brother is. Suddenly I heard some strange sound coming from the side and turned my attention there. Then I saw the main character running astride a metal horse. The guy asked if it was really him, and said that this man was riding a golem, also rushing straight into the fire. The horse, which came close to the fire, jumped up and jumped over it. So very soon the men, if the horse stopped right there, at the epicenter of the explosion, he saw the fiery spirit of Quasimodo, who hung over Esmeralda. The hero realized that the situation was much more serious than he had imagined. Then he turned to this creature and asked if it was true that they had already met him. True, at that time circumstances did not allow him to do anything with it. The hero does not plan to fight Esmeralda. She is his colleague, so he is here to help her. The spirit continued to look at him carefully and did not say anything, so the role wondered if he understood him. He looked at the girl and realized that she seemed very unwell now. I also paid attention to Charlie, who was lying to the side, and realized that he too felt bad, and something had gone wrong. But at the same time, there is a possibility that perhaps this is for the better, because this is the only chance to finish everything quickly. If the spirit was summoned by the host, they can simply destroy the host, and the spirit will disappear. But if it was summoned by the hotel, they will have to take it hostage to influence its spirit. Roger decided to simply use a tranquilizer to capture Esmeralda. He needed to get closer in order to hit it. At that same second, the man saw that the spirit was attacking him. A few moments later, his huge hand landed on the spot where the man was standing. The main character managed to use his moving technique to dodge. He did not understand what was happening, because he was attacking him. Although, most likely, we can say that this creature did not believe him from the very beginning. Somewhere in the forest walked Rachel, who thought that she had finally felt silence. She just wanted to look around, but people continued to bombard her with questions. But at least Betty liked everything, and at such moments she even envies her. Suddenly the girl heard some strange voices and immediately drew attention to them. It turned out that there she saw people from the Black Dawn who were going to do something. The detective wondered what kind of gathering this was. Joanna told the others not to be afraid. Somewhere, everything is for the benefit of the Black Dawn. The girl wondered if this very Black Dawn really needed to follow them. Not far away in the bushes, Adrian said that she had round and black glasses, and it should be Joanna. The guy said that those same people started moving, so he told the others to follow them. The detective also noticed these students and thought that first she would quietly follow. The fire, in turn, continued to spread from this place, where the epicenter of the explosion occurred. Quasimodo told the man what a pity it was, because he should have killed him right away. At this, he turned to the professor and, raising his huge fist, tried to strike. But the hero saw perfectly well what was happening, so you easily managed to jump away. Then he thought that everything was bad enough, because Esmeralda's visibility was blocked for him. Because of this, he could not use homing magic. In addition to all this, it is unclear who would have thought that he could navigate so well in battle without a direct order from his mistress. This is probably the strength of the First Order of the Black Dawn. The fiery spirit immediately sent a stream of fire towards the man. Roger saw what happened and used his technique of moving in space. Therefore, very soon he found himself far in the sky, but the creature saw him perfectly. The main character thought that all this looked quite bad, because he did not have time to use the spell. Quasimodo shouted, "He is still a persistent fly," and continued to attack him with fire. Machiavelli realized that now was not the time to think. He flew away from the place where he was a few moments ago, and there was a strong explosion. After this, the hero landed on the ground next to the golem on which he had recently arrived. Then he began to think that he didn't like all this very much, and would he really have to resort to divine power again? I soon realized that I shouldn't do this because the risk was too high. Therefore, he turned to the metal horse on which he arrived, and told it to select defense mode and block the attack. The golem immediately obeyed him and, using its strength, covered the man. Then the system announced that a life-threatening temperature had been detected, so it would now switch to an emergency defensive mode. Quasimodo wondered if he really wanted to block this attack, but he even wondered how long it would last. Machiavelli, in turn, understood that this was only a temporary measure. When the golem's reserves of protective forces were depleted, there would be no way left to fight face to face. If we talk about the poisonous byproduct that he made, then it's good that he grabbed it, because you have to use all possible methods in the fight. Beatrice told the boss that the mana inside the byproduct exceeds the normal limits. After consumption, it must be immediately thrown out. Otherwise, the circulation circle will be damaged. The man replied that she shouldn't be afraid, because he could handle it. The girl said that this thing was also poisonous, and wasn't it dangerous? But the man continued to say that he could handle it, while understanding that his resistance to the ranks was sufficiently developed. Using this most poisonous substance, Roger said, "Does he really want to compete in strength?" Also calling this creature Quasimodo in rank 5, the monster thought that the air around him began to change. The main character a few moments later used an attack called Ocean Wrath. The creature saw that a stream was heading towards him first. Joanna turned around and asked who they were, but Adrian and his group realized that they had been noticed. The girl continued to say that she asked who they were. The guy replied that they were not deaf and asked if they were really going to harm people, but why this was so. Although they don't know the reasons, it is still wrong to do this during a happy holiday. The girl got angry and noticed that she expected to hear a lot from the uninvited guests. But happy holiday. So can he really be serious? Does this person even know that his happiness is built on other people's bones? Adrian responded by shouting that he didn't know and that everything was completely wrong. The interlocutor told him to cover his mouth and not dare to open it if he didn't know anything. Next, she said, "To hell with it." He pulled it all out. He's still going to finish them all off and will start with their stupid squad. So the girl used her spell and immediately directed it towards Adrian. The guy didn't see this attack, but he realized that it was fast enough and he didn't have time to do anything. Of course, this was bad, but suddenly a detective came to Kim's aid, using her power and putting up a shield. After she did this, she said how she wanted to just watch the development of events, but she couldn't stay on the sidelines when people were in danger. Tracy asked if she was really the same Rachel Selmoy and what the Green Magician was doing here. The interlocutor smiled slyly and said that she was pleased that she recognized her. She also has a lot of questions, but first they will settle the pressing problems. Since the girl has personal scores with these guys, she asked if they are really members of the Black Dawn. The main character continued to defend himself and thought that he had used 5th rank magic, but could only tear off his paw. As a result, you will have to use even more powerful magic on him. Quasimodo, using his limb, immediately charged after being attacked. When all this happened, he became very angry and said that he would finish off this human. The main character was stunned. At that moment, he was wondering if he had really grown his paw in a second. With the remaining mana, he would only be able to use high-rank magic twice. So you also need to find time in order to complete the spell. But the golem won't last long. In this situation, it turned out that this was the only thing left, and he apologized to his own teacher. Roger thought that the golem would probably crumble after what happened, but that would allow it to survive Quasimodo's attack. The blue energy that the robot in front of the man exuded disappeared and began to glow red. The creature received a fairly large influx of energy, and it began to hold the hand that attacked it. Quasimodo was overwhelmed. He didn't understand how this broken golem was pushing him with sheer force, so he asked what this little man had even done. Then he attacked again and said that he could not defeat him with his pathetic tricks. But when he pushed aside the robot that was standing in front of the man, there was no one there, and it was unclear where he had gone. The fiery spirit immediately began to examine various sides and asked where he was hiding, telling the little man to get out immediately. Literally a few moments later, the main characters answered and said that he was here, and he himself was floating in the sky. There he prepared to make another attack, so he had a ship in his hands, so he told the monster to try it. Soon, the members of the Black Dawn began to fall one after another to the ground. Only Joanna was left standing, and so Rachel said that she was the only one left, and maybe she should listen, give up. Tracy told the guys to stop and look away because there was something strange in the skies. After hearing the words, everyone immediately turned their attention to the side and saw a ship there, but did not understand how this was even possible. Joanna realized what had happened because Esmeralda was there, and she began to run away. Naturally, the detective noticed this and started running after her, telling her to stop. Rachel didn't understand why this girl was running towards the ship. Were there really representatives of the Black Dawn there? Now, the main thing is that this spell does not reach the walls of Theon, but if she is not mistaken, then these are the same spells from the ancient book that she read once, a spell developed by Lexler, a wandering wizard. The rank of these spells was already 6th. It was the main character who used this spell and said that it was called an oceanic icebreaker. A few moments after the phrase was spoken, the spell immediately began to flow down towards the fire monster. Quasimodo got angry when he saw it and asked how he even dared to use it. The last thing he said before the attack hit him was that Roger Selitsy was a scoundrel. A few moments later, the attack reached its target, and there was a very powerful explosion below. The smoke gradually began to develop in the wind, and the main character held Esmeralda in his arms. At that moment, there was a needle in her hands, and the man understood that with this tranquilizer, she was now sleeping soundly. The spirits were closely connected with the consciousness of their master. In this case, Quasimodo will disappear very soon, but as soon as the spiral wakes up, he will regain strength and appear to the man who needs to seal him in order to completely get rid of him. And for that very sealing ritual, he needs the soul of a living creature. So for now, this is the only chance to get rid of Quasimodo and Esmeralda. But is there really no other way out? The man's thoughts were interrupted by the girl, who immediately grabbed his clothes. The hero was surprised by this, and wondered if the tranquilizer had not yet taken effect. Esmeralda was indeed conscious and asked him to run, because if she lost consciousness, she would no longer be able to control him. Roger asked what she was saying, but the fiery spirit was already behind him. At that very moment, he was really very angry, and attacked the place where the man and woman were. Naturally, Machiavelli used his protective magic, but asked what was going on. Then he saw that there was a monster in front of him, who said that it had been really close recently. Roger thought that he was struck by 6th-level magic, but he had already managed to recover, that is, the call had lost control, and the monster was now independent. Suddenly the man turned his attention to the side and saw that there was a red thread there. He immediately decided that it was she who connected Esmeralda and Quasimodo. Then he shouted that everything was bad because memories rise from the threads. So is this really a breakdown of memory? The hero saw a memory chip in which a man approached and said that this was already interesting. A spirit that absorbs Maya, multiplying its contractors' hatred and lust together, although he is more of a cryptid with the traits of a spirit. It's not clear who even cares what he is there. He turned to Quasimodo and asked if perhaps he would join them. What would he say to this? In return, this man would help him get what he wanted. Having seen these memories of the main character, he said that now everything is clear to him. He knows why he is able to move without orders to be summoned. Esmeralda, judge only the owner of the magical power and intelligence that he has attached himself to like a leech. In fact, it is the spirit that controls her. The man said that in the end she is only a follower and a puppet, and that means this is the first order of Quasimodo. Monster smiled and then said that he admitted that he had figured it out. But even if he managed to do this, it is already too late. Since he disabled Esmeralda, he will be able to use his power to its fullest. And right now it's the end for him as well as everyone else. Rachel approached the place where the fire was and said that she was definitely heading this way, but it was unclear where the flames were coming from. Behind the cover of the flames, she feels echoes of the magic of the icebreaker. The fire blocks visibility, so it is unclear what is happening there. Suddenly the girl began to step back and said that the fire was getting even stronger. In order to calm him down a little, she used her water power and directed it at the flames. The rest of the students, along with Adrian, also arrived here. Rachel shouted at them not to come, because it would be better if they brought help. Because she will not be able to hold back this flame for long, so she should hurry up. The interlocutor noted that he understood everything. At the epicenter of the battle was the main character, who was trying to protect himself from the flames. He thought that he wouldn't be able to hold out for long, and that's bad, because at this rate he couldn't do without the ritual. So would he really be unable to protect anyone again right now? Suddenly he heard Selena's voice saying that everything is fine. So is he really hesitating because of her? She doesn't care. So let him do what he has in mind while Paul feels and realizes everything she's done. She wished it all turned out to be just a nightmare, because she had been so happy the last few days, but had been enjoying her own power for too long. The hero only drew attention to her, and then turned around himself. Then he touched his interlocutor's head, and said that this would all end as soon as she woke up. The interlocutor wanted to say something to him about this, but after a few moments she fell asleep. Roger said that it was not easy for him to decide on this, but it is thanks to Selena that he is ready for a nightmare or not, but it's time for her to wake up. The hero used his technique, and a few moments later, in the places where they were hit by the monster. Then he began to circle around himself and asked where this man was hiding. Roger was right behind him, and suddenly noticed that this was surprising. There were a large number of spirits there, and he asked if they really came because their mistress was in danger. This was timely, because he would need help in order to protect her. It is because of this that he asks to distract this creature for a while. The spirits immediately rushed to attack him. Quasimodo saw and asked what kind of small fry these were. It seems he didn't even have any normal plans. Therefore, he tried to fight off those who naturally attacked him and said neutrality. It's his time, and it's time to go out because it's time to end this. Suddenly, the fiery creature turned its attention to the green light. Behind Roger, a tree appeared with symbols carved on it. The 9th node is the true foundation balanced on a powerful foundation, the root of all things, the reproducing element. Quasimodo understood that all this was bad, and said that he needed to run, and that he should not think about getting in his way. But at this point, the main character has already taken advantage of the 9th Sephiroth of the Tree of Life called Yesod. Therefore, the beam that came from there developed incredible speed and hit the creature in front. After this terrible attack, the converted heroes, as soon as a large crater appeared in the ground, he immediately wondered whether this creature had died. Using such powerful magic was very exhausting, and he had to be careful, otherwise he would not be able to contain the divine power. Esmeralda turned to Roger. Although she said that this was not so, because he was John Doe, she wondered why he saved her. The hero realized that the second I had returned and said that he did not save her, he just didn't like how that creature looked down on him. The girl raised her head and said that he was a pretty bad liar. It is surprising to her that the mighty John himself would save someone like her. Within a few moments, Quasimodo reappeared and grabbed the girl. The moment this happened, he immediately turned to the person he was fighting. The main character was horrified and asked how he was able to recover from that spell. It was not clear to him where the limit of his survivability was, but the monster said that he would pull him out of the grave. So he squeezed Esmeralda's body and asked to give him more strength. Roger turned his attention there and realized that he was draining her mana through their connection, so he cast spells and told him to let her go quickly. Naturally, this attack achieved its goal, but did not cause significant damage to the monster. So Quasimodo looked at him in surprise and asked what kind of weak attack was this. Would he really not be able to use powerful spells anymore? But if this is all really true, then why not just die? The man realized that everything was bad, and there must be at least something he could still do. Suddenly I heard a voice from the side and turned my attention there. There he saw Charlie Phoebus, who was still conscious and realized that he had been here all this time. That's why he can take advantage of this person and seal this creature with his help. The hero at that moment dodged one attack, but the monster was already shouting that this time he would miss me. Just as his attack was about to hit the person in front, it was cut off by the green force. It turned out that it was Joanna who used it, who shouted for him to return it to her now. Quasimodo noticed then, and wondered if it was Joanna. The hero looked carefully at the creature and thought if it really couldn't regenerate his arm, it looked like he also had little strength left. And this was a chance. The spirit asked why she was interfering, because he was carrying out her revenge, wanted to stop their savior or something. The girl said to shut up. And the interlocutor said that she couldn't save anyone. She couldn't even save her family. Someone from the outside said that Miss Joanna couldn't save anyone badly. And also to claim that he himself is their rescuer is completely wrong. It was Pierrot who greeted Roger and Joanna, said, "It seems he arrived here on time." And finally he found out the name of his savior. The girl looked at him in surprise. The man noticed that all this happened after a conversation with Roger about long-standing events. He decided to face the past and began to think that he had lost his way, but thanks to his spirit, he did not get lost. Quasimodo at that moment prepared to attack and said that he talks too much and is annoying. Joanna noticed this attack, so she shouted at the bridge not to dare do this. The artist in turn easily defended himself, so he said that he believed now was not the best time to talk. Even despite his condition, he is still able to blind the monster, knows that his speech sounded bravo, but he will have to leave the rest to them. Quasimodo shouted that these were little men, and they were just small insects. This kind of magic is just childish pranks on him, and he will burn them all. A few moments later, the creature saw his hand, who was yearning for chains. This was done by the main character, who thanked Pierrot. Using the body, Charlie said that he had gained enough time to completely change the situation. And at this point, it's time for them to end this Quasimodo. The monster was dragged towards the chains with which he was captured, and he began to scream. The creature began to say that this was already impossible. How could he call him to another person? Because right now he has a contract with Esmeralda. So there is no way he can connect him with anyone else. The man said that he is quite knowledgeable, but does not see the full picture. Ordinary contracts can be rewritten by a more powerful entity, and he will not be able to do anything about it if he weakens. The spirit screamed at the girl to help him. Touching Esmeralda with his connection, he said that she needed her in order to remain sane. Let her not let their connection fall apart, and rather help him. The hero realized that everything was bad and immediately rushed towards the girl. Also, Joanna saw the same picture and ran towards her. Esmeralda herself said that if she really wanted so much, then she understood. After that, her personalities split, and one of them reached out to him, so she told him to take everything. Quasimodo, as well as the other participants in this process, were simply dumbfounded by her action. The girl at that moment changed her appearance, and now Selina fell to the ground unconscious. The fiery spirit screamed that he was being pulled back and did not understand what she was doing. Was she really going to die with him? The interlocutor shouted that everything was true, but she also wanted to die with Quasimodo. They would immediately put an end to the senseless murders. Joanna screamed at the woman not to do this, but Pierrot tried to stop her and said that she would be pulled towards them if she came closer. Quasimodo tried to somehow escape and asked that with this fire it was not clear why the flame was burning him. Esmeralda understood perfectly well that this flame-devouring souls was a fitting end for her. This would at least somehow atone for her guilt before the villagers. And if we talk about this, then she really is sorry to the guys. Let them wait quite a bit, because she is already coming to them. Suddenly the main character appeared, who destroyed the threads that connected her with the spirit, and asked why she was smiling. The girl felt that the connection had been stolen, and was very surprised by what happened. Roger asked if she thought it would make her feel better if she just died like that, so she should stop lying to herself right now. Quasimodo was already almost completely shrouded in chains and began to scream very loudly after that. Joanna asked what else this was. Pierrot said that it was energy. These were the souls of the dead villagers. The fiery spirit shouted that everything was really bad, because his strength was leaving him, and he wanted to burn this world. Esmeralda watched what was happening and did not understand whether Quasimodo's energy was running out. The souls of the villagers were finally freed. Roger noticed that something was wrong with her body, and she was becoming a spirit. The girl replied, "That's right. She was associated with Quasimodo for so long. But it's okay." In these, from the very beginning, she knew that this would happen, and suddenly she heard that someone was turning to her from the outside. When she looked there, she saw that Sister was there. The girl cried and said that she was so sorry because she was weak and stupid, so because of her everyone died. The woman replied that this was not so, because everything was fine, and it was not her fault. Then she hugged her tenderly and said how hard it had been for her all this time. After these words, Esmeralda began to cry and could not say anything more. The interlocutor continued to say that she greatly regretted that she could not support her. Immediately after this, she invited her to leave with her. The woman cried even more and said that she agreed to this. A few moments later, these souls flew into the sky, and the hero wondered if the half-destroyed souls had returned to normal. Salvation is the end for a soul that has been forced to wander aimlessly on earth for a long time. This moment is still far away, but one day the end of his path will come. Soon Pierrot said that everyone had already left, and the girl asked if that meant it was all over. The main character turned to her and said that nothing was over yet. He tells her to leave Theon right now, and the interlocutor asks why. Roger replied that for the Black Dawn she died here today, so let her leave and simply never return. But Pierrot can bring Joanna out unnoticed with the help of his magic, the interlocutor said. Of course this is so, and let her rely on him. The girl said that she would do so, but why would she? And the man added that it seems that Professor Rodger still has things to do, so let them come back. Joanna asked where they were going back to. The artist noticed in what sense this means, where they are returning to their native village. Rodger approached Selina and realized that she was still breathing. He assumed that this was possible, but did not really hope. Perhaps they shared not only their own body, but also their soul. The woman opened her eyes and looked at the man, and he asked if she had really woken up. The interlocutor was surprised. The professor continued to say that specialists would arrive soon. Let her hold on a little longer. Selina asked him if he had already saved her recently. She did simply terrible things, and even if it was her alter ego, it doesn't change anything, the man noticed. It turns out she remembers everything. So I wondered how about making a promise to her, because next year they promised each other that they would enjoy the festival again. This was precisely the main reason. After that, Selina pretended to understand everything. Then she smiled sweetly and, continuing to look at the fireworks, was glad that everything had turned out this way. So in the end, she offered to do it for real. The people who arrived at the place said that someone was there and the stretcher should be carried. They threatened Professor Selina, and Adrian asked if she was okay. The woman said that everything was fine. Don't let them worry. The guy turned to Professor Rodger and noticed that he only asked him to look around. The man replied that everything was fine with him, and he would get to the infirmary on his own. Rachel looked at this situation and thought that, including him, 2 professors were found there. But the member of the Black Dawn, whom she was pursuing, disappeared somewhere without a trace. In addition, there was 6th-level magic that she sensed behind the curtain of fire. So this same professor who made an indelible impression on her, could it just be an accident? Her thoughts were interrupted by a man who asked to call the fire brigade here, and the girl agreed to this. Hans told his brother that his mice got rid of evidence at the scene. Roger thanked him for this and said that he would see him later at their hideout. On the way, I thought that his comrade had successfully escaped, and this was great. He would finally be free when he concocted a report on what happened to the rector. Then he sat down on the bench and exhaled with relief, while realizing that they had already sorted out the most important things. A few moments after he crouched behind the tree, a stranger appeared and said it was a great job. More surprising for the main character was that he was named John Doe. Roger immediately thought that he had not felt his presence at all, and he had heard this voice before. It belongs to the same person who spoke to Quasimodo in the memory that he caught during a memory breakdown. He addressed him, that is, John Doe, as something lower in rank than him. So is this really the Zero Order of the Black Dawn? The stranger said that he had just dropped by the festival, and then there was such an exciting turn of events. And now, if he would accidentally tell him what was actually going on here, Roger thought that no one had even told him that the Zero Order would attend the festival. So does he really know that it was he who killed Quasimodo? Although if he knew, he would not ask such stupid questions. Now we can accept the fact that he does not know what exactly happened, and you just need to calmly answer the questions. Roger said that he was asking for forgiveness from Mr. Zero Order, asking for understanding, since this unexpected meeting left him speechless for a moment. The interlocutor noticed, of course, this is so because he did not warn him in advance, but there is no need to worry about this. The hero said, "First of all, the First Order is Esmeralda, that is, Quasimodo is dead." The stranger asked if he really understood this. After all, he is a different species, unlike them, so he needed an owner. In any case, this person is wondering how he died. Roger understood that he couldn't tell the truth for sure, but he could build a coherent speech on its basis. Therefore, he stated that if we speak as a result of this situation, he was sealed by Charlie Phoebius. Zero noticed that he sees spirits. Sealing techniques work on him. But at the same time, something doesn't add up. Did Esmeralda just stand and watch when her spirit was attacked? And what about that person? Does he have such skills? But someone helped him. The hero realized that he knew that this person just wouldn't buy all his lies. Therefore, he stated that the exact circumstances of the case were unknown to him, and as a professor, he controlled the outskirts of Theon, which is where he came across Charlie. The man, in turn, seemed to be running away from something, and it seems that those who were pursuing him were Esmeralda and Quasimodo of the First Order. And even before that incident at the banquet, Esmeralda personally asked for his support, and there he met that spirit and established its identity. Zero Order said that now it is clear to him because he knew about the plan for this girl's place, so whether it should have been carried out today and what happened then. The hero said that he assumed that the Black Dawn would be discovered due to the girl's possession, so he followed them to prevent the worst development of events. And then, cornered by Charlie, Phoebius Plus went to extreme measures, using the soul as payment. He performed a sealing ritual. The man could not foresee this, so Quasimodo was unable to fulfill his revenge. He was dragged into the seal along with Esmeralda since their souls were connected. This is how the First Order met its end. If he had interrupted the ritual, he would have been discovered immediately, which is why he did not stop Charlie. He couldn't do anything, so he asks for forgiveness. The chief noticed that the cornered mouse bit the cat, and how he fled the scene is interesting. Roger said that after everything that happened, he approached the betrayals of people, and she turned out to be alive, but had already woken up as Selena. Thanks to her, he pretended to be a rescuer. To those who pulled their colleague out of the fire, the interlocutor asked, such a soul split and separated unexpectedly, whether she remembers at least anything from her alter ego. Machiavelli said that he asked her, but she seemed to have no idea how she ended up in that place, and if he wished, he would immediately get rid of her. The stranger said, "There is no need to prove anything, even if she remembers something, so let her not do anything. They don't need unnecessary worries now." They gave so much, used his power. The hero thought it was a relief. The interlocutor continued to speak. "In any case, the position of the First Order is open again. Therefore he will soon be held at the top," Roger thought, "which means that very soon he will see all the First Orders. But he does not even know where they usually gather." Zero Order said that they had not gathered for a long time and asked if he still had the thing that he gave him the last time. The man understood, judging by the context, that this was something important for the meeting, some clue as to how risky he would have to act. And in the end he said that he should also apologize for this. And the interlocutor asked what he meant. The hero noticed that he should remember that he was getting here on the train. He, in turn, was subjected to a terrorist attack. To his deep shame, he lost some of his luggage in the scuffle. The interlocutor did not answer anything to this, and soon an awkward silence hung between them. Then he handed over some little thing and said that nothing could be done. Let him hold it. And very soon they will see each other again on the spot, after which he, the interlocutor, abruptly disappeared. Machiavelli thought. It seemed he was carried away, and deftly he resolved the situation. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a woman. It was Elizabeth, who asked what he was doing here already, whether they had given him at least first aid. The hero said he was just following her and just got dizzy in this crouch. The rector noticed that if he doesn't feel well, then let him seek help as soon as possible. But she will help him get there, so let him get up. Roger said that everything is fine, and he can go himself. But at the same moment when he stood up and saw that his head began to spin, and a few moments after the incident, the man completely lost consciousness. Soon Elizabeth said that she was very frightened when he fainted, and whether he was really better, the man replied that everything was fine. The interlocutor noted that it's somehow hard to believe that Professor Charlie really planned all this, and that the students were involved in this situation. Roger said, "That's right. Even the incident at the banquet happened because of this person and Joanna Lovett." The girl asked if he remembered the incident with the whole lying stone. The hero replied, "Of course he remembers." The rector noted that it seemed that these two were somehow connected with the attackers who were trying to get the stone. The interlocutor asked why she got this idea. Elizabeth asked what Professor Charlie said when he put Theon on fire. The man noticed that he said everything for the good of the Black Dawn. The rector noticed exactly that. They found out that those who hunted for the almighty stone are also associated with the Black Dawn. So those people have already taken root in the academy. Machiavelli said that then we need to find out and interrogate them with all our might. The girl said, "No need. The two of them are finally safe, so that's enough. Despite all these crimes, no one has yet been harmed. So she is happy about this. Now it's time for her to escape, so she asks to take care of herself." The interlocutor wished her the same. Then he rushed around a little, assessing the situation in the room. When the rector left here, he exhaled with relief and thought that it seemed that he was not suspected. Although she does not think that she completely trusts him, she needs them as leaders, so she will not take action even if she suspects. He and Professor Selena are on good terms, and we need to check the hidden objects, because he still has hope. He is especially worried about the fact that he gave him the Zero Order. And that amber stone that fell out after the death of Quasimodo, the stone itself is in place, but the box from the Zero Order is also there. The hero immediately took it in his hands, and then opened it and saw that there was a ring there. When he looked at it more closely, he realized that there was a magical seal inside, but it was built in such a way that the magic was activated when put on. Judging by the structure of the seal, this is a kind of dream magic that moves the knowledge of the bearer into the reality of dreams, who generally appoints dreams as a meeting place. Although this is quite a long time ago. After Quasimodo's death, the first 6 orders remain, excluding his 5 and one of them, Victor Dreadpool. If everything goes smoothly, then he knows who the others are at the upcoming meeting. Elizabeth said that she was glad to meet Rachel Selma. She not only supported the spirit of the holiday, but also helped identify suspicious characters in Theon. The woman called her to express gratitude, and also to listen to her version of yesterday's events. She, in turn, thought that it was better for her to once again make sure of everything else. The detective replied that she would be happy to help her in any way she could, but she would have a small request to make of her. The woman said that it means that she could not find out anything about that fire. The interlocutor replied that everything was true because of the blazing fire she could not see anything. At the same time, I thought that her testimony did not seem suspicious. She was chased by a strange group of people who mentioned a secret organization, and they led her to the scene. As soon as the wall of fire dissipated, there were only 2 professors there, and the one who revealed it to them turned out to be one of Professor Rodger's students. At the same time, the woman does not see any correspondence with the professor's testimony. On the contrary, his condition speaks for itself, however. She feels that she is missing something. Then I noticed that there is that person the professor mentioned. But who is he? The rector looked at her in surprise and said that he was a retired professor, but that she was worried. The girl thought that she just knew that she wouldn't tell her anything, although she herself doubted his suspicion. So she said, "Nothing like that. He just interested her a little." The interlocutor laughed and noticed that he was an interesting person. It seems that we can only trust the testimony of Professor Rodger, since he is the only witness to those events. The detective noted that this is probably true. Elizabeth said she thanked her for her cooperation and asked what her request was. Rachel replied that she would like to personally interrogate people who were in contact with the secret organization of the previous intrigue in Theon, because she herself was hunting for them. The main character heard some strange voices coming from behind the screen. So I opened the curtain and told the guys that they were great because they came to visit their loved ones. Na asks to try not to disturb others because they also need to rest. The students apologized and said that they were already leaving. The man told Professor Selena that she should be firmer, not oblige anyone to listen to each of her students. She apologized for this inconvenience. She seems to be causing him nothing but trouble because he was only here because of her. Rodger said it was his personal choice. Therefore, right now, don't worry too much. Flora entered the room and said that she heard the professor was hurt. I wonder if it hurts anywhere. Her conversation was interrupted by Adrian, who ran in and asked the man how he was here. Leo told him not to shout, because it's not allowed here, and the boy apologized, but Flora thought who else he was. Renee also came in and said that the other guys were also here. Selena greeted her and asked if she had also come to visit someone. The girl noted that everything was correct and asked how she was feeling. The woman noted that she was fine and how many of them were asking them to come closer. Rodger thought that it was noisy here, but however, this was for the best. It looked like he had been an understanding professor for good reason all this time. Suddenly, I paid attention and noticed a man there whom I did not expect to see here. Flora said that it was Freddie Wohlberg, and Leo asked what he was doing here. Adriana told her friend to look, because he was really stuck alone. The friend noticed that he had said that he wanted to go with them. The guy turned to Professor Rodger and said that he had not seen him recently. The girls who were talking about him shortly before were surprised. Soon everyone was out of there, and the princess said that she was very glad that everything was okay with them. Renee noticed that this was true and asked where Freddie had gone. Her friend replied that he said that he was leaving, but that she should not pay attention to him. Before this, Rodger asked how long it had been since they had seen each other, because they understood what he was talking about, because he believed this was the first conversation with him. The guy noticed that everything was clear to him, and it seemed that he was mistaken. Remembering this, the princess said that she did not understand what he was thinking about, because he was talking some kind of nonsense, and then said that he was mistaken. After all, no one can moan that there is a lone wolf in the head. Suddenly, the guy didn't turn up, and the girl said that they apparently only attend lectures. Adrian noticed that everything was right. He would like to ask her as the eldest, but it was a little difficult for him to get close to her. The girl was glad that he was finally recognized. She beamed with happiness and said that she was so polite and could call her little sister if she wanted. Tracy asked if they were too close now. Flora thought that because of this annoying student she could not finish speaking that time, and then this crowd around did not allow her to get a word in. By the way, it is not clear why Freddie behaved like this with the professor. To say that he has not seen the person he is talking to for the first time for a long time is a little strange. Isn't he the type who generally doesn't visit people he knows in the hospital? The guy saw Roger and said, "That's where he is." The man asked if he was stalking him, and perhaps there was some business. He personally had nothing to say to this guy, so let him go. The student said he initially thought he was imagining things when he first met him. It's about the case when he gave Renee a book on non-attributed magic. This book could only belong to one person who owns that same non-attributed magic. That man died, and he could only give his book to him. Isn't it too arrogant to show up here after everything that happened, and it's not clear what he was up to? Roger smiled and noted that he should have hidden his face better then, although who would have thought that he would remember so much, and this was his miscalculation. Indeed, it's been a long time since we've seen the Folberg's puppy. Then he was an ordinary child, but now he looks like a real aristocrat, so he's really grown up quite well. I wonder how many 10 or 12 years have already passed. The guy said that he had had enough of his useless chatter. Let him tell him what he had in mind. The professor asked why Freddy thought he had a good reason to be in Theon. Freddy expressed bewilderment as to whether the professor really did not understand his question, hinting at his stubbornness. According to Freddy, it is most likely the professor who killed Renee's mother. He added whether the professor would continue to pretend that he did not understand anything, or would he finally answer? Roger objected that all this sounded absurd since he had no reason to do such a thing. His interlocutor did not get the point, and Roger noted that all this was long in the past. Roger explained that the guy most likely got it all wrong, because he was not here because of the events of 12 years ago. Then the student asked why he needed it, but heard in response only that it did not concern him. Roger did not understand why he was being interrogated, since the student himself chose to remain silent, despite the fact that he had seen everything that day. The guy indignantly shouted that he was not at all like Roger. Roger didn't believe it, saying it was a very convenient excuse. Turning his back on him, he added that he could do whatever he wanted with his conclusions. Roger added that he knew the boy wouldn't do anything bad. In response to this, Freddy said nothing, only clenched his fist tightly. Soon Renee noticed Freddy and asked if he was still there. He said he was about to leave and asked what she was doing there. She replied that she had simply left something there. The aristocrat noted that this was just the right moment, because he had something to tell her. The girl was surprised by this and waited impatiently for what he would say. At this time, memories of that bloody night that happened long ago immediately appeared in Freddy's head. That night he and the girl witnessed what happened to Renee's mother. Remembering these terrible events, Freddy turned away and apologizing said that he did not want to say anything and did not want to distract her. He himself didn't know what exactly to say, because the professor she trusted so much was actually her mother's killer and had erased her memories. Without evidence, this story would seem absurd and would only push her away from him. Besides, he didn't want to hurt her, and that was the only reason for his silence. But he was hurt by the words of the protagonist, who noted that he knew Freddy wouldn't say anything. The situation was causing Freddy great irritation, and he realized that he would have to admit it, because for now he was not able to eliminate the enemy. However, he couldn't allow himself to relax because in the end, everything could change. The Wolfsburg Wolves have never missed an opportunity to corner their prey. The protagonist sat on the bench, wondering why this stupid thought had appeared in his memory again. He turned to Hans, who asked what had happened to his voice, but the man replied that it did not matter, and asked if Hans had learned the information he needed. The subordinate reported that they were trying to make the fire look like a malfunction of the fireworks, to which Roger remarked that he knew they would try to cover it all up. Roger also asked if Hans had heard that several members of the Black Dawn had been detained in the square, and if he had any information about it. The boy replied that they were being held in Theon. According to Hans, they are being interrogated by a woman with blue hair, who is probably a detective, and the rats saw her and the rector going down to the interrogation room. The question arose whether everything would be okay, because if they were given away, the consequences would be dire. The hero answered that it would not be possible to hide forever anyway. So he decided that he would deal with problems as they arose, to which Hans indignantly asked if he really thought so. In any case, this incident is already being resolved internally, and besides, he got rid of the First Order, which was also useful. Roger agreed that this was correct, but stressed that there was no time to relax just yet, although things were going quite well. His partner asked if Roger could step outside for a minute, and Machiavelli nodded. Although he asked if something serious had happened, the guy replied that they needed to discuss their underground business. Sometime later, in another place, a man was beaten and fell to the ground. Their boss said with displeasure that this would not do. These people had completely lost their fear of the silver sun. They can't even cope with the vagrants from the alleys and asked for help. The head of the Silver Sun, named Carlon, asked if they understood who they were dealing with. The old man nodded, confirming that he understood, but added that the problem was not with these mongrels, but with their leader, who gave them orders. The man asked if they were talking about the guy who had closed their competitor's business, and clarified that he had heard about him, so that meant he was being asked to deal with this guy. But first, he needed to find out what was known about him. The interlocutor said that the only thing they know is that his name is Master, but nothing more. Suddenly, one of the guys there cried out that he knew something, and when the noise died down, he said the name James Moriarty. Carlin, having praised the guy for being a good guy, immediately killed the man who was next to him. He then announced that he congratulated the young man, as he would now take Temelana's place. After this, Carlon asked his name, and the subordinate, a little embarrassed, said that his name was Caelton. The boss said he would get to work on the case soon, and stressed that it would not be cheap. Caelton said he understood everything, and in response the man said that he could go, but let him clean up the body. Discussing James Moriarty, he noted that all this was nonsense, because this man had long since died in the kingdom of Delica. Most likely, someone is using this name to cover up their criminal business, and perhaps this person has certain abilities, since someone turned to him for help. Let them clean up the mongrels for now. Some need to suffer as a demonstration, and those who survive need to be thoroughly intimidated. The subordinate said that everything would be prepared soon. Carlin decided to see how long they could hold out. Soon the main character met his subordinate Hans. Roger noted that he had arrived early and asked what had happened, whether it was related to their business, but the guy replied that everything was going smoothly so far. However, some rivals started to cause problems, so the hero asked to explain what was going on. His interlocutor noted that the business was moving forward, but their closest competitors began to set them up or file complaints. Machiavelli asked if the rivals had gone quiet lately. Hans confirmed that this was true. They had been annoying for a long time, but suddenly disappeared. The professor suggested that they were clearly up to something and asked if there was any information, but the interlocutor noted that there was very little data. He explained that he only had a vague idea and asked if Roger had heard of a criminal group called the Silver Sun. At first, they created an underground gang for shadow business, but soon they grew and turned into a criminal corporation. They launder money and interfere in the affairs of traders, and also actively develop the market for stolen goods. They also don't shy away from dirty work, as his rats have noticed that a group of rivals have taken over the Silver Sun headquarters. Machiavelli said that the situation was clear, but it was too suspicious to ignore, so he would proceed with extreme caution. Hans added that he would keep an eye on them, and suddenly noticed something strange. He asked his brother if he was sure that everything would be okay. The hero did not understand why he said that. The comrade pointed out that his leg was shaking, something that had never happened before, and cold sweat was visible on his face. Roger admitted that he had been so busy since the evening that he had missed one very important detail. There is a possibility that his mistress is trying to find out his location. At this time, a woman who had been lying in the coffin all this time rose from the coffin. She noted that she smelled her own blood, and apparently the student had escaped with it and was now using its power. Why he did this remains a mystery, because she trained him diligently. Apparently he was seriously pressed, since he was not afraid of detection. The situation is quite interesting, and now there is finally a reason to come out into the light. She even asks the student to greet her properly. Hans asked if Roger was too excited, as if his teacher were the goddess of death herself. Roger replied that she was almost as he said. The interlocutor did not believe him, but Roger asked him if he really thought he was joking, and reminded him who taught him all these magic tricks. Roger noted that he has reworked other people's ideas to fit his own projects, although he admits that his creations look complicated in the eyes of others. He did not make this widely public. This is because most of what he invented would not have satisfied his mentor. The interlocutor noted that most people can only dream of such power, which means that his mentor is truly great. The hero said that his teacher was a real monster, and he had been on the brink of death more than once because of her. Hans thought that calling his mentor a monster was a bit weird. Maybe he just needed to speak up. So he said that such a mentor was a real challenge, but Roger reminded that she was his teacher, and he shouldn't offend her. A couple of days later, the man found himself on the Royal Street, where he had not been since the Esmeralda affair. Then he still had time to meet with a friend. Suddenly he noticed a man with a symbol on his back that seemed familiar to him, probably the priests of Bredis. The hero admitted that the fight for the throne must be ended, but events are developing much faster than he expected. This was definitely not good, and he needed to hurry, so he soon found himself in Violetta's clothing store, House of Verdi. The girl served him tea and noted that he was early. Roger replied that he had come early on purpose to assess the situation on the streets. Even at this time, there are plenty of people there, full of enthusiasm. The interviewee noted that this is thanks to their owner. She was surprised when he contacted her and said he was going to visit them, but apparently he had new business. The hero noted that he had heard that competitors had become more active recently, and that there were serious instigators among them. Violetta knew that nothing would escape his notice. Although she wanted to figure it out herself, he was already here and understood everything. These ringleaders call themselves Silver Sun, and they are up to something with a local merchant group. Suspicious people have been hanging around the store lately. The professor asked her to tell him more, because he needed to know everything she knew. Suddenly her subordinate burst into the room and informed Mrs. Violetta that something bad had happened. The factory was attacked, and Violetta responded to the alarm and learned of it. People tried to put out the flames, but the thick smoke became a serious obstacle, preventing them from getting inside. When Violetta arrived at the scene, she was told that the attackers were wearing white bandanas, which immediately attracted attention. The professor focused on putting out the fire and decided to use his magic to eliminate the threat. However, when he tried to use magical power, he felt something strange and incomprehensible inside himself. The stone that remained from Quasimodo began to emit light, and it was associated with fire, as if the two elements had some kind of connection. It was extremely unusual because the flame seemed to be reaching out to the stone, as if it was connected to it on an energetic level. Violetta, amazed by what was happening, asked about the stone's ability to absorb fire, but immediately focused on saving people. Her subordinates followed her instructions and rushed to help the victims. They soon reported that they could not find Stella and Dave, but perhaps they had found shelter and managed to escape the fire. The professor expressed concern that the attack could be linked to these two, although this has not yet been confirmed. He asked Violetta if she knew where they might be, to which she replied that they lived in the same place where they had lived before. Roger insisted that she stay and deal with the situation with the factory, while he went to check out the information. Upon arrival at the house, he saw a terrible picture of murdered people, next to whom stood masks. There was a girl in the house who apologized and said that she was unable to greet him properly, despite the circumstances. He asked what had happened, and the girl told him how an unknown person had broken into the house, and how her grandfather had sacrificed himself to save her. The girl was in a panic, not understanding the reasons for what happened, wondering why such a tragedy happened to them. At that moment she had hope for the best, but everything was destroyed in an instant, and they only dreamed of a quiet life. Roger made it clear to her that she should wait outside while he dealt with the situation. In a calm and determined tone, he warned her not to enter the room until he returned, no matter what happened. The interlocutor silently met his gaze, after which, without saying a word, she quickly left the room. Using his power, the hero confidently removed the magic seal and ordered to concentrate, tuning his energy to the necessary wave. He turned to the dark creature with a request to help heal the wounded man, promising a generous reward for his help. The hero warned that if the creature refused, he would call another spirit, but if it agreed to help, it would receive a considerable reward. Soon, people on the street noticed a figure coming out of the house, and were surprised to recognize it as the main character, who was walking next to his living grandfather. Stella, unable to contain her emotions, ran up to the elder, hugging him, as if not believing that he was alive, and he, smiling, confirmed that he was okay. With joy and relief she exclaimed that he was alive, and he replied with a smile that this was indeed the case, and that nothing threatened him. Hans apologized to his brother for being late, but was told that everything was fine, as he had handled the situation quickly and without any problems. He reported that he had found something unusual in the house where Dave and Stella were, and asked if she could find out what it was. The girl carefully examined the find, and immediately recognized the symbol of the silver sun, noting that she had seen the same ones on suspicious individuals near the store. The hero realized that the situation was getting out of control, and although he was in no hurry to reveal all his cards, he promised that he would no longer allow events to develop without intervention. His words were resolute as he left the place, assuring everyone that he could handle it himself and that no one should follow him this time. At this time, in the Carlon mansion, located on the main street, the situation was developing completely differently. The guards discussed how everything remained in its place, and the influence of the silver sun was so great that no one would even dare to disturb them. The conversation briefly mentioned the bar they were planning to go to, but there was a more interesting option in mind. Suddenly, one of the guards' attention was drawn to a shadow moving ahead, and perhaps it was a wild animal, but something about it alerted him. The shadow looked more like a person, but suddenly, before he could realize what was happening, it disappeared, leaving behind only a feeling of anxiety. A moment later, the figure reappeared, quickly approaching, and in an instant struck the one who was nearby, not giving the slightest chance to defend himself. The second guard stood frozen in horror as he watched his partner killed in an instant, and quickly realized that the situation was much more serious than he thought. Tension tightened in his chest, and he asked warily who was standing in front of him, preparing for a possible attack. The man, without showing any emotion, glanced at his opponent and said evenly that his name was Jack, and there was not a shadow of doubt in these words. Meanwhile, the protagonist had already entered the estate, where disorder reigned no less than on the street, and despite the obvious chaos, he continued to move forward, confident in his goal. Those present at the scene of the battle were shocked at how one could fight such a man and still not win, when he seemed invincible. The mysterious attacker rushed towards his enemy like a ghost, and in just one moment his life was gone. The head of the organization was sitting in his office and was surprised to see the doors swing open and someone disturbing his peace, invading his personal space. Calmly raising his glass, he asked in a slightly mocking tone if all his men in the corridor were dead, despite their unreliability. He sat waiting for his visitor to appear, and nodded calmly, bidding him sit down, as if he knew he would not dare do otherwise. The hero removed his hood, his face became visible, and the tension in the room immediately became almost tangible, as if he was ready to break the silence. Sitting down in the offered place, the hero quietly noted that he expected to see a more dramatic meeting, and not the calm of this man, who seemed to know what would happen next. Carlin's eyes said with confidence that, of course, he knew he would come, because the morning noise was only part of his plan. He mockingly asked if they liked the gift he left his subordinates in the form of a horror show in a burning factory, where screaming people were just part of the show. The hero, interrupting him, said in a cold tone that he had sat down there to watch him justify his actions. But then he realized that it was not worth irritating this person any further, since he himself had revealed his vulnerability. The man removed his mask, and his gaze became dark and aggressive, as if he was ready to devour the one standing in front of him. Carlin, frowning, asked in what sense he should justify himself, since he had rightly admitted that he had gotten here alone, so what was there to justify himself for? The hero answered with cold confidence that he did not understand how this man with such methods was able to get to power at all, and he did not believe in his strength. Carlin chuckled and noted that even if his fighters were only rank and file, they had now been turned into experienced knights, and that was great progress. He mockingly said that this hero should stop his threats and surrender. Perhaps he would be merciful, taking his people from the alleys. Roger, with a smile on his face, remarked that he had to correct Carlon first, since he had clearly forgotten that his methods were not as good as he thought. First of all, he noted that he was not bragging, but was in fact shocked by the low standards that Carlon was displaying. Then, with ease, the hero walked up to Carlon, striking him with lightning speed, because violence had become an integral part of him. At the moment of impact, one of the enemies was thrown aside, and his body seemed to disappear into the dark energy, leaving only a trace on the ground. Alex, seeing how many of them there were, with confident determination, noted that it was time to finish with these losers and go on all fronts, and in such a fight, nothing threatened him. The professor, analyzing the situation, noticed that this was the power of the Silver Sun, and it seemed that its power was truly impressive. The leader of the group shouted in rage that this guy was clearly bluffing and insisted that he be destroyed immediately. But before they could react, the hero disappeared, as if he had dissolved into thin air, and no one could understand how he did it. He remained in the same room, assuring everyone that he had not done anything. Not that he had not done anything, he just had not moved. One of the men rushed into the attack without thinking, deciding to deal with the hero, considering him insignificant. But the moment he took a step, dark energy touched him, and his body began to shrink, as if he was being consumed by the darkness itself. And soon, all his life force was taken away, and his body disappeared into the dark shadows, leaving only emptiness and silence. Carlon, as well as his subordinates, were in complete shock, unable to understand what kind of sinister and incomprehensible force now rules this place. Roger reminded him with cold calm that he had already said that he had done nothing, and that all this was happening at the behest of other forces of which Carlon was unaware. The dark energy continued to swirl and fill the air, emanating from the ceiling, and the hero, with an icy gaze, asked if the interlocutor believed in God, as if this was the key to solving what was happening. The being that these black tentacles belonged to was none other than the lost goddess whose name had faded from the memory of men when she was betrayed in the dark times. Condemned as an evil god, she was stripped of everything she once symbolized, and now she was no longer in people's memories, like a vanished name in the annals. But even though she was betrayed, she still retained a feeling of love for them, strong enough to make herself out of shadow and flesh out of those souls. The man knew that her appearance could be stunning, but she was able to heal any wound if the person was still alive, but always at a price that not everyone could pay. Of course, help was not free, and this morning he had to turn to it to save someone who was on the verge of life and death. Since these were the people who had caused this man's death, he offered them as sacrifices, considering it a just retribution. Carlon, with horror and despair in his voice, cried out that no god could be here, and demanded that he be immediately delivered from this terrible goddess. But the hero, touching the bony hand of this god, said with incredible calmness that he should not worry, because she would not kill him, despite all the threats. The man felt his heart sink in horror, and in a desperate impulse he began to beg for this goddess to be removed immediately, and he would rather accept death than face this. Soon his pleas became even more insistent, but the darkness continued to consume his body, drawing his consciousness into its cold, soulless world. Everything was mixed up before my eyes. The pictures became foggy, and it seemed that everything around was disappearing into a dark void. But all this happened so quickly that no one had time to understand anything. Silence enveloped everything around, and the world seemed to freeze, as if in a dark dream where there was no time, no life, no future. In the alley, Alex, with slight bewilderment, said that it was just a warm-up, and they had not yet started in earnest, while Hans added that he did not see any more threats. The guy noted with surprise that he did not expect that Violetta knew about the attempt on her in advance, because how could she have found out about it so early? Violetta, with a slight smile on her lips, replied that these predictable guys were always like that, and in any case, they had only created a mess, and she had long known that this would happen. Sheridan, with a serious expression, suggested that since their houses were going to be torn down, perhaps they should work with these people some more. But Hans couldn't understand what the child was talking about. And so, while they were arguing, the main character appeared, interrupting their conversation and asking if everyone had done their job, to which Alex calmly replied that everything was fine and that they had also done their job. Roger, with tension in his voice, asked how Dave was, and Violet replied that he was fine, even seemed healthier than before. The hero declared with satisfaction that this was wonderful, and since everyone was gathered, he was ready to report that the Silver Sun was finished. The girl asked with amazement in her voice if all this had really happened so quickly, and he had killed all the members of the organization in such a short period of time. The man, with cold determination, replied that yes, he had destroyed each of them, and now they would no longer interfere with their plans, and their remaining affairs were their problem. Suddenly, several people approached them, insistently demanding that they release the girl, and their appearance attracted the attention of everyone in the alley. The locals, with confidence in their voices, said that the fight was over, and they had come to help, since the situation was already under control. Violetta replied angrily and with contempt that she had asked them not to interfere, and the man respectfully noted that it must have taken them a lot of courage to come here. The girl, looking at the owner, noticed that although he looked indifferent, he was clearly not indifferent to these people and their requests. The locals, like comrades, asked to speak and, as representatives of forgotten people, thanked the hero for his help, expressing appreciation for his actions. The next day, several people were driving in a car, discussing how all the members of the Silver Sun had disappeared in a few days, and no one knew where they had gone, how they had disappeared from the face of the earth in an instant. The girl quietly said that it seemed that while she was away, something big had happened, something that had turned everything upside down this time. She asked Annie to tell her in detail every detail she could find out about the incident, because the mysteries were more pressing than ever before. The subordinate noted that according to the latest report, everything points to the fact that one of the regions may be behind this case, hiding much more than it seems. And most likely we are talking about the Lazarvelk slums, where, according to rumors, secrets are hidden that were not supposed to come to light. Jessica's lips curled as she noticed that the scene looked so clean, as if there had been no struggle or bloodshed, as if everything had been wiped off the map. The girl asked the captain what kind of artifact it was, and he confidently replied that it was the latest development, capable of analyzing mana and reading hidden memories, as if reality itself kept its secrets. Annie, with an exclamation of surprise, added that now they would be able to solve all the cases related to Mom, and Jessica noted that the residual traces of mana only lasted for 36 hours. The only downside to this artifact is that it only works for this amount of time, and then everything disappears, as if the magic itself began to forget. The subordinate reported with alarm that this was about a new master who appeared in Lazarvelka immediately after the disappearance of the enemy group, subjugating the underground and uniting the disparate forces. The captain was skeptical that this guy was suspicious, but she wanted to know more, because even the girl could not find any trace of his past or real name. Jessica wondered if this owner had really brought order to the slums. Then he could well have dealt with the Silver Sun, their main competitor. There is no hurry, but for now, he is the main suspect, and we will have to meet with him in person to clear everything up once and for all. The artifact suddenly stopped, drawing the subordinate's attention as if the world itself had frozen in anticipation. The captain, with a cold gaze, noted that the device stopped working if it could not detect mana in a given space, and Annie, with bewilderment, asked if this was really what she thought it was. In response, she heard confirmation that everything was correct. No magic was used here, and she was confused, because according to the case materials, the base was guarded by 100 guards. And yesterday, traces of their presence were recorded, but the absence of mana meant one thing. Everything that was happening was leading to a dead end, as if the mystery was deliberately hidden. The captain thought that a meeting with this owner was inevitable after all. She had a feeling that before her was not just a person, but something more than she could imagine. She gave the order to take the artifact, but to leave the marks, because the reporters should not suspect that something was wrong. They should remain in the dark. She suddenly wanted to add something else, but suddenly something caught her attention, and she instantly prepared to attack, as if a weapon had slipped out of the shadows. Having repelled the attack, she calmly declared that it was enough to hide, because sooner or later everything's secret becomes clear anyway, and there was no point in hiding any longer. A female voice responded with a familiar sound, which said that she expected this from Jessica, because her intuition is always at its best. She was a detective, and she noted with a little irritation that the reporters would not have noticed, but she could not be fooled. She always sensed the truth, even when everything around was confused. The captain, happily recognizing her interlocutor, greeted her, since so much time had passed since that incident in the auction house where she and the assistant had crossed paths. The woman, with a smile on her face, said that everything was correct and asked how Jessica was doing, noting that they had not seen each other for a long time. Jessica, with slight displeasure, reminded them that they were now at a crime scene and that outsiders were prohibited from entering, but the detective, with a characteristic grin, replied that she was, after all, a national hero. The captain, holding back her irritation, asked to be more formal, because she, as always, did not tolerate informality, especially in such cases where everything was on the edge. The girl, with a clear hint of an ironic answer, said that it was inconvenient for her to hide, but it took a lot of time, and she did not want to attract unnecessary attention. This case was so exciting that she simply could not sit still, because every moment something new was discovered, and their investigation did not stand still. Jessica, with a knowing look, noted that she needed to hold back from helping, not because she didn't trust, but because official investigations couldn't depend on outside interference. Richard, with a little regret, remarked that she would very much like to ask one favor if she could help it, but still, it did not matter much. The woman showed interest in the item, and the captain immediately realized that it had drawn her in more than she had expected. She could have given it up, but her subordinates did not understand how such an important thing could be entrusted to outsiders. The woman took responsibility, knowing that hiding would be easier than stealing. The detective promised to be careful, but Betty scolded her for causing problems. Jessica asked about her plans, but the woman did not reveal them, keeping everything a secret. The woman acknowledged the pointlessness of the conversation with a smile, but there was some mystery in it. The colleague thanked her and hurried to leave, promising to meet later. The captain announced that their path lay in the slums, where new mysteries awaited them. While the plan was being discussed, the rats hid in the shadows, carefully watching every movement. The hero praised Hans, but he was worried that he was left to monitor the situation. A friend offered to help, but Roger assured him that he could handle it himself. Roger was confident that this area was not so easy to fool and prepared to meet his opponents. The hero prepared for the inevitable and gave Violetta instructions to organize everything. Jessica was surprised by the changes in the streets, as if she had entered a completely different place. She noticed the hostility of the locals towards the knights, but the atmosphere was tense. Violetta appeared in the darkness and declared that she would be their guide, as instructed by her master. She introduced herself and added that her task was to accompany them to the right place. Annie asked a question, but Jessica confidently stated that there was no danger. They arrived at a false refuge, surrounded by darkness and mystery. The man greeted them with a bow, claiming that he was the host, and that it was an honor to meet them. The man hides his face behind a mask, claiming his burns are so bad that he is forced to hide his true identity. The interlocutor wondered if he was hiding his real name, and asked with interest what his name was, to which the hero acknowledged her suspicions with a smile. Oliver revealed that he grew up in these slums and hides his origins for safety, because many do not like such stories. The captain was surprised that this was really the only reason he was hiding, and the man in turn was puzzled by her distrust. Jessica felt something was wrong. Too many coincidences. The man who had everything under control got rid of the competition. It sounded more plausible. Oliver was outraged by her words, saying that his goal was to hide from people, and now he became a leader, but her words sounded like a memorized answer. She decided not to waste time on guesswork and got to the point. The silver sun disappeared without a trace during the night. Besides, she knew about the conflict between his people and the silver sun and was waiting for an explanation. He confidently stated that he had nothing to do with their disappearance. Oliver noted that many members of Silver Sun had dark pasts, and the disappearance was just a coincidence. He asked ironically why the knights who hid in the night suddenly took it upon themselves to defend the guilty, if it was not really their business. Jessica said she understood his point of view, but asked him not to make accusations without basis, adding menacingly that if they truly believed in his guilt, her sword would have long since been saturated with his blood. At that very moment, dark energy filled the room. The atmosphere became so tense that it could be cut with a knife. Soon the hero, smiling, thanked them for their time, promising to remember this moment. Annie was shocked that he was not afraid of the threat from the captain, and she did not believe in his calmness. She was sure that this man was far from ordinary, and something about him did not give her peace. The looks in his men's eyes spoke of a real affection for their master. Clearly, he was more than just a leader to them. Jessica realized that if a fight broke out, the civilians would not be able to stay away, and this had to be avoided. She thanked the hero for his cooperation and stated that it was time to leave, as the situation was getting tense. Roger nodded, adding that he would not see them out, and the girl said with a smile that she was just about to ask him the same thing. Suddenly the door swung open and a guy burst into the room, saying that they were all here and that he had just returned from reconnaissance. It was Alex, and his gaze met Annie's as if time had frozen, and there was a drawn-out pause between them. The former lovers looked at each other, both not realizing that their destinies had crossed again in this place and at this moment. The main character realized that everything was not going as planned, because who could have thought that he would return so quickly? Annie rushed after Alex, her voice filled with pain as she asked if he had lied when he said he was going home. He waved her off, coldly replying that her questions were of no importance, and suggested that she simply go about her business. Her heart sank at these words, and she, holding back her rage, said that he remained the same, soulless and cold. Angry, she promised not to interfere in his life anymore, and perhaps they would never meet again. Although Alex tried to hide his feelings, he felt an inner uneasiness. He was worried about whether other people he knew were here. When he noticed his comrades, he became indignant, saying that he wanted to be here alone, but circumstances turned out differently. He apologized, explaining that he had not warned in advance because he considered it unnecessary, and the assistant, with an ironic smile, reminded him that he had come without warning. Alex told how he entered the school for knights, and how he once found himself in conflict with the coaches. And Violetta remembered that he was expelled for a dishonorable act. Alex admitted that a few days ago he had gotten into a fight with an instructor and his classmates, and his comrades asked in surprise why. He explained, smiling, that they could not accept the fact that he was a commoner, and he could not stand their company for another 3 years. The allies realized that it had been too long, and he simply could not stand the pressure that was being put on him. Richard, noticing the girl's reaction, realized that it was not about the expulsion, and wondered if Alex might have offended her with something else. Alex turned to them in surprise and asked if they were a couple with Annie, because it was hard to believe that they could be together. But this did not happen immediately, because initially they were competitors in the fight for the place of the best student. Very often their duels during training ended in fierce battles, and at some point he realized that he not only wanted to win, but also to protect her. Annie, in turn, felt the same, and it was an unforgettable time that changed their destinies forever. But despite everything, Annie remained an aristocrat, and with each passing day their relationship became more and more dangerous, because the environment did not forgive such a relationship. Hans asked in surprise if she didn't know about it, to which the guy replied that he did everything possible to hide the truth and protect her from harm. He partially agreed with what his entourage told him, even if he became a knight. As a commoner, he would always be nothing but a hindrance to her. In order not to harm her, he pretended to break off the relationship, but the further it went, the more painful it was from this decision, and those around him rejoiced at their breakup. He simply overestimated his strength, and as a commoner, he was too ambitious, which ultimately only worsened his situation. Annie also shared her story, and the captain bitterly noted that it was a tragedy, because he was truly talented, and his efforts could have changed the slums. Remembering everything that happened, the girl said that there was nothing to worry about, because now their paths no longer crossed. And even if something connected them before, now it doesn't matter. It's all long gone. The hero, watching what was happening, realized that Alex could have easily dealt with these people, but instead he resigned himself to their blows. Alex, seeing the man, frowned and shouted at him to get out, stating that his business was none of this stranger's business. Jason didn't back down, smiling. He suggested that Alex think about it. Maybe he liked this life, and he was ready to offer his help. He invited him over, promising not to tolerate the humiliation any longer, and offered to help Alex get what he deserved. But first he asked her to stop doing what continued to hurt, and asked if it didn't torment him himself. Alex, remembering the past, said that the leader saved him, taking him in like a lost mongrel, and if it weren't for that meeting, he would have died long ago. The leader was his light in this dark world, but the hero, smiling, noted that Alex was exaggerating the significance of this meeting. At this moment, his comrades noticed that Alex was embarrassed for the first time, and this did not go unnoticed. Beatrice noted that, if you think about it, they really don't know anything about their boss or his past. Sheridan intervened in the conversation, asking to tell at least something about himself, and it seemed that everyone was waiting for some amazing story. Alex, thinking, said that he had been planning to do this for a long time, but now that everyone was gathered, everything seemed much more complicated than he expected. The hero suddenly said that they were actually collecting relics not for their own benefit, but to break their shackles in order to gain freedom. He asked them if they had ever thought that the world was a huge birdcage where they were all suffocating, and the girl asked in surprise if it was a mystery. Holding on to one of the relics, the hero said that it wasn't that complicated, and that they were collecting these artifacts in order to destroy the chains that were holding them back. Alex, surprised, asked if he was an instrument of world destruction, but the hero answered with a smile that this was not the case at all. His subordinates, hearing his words, asked if his constant name change was connected with the relics, and soon the hero asked to be told his real name. After a while, Renee opened her eyes and found herself in a completely unfamiliar place. The girl who saw her explained that she came here after feeling a strange energy, and it was curious for her. The girl turned out to be Julia Plumhart, a top first-year student, and Renee noticed that she was often in Professor Rogers' classes. But she wondered how Julia had ended up there, to which she replied that she had been brought there by dreams that she could not ignore. The girl was surprised that she really possessed sleep magic, and Julia, smiling, said that she was perceptive and probably knew about such magic. Julia explained that dream magic is a special spell that allows you to enter other people's dreams or see something specific in a dream, and it is much easier to master than other types of magic. Renee admitted that she had heard of such people, but this was the first time she had met them in real life, and it was truly strange. This girl is truly amazing. She is like a fairy of dreams, but the interlocutor indignantly declared that this is just delirium generated by a dream. The girl couldn't understand how she could be in a dream, and Julia explained that it was something in between, where sleep and reality were intertwined. She remembered nothing amazing, but rather fragments of the days of her youth, but she could not accurately recreate this moment. The top student confidently stated that if it was a dream, then it was more than real, and she could prove it. The interlocutor could not understand what was being discussed, and the girl explained that this was a reflection of reality and a ghost of the past that came in a dream. Perhaps they can look at it again and discuss it with her to find a clearer explanation for what is happening. Julia tried to use magic, but it didn't work, and only then did she notice something dim and unclear that began to appear. Renee felt someone's presence in her dream, but she couldn't figure out who it was, and the girl explained that this was limited by her capabilities. The problem was that this dream was connected to the girl's past, and someone had deliberately sealed it to hide the truth. She didn't know who could have done this, but she suspected that the girl had long been trying to unravel the secret of her past. Renee wondered if this might be a result of the memory loss experiments they had been doing with the seniors. She asked if the girl could remove the seal from the memories, but Julia replied that it was beyond her power. However, she suggested looking for clues in her dreams, suggesting that she remember something clear that she could see. The interlocutor thought and remembered that she did not remember the face, but she knew the name for sure, which sounded like a riddle in her memory. As she thought about it, she suddenly remembered the name, Heathcliff, which involuntarily surfaced in her mind as a response to deep feelings. He revealed that his real name was Heathcliff van Bredes, a member of the royal family and the son of the previous king of the Holy People. Renee wondered if she knew the name, but the girl replied that it was the first time she had heard it, and it was not something familiar to her. The name was rare, and she could not make out its meaning, as her memories were too vague. The girl thanked her for her help and asked what was wrong with her body, to which Julia replied that she would wake up soon. It was time to go, but this conversation was fascinating enough to remain in her thoughts for a long time. Renee asked if they could continue the conversation later, but her interlocutor answered sharply that they could not. Their conversation was a brief breakthrough, and Julia had no intention of continuing the relationship with her or building a friendship. If she wants to continue, she will need to try to intrigue her again, because Julia does not tolerate boring conversations. With a quick farewell, Julia left, leaving Renee to ponder how interesting and busy this mysterious woman was. But Renee couldn't figure out where to look for a man like Heathcliff, who suddenly entered her life like a ghost. Alex smiled and remarked that the son of the previous emperor. This was amazing, but generally not surprising for this kind of people. His abilities were most likely inherited, but Roger clarified that this was not entirely true. He only inherited one unnecessary trait from the emperor. It was about a predisposition to obsession, which was never observed in his blood relatives, which was alarming. Richard said that in his kingdom they did not worship gods, and that this was perhaps not a gift, but rather a curse that was coming upon his family. In the struggle for the throne, this illness becomes just a minor detail, having almost no effect on the course of events. The real reason for his constant wanderings around the area is that he is hiding from his relatives in order to simply survive in this dangerous world. His biological father, the previous emperor, was not the healthiest man, and when it became clear who the next heir would be, those who were enamored with the throne began to act to get rid of their rival. Beatrice noted with surprise that his fatigue with poisons was now obvious, and Heathcliff calmly replied that it was the result of countless attempts to poison him, each time with an unsuccessful outcome. The aristocracy has recently resumed its activity after a 20-year hiatus, and they have now determined who will be the temporary king. But once he discovers that the man is alive, they will be ready to do anything to rid the world of this threat forever. Betty was seething with anger at her boss for her sloppiness in the room, but the girl only shamelessly promised to clean everything up, although she knew perfectly well that this would not happen. Betty didn't even have time to listen to her subordinate to the end, because her attention was completely absorbed by her own affairs and concerns. There was a picture of what was happening hanging on the wall, like one big puzzle, and Rachel felt it was time to take stock. First, there was that horrible incident with the werewolves at the abandoned factory that nearly wiped out everyone in the area. Then came the attacks on the Konst auction house and the mystical revival of the Gévaudan monster, which left everyone frozen in horror. And soon it became known that a certain Black Dawn had appeared in Ceoren's Academy, which was gaining more and more frightening strength. All this happened against the backdrop of the disappearance of people from the Silver Sun in Lazarvelka, and too many mysteries began to surround this city. She suspects that all these events are somehow connected with the slums, which began to develop too quickly and unexpectedly, but she decides to leave this secret for Jessica. The only clue she now has is a fleeting piece of information she received from the stenographers in Theon about the Black Dawn. Of course, no one told her where exactly these people were based, but after several attempts to find out the details, one location still caught her attention. The place is called Valtown, and the girl is sure that James Moriarty must be there, hiding in the shadows. A few days later, Roger noted that he had asked his subordinate to leave out all unnecessary details, to which she replied that she had done so. However, she had something else, a letter that looked truly important and unusual. The letter turned out to be an invitation to a mystical night, and the hero, noticing it, said that this was an annual event where magicians from all over the world came together. Sylvia happily reported that the professors had finally recognized her efforts, but the hero, in turn, was more intrigued by something completely different that had happened that day. The association of the old and new magic tower, as well as free scientists, incredibly. But they invite him to their ranks, offering unexpected opportunities. The magical community is conditionally divided into 3 groups. The old sages honor traditions, considering magic a privilege of the chosen ones. The new magic tower wants to bring elements of modern science into magic, breaking ties with the traditions of the old masters. The Association of Free Scientists holds completely different views, which do not agree with the opinions of both towers in conflict. The hero does not support any of the associations, knowing that any choice will lead to hostility with the others. The subordinate reported that all 3 associations had sent gifts and suggested that he start with them if he was having difficulty making a decision. The professor happily agreed, declaring that he was not going to choose and would simply keep all the gifts for himself. Nobody asked him to give them anything, so he doesn't owe them anything at all. Sylvia was delighted, because her mentor was once again reaping the benefits of profit, as always. The hero thought, already accustomed to her bright reactions, and noted that her loyalty was clearly deep. But to whom did it belong? But who was she really devoted to, him or the first? Roger didn't know what was driving her. Their conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door, and the hero allowed them to enter. An elf professor entered the room, and the hero, seeing him, asked what brought Virano here. The colleague replied that he had come to talk to his assistant and wanted to discuss something important. Coming closer, he asked if she had finally decided what she would do. The girl became embarrassed and said that everything was fine with her, and the man realized that perhaps he had bothered her for nothing. The student immediately became wary, noticing that she had a lesson soon, and hurried to leave. Virano joked that he didn't seem to like her, but the hero assured him that was not the case. It's strange because he didn't know that he and his assistant knew each other. The professor explained that they were just very similar. The hero asked how exactly they were similar, and the professor replied that they communicated often, and he thought he already knew. The elf wasn't sure he had the right to speak unless she revealed it herself, but it seemed she trusted him. So the professor asked if Roger ever thought she was a little weird. By the way, had he ever seen what her ears were like before? Being a half-elf, she inherited elven blood, which explains her characteristics. After the conversation, the hero asked her to come in for a minute to clarify something important. In the greenhouse, the man wondered if she took care of flowers as a hobby, and she replied that she had been doing this since childhood. Roger apologized for the professor telling her about her origins, not thinking that she wanted to keep it a secret. If she decides to return to the elven community as the professor suggests, she can leave her family and live happily ever after. The hero is ready to accept any of her decisions and settle all issues with the organization, promising not to worry about her. Grateful for his kindness, she decided to stay with him, because it was he who recognized her true place. Heathcliff, hearing her decision, only nodded, realizing that her desire was undeniably important to her. But he himself was hiding something important from her, which could turn everything upside down. If he had told her the truth, she would have realized that he did not belong to the First Order at all. Recently, the heroes had a hard time believing that she was really a half-elf. There was no limit to their surprise. Sylvia Roshan, the daughter of a noble, knew little about her mother, who was an elf, and rumors of elven slavery spoke of the terrible truth. If these rumors are true, then her origins are filled with darkness and pain, but she still remains who she is. The man asked what exactly his colleague was proposing, and he replied that he wanted to save her from that family and return her to her people. In her world, looks at her are offensive, and among those who are like her, she will have a much easier time. Roger doubted it. She was only a half-elf, and the past of humans with elves was dark, so who could guarantee that she would not be betrayed? If he has no power in this matter, how can he protect her? Virano confidently said that he has such a resource. The hero was stunned. The elder of the community exists, and he could help, which he did not expect. The elf revealed that he was one of the 7 roots of the world tree, the head of the dentist family, who protected the elven forests. His family not only protects the forests, but also supports those far from their homelands, protecting children like Sylvia. He promised to guarantee her safety, but Roger still doubted and apologized for his doubts. The elf said that he wished to see her happy, and Roger could not help but acknowledge his good intentions. He has no right to decide for her, and if he tries, it will no longer be her choice, but manipulation. The colleague noted that he understood, but still hoped that he would listen to his request. When he first suggested this to her, she responded cryptically that she needed to discuss it with Professor Ludger. She seemed to trust Roger wholeheartedly, and her decision depended on his opinion no matter what. He was the only one who could listen to her soul, and she trusted him with her deepest thoughts. So he begged her not to be shy and to answer honestly what she really thought. Sylvia couldn't hide her surprise that he couldn't be the First Order. It was too unexpected. The professor gently confirmed that, although it was difficult to accept, he was indeed not the First Order. The real First Order is John Doe, and the hero is only using his guise after the tragic attack on the train. All this time they followed not the First Order, but the one who bore its name. The girl was shocked and immediately asked if he had just been lying to her all this time. Roger approached her and tried to calm her down, promising that everything that happened was not his will. The calm she had maintained soon turned to anger, and she screamed at him not to touch her. Sylvia ran, and the hero realized that her reaction was exactly what he expected. Soon she stopped and asked why he had hidden the truth for so long, not understanding what she had gone to such lengths for. The hero apologized and asked to answer one important question that was tormenting him. He asked if she followed the First Order of her own free will, or if it was just his manipulation. Sylvia replied that it was all connected with the Black Dawn that was drawing her along with it. The hero, thinking, asked why she was still there and why she didn't leave if her heart contradicted her actions. He hid the truth from her, but now he decided to open up and is ready to listen to her decision. She had said before that she wanted to follow him, Professor Ludger, and he had always supported her until the end. Now the time has come to choose, and he said if her path is with the Black Dawn, let her go. He knew what he was getting into and was ready to respect any of her decisions, no matter what they sounded like. The subordinate not only helped him, but also tirelessly developed her abilities, becoming stronger all the time. The work she did was impressive, and she did it very well. Sylvia remembered the first time she stepped into the Black Dawn and how naively she believed their words. She had long since realized that she had been accepted into the Black Dawn because the Roshan name was beneficial to them. The girl herself made a choice in favor of the First Order because she was always kept in the shadows, and she was looking for her goal. But this man was different. He accepted her as she was and listened to her words with respect. He was the first to praise her sincerely, and this meaning could not go unnoticed. After these words, doubts appeared in Sylvia's eyes, and her heart sank from the weight of the confessions. They sat together, and she admitted that her real name was Sylvia Flaunt, to which he replied that it was her mother's last name. The girl confirmed his guess, and now everything fell into place. The secrets were revealed. She asked what they should do now, and Roger confidently told her not to worry, but to continue to behave as before. He needed every detail about this society, because he was on the verge of discovering the darkest secrets of the Black Dawn. The girl was shocked, but he continued, assuring her that since they had already exchanged secrets, she should know everything. He told her to stand up, because in front of her was the person she had to meet right now. Virano walked down the corridor, thinking that the professor had promised to talk to the girl, but he didn't believe that it would give the desired result. But he couldn't leave everything as it was, because he finally found his own blood, Flanta, right in Theon. The daughter of the Flante family disappeared during the race wars, kidnapped by the Roshan family, and thus Sylvia was born. Even if the girl simply forgot about her mistrust, he would be glad, but he knew how hard it was for her with her family. The best thing would be to offer Roger some elven herbal tea. Perhaps he would appreciate such a gift. After a while, he introduced his subordinate as a new member of their society, and she was received with surprise. Beatrice immediately became interested, claiming that she had seen her somewhere before, and suggested that it was a family connection. Sylvia was a great sorceress and a master of information extraction, and Hans began to worry that he would be pushed into the background. He asked if that was why Roger had brought the girl here, but he replied that he had come to find out about the progress of the assigned mission. It was a mission related to the relic, but the guy doubted whether it was possible to discuss it in the presence of his new subordinate. The head confirmed that it was possible, because now she was on their side, and all questions would be open. The hero asked how many fragments they had left to find, and the guy replied that there were only 3, after one was found at the auction house. One of the fragments may be in the capital Lindebrunn, but the hero, unfortunately, ended up here due to a terrorist attack. So the informant had pinpointed the location of the fragment. Hans confirmed that yes, it was the result of his process of elimination. This place, the fortress of Debalk in the Exilian Empire, was the only one he didn't have time to study in the capital. Roger agreed that the fortress would be a difficult task, but they would find a way to get into it despite the guards. The hero was confident that with Sylvia's help they would cope, and with such a reliable assistant success would not be long in coming. Soon they were going to end the Black Dawn, and the hero planned to go to Valtanen. He was already in the designated area B13, ready for further action. Heathcliff thought that this abandoned factory was the perfect hiding place for all sorts of evil spirits. The man was sure that it would be difficult to find the Black Dawn here, because this place hides many secrets. Suddenly the smell of chemicals filled the air, and he wondered if they really had a lab with access to the local sewers. The smell was so strong that the hero began to suspect the presence of a hidden laboratory complex. Suddenly a female voice was heard asking what he was doing here. It was Detective Rachel, who didn't understand why the professor was there. The hero, perplexed, asked her what she was doing in this place, but the girl insisted that he answer her question first. The professor replied that he was investigating the arson at the festival and had come here following new information that had led him to this place. The detective was shocked, stating that this was not just a coincidence. She had the same reasons for coming here. She came here after feeling a familiar mana while wandering around, and was surprised that he still had her card. The man thought that this was unpleasant. Who could have thought that an ordinary card in his pocket would cause such consequences? The girl continued that perhaps it was time to stop pretending. She was sure that he would definitely come here. It was strange that the new professor would investigate the incident alone, rather than come up with a cover story so as not to make her look like a fool. Rachel asked him to turn around slowly, and he realized there was no point in hiding anymore. The hero turned around and looked intently into her eyes, ready for any turn of events. The detective screamed and said that she was not mistaken. He could have deceived anyone, but not her. It was James Moriarty. Roger was stunned, not understanding why she immediately went on the attack. But without wasting any time, he used his power to deflect her attack. He quickly rushed forward, realizing that there was no point in hesitating. When they collided, the girl realized that he was fast enough and would not catch up with her so easily. Soon he had her down, and with cold determination told her not to move, or he would put a hole in her neck. Rachel challenged him, saying that if he really wanted to, he could do it now, but she had already used water magic. The man noticed her magic and praised her for her progress in counterattacking. The rival smiled, assuring that she would not let herself be attacked so easily. Now they would find out who was faster. As Roger prepared for his next attack, he saw her magic suddenly dissipate. He realized that something was wrong and looked at the girl's face, seeing a rat next to her. He asked if she was afraid, and that made her magic weaken. The girl tried to hide her fear and told him not to talk nonsense. The hero quickly grabbed the rat and brought it to her face, causing her to scream in fear. He let the animal go and said that enough was enough. There was no point in playing any further. He didn't want to fight her, and she couldn't understand why he was doing this, because now she was ready to tell everything to the police. In response, the man said that if she wanted to, she would have turned him in long ago, but her pride would not allow her to do so. It was pride that made her hunt for him alone for all these 3 years, without giving up. He has no time for her games. He is ready to go attack the shelter, and she should not be disturbed. The detective asked what he was talking about. Wasn't he one of them? To which he replied that she was too talkative. Let her go. With this, he immediately headed towards the shaft and without wasting time jumped down. Rachel tried to follow him, but realized with irritation that he had blocked the entrance with magic. This made her very angry, and she promised to use her own methods so as not to lose him. His carelessness paid off, gathering enough mana to use Memory Break to penetrate his past. 30 minutes later, the situation in the research laboratory became completely unusual and not as expected. The main character destroyed another enemy, and he muttered something incoherently, trying to understand what was happening to him. Heathcliff smelled a strong chemical odor that literally burned his receptors and caused an unpleasant feeling. This is probably the same drug from the Paluma, but more importantly, where are the research records hidden? They might be in a safe nearby, so I had to carefully peek out and investigate. While Roger was thinking, a voice came from behind him, asking what was going on here and why there was such a mess. It was an old man who said that he had come to personally check how things were going, but his surprise knew no bounds when he noticed an unknown guest. The hero wondered who it could be and remembered a conversation with his subordinate before his visit to Valtown. Sylvia said she had something important to tell him before he left, and these words puzzled him. According to her data, the First Order operates here and controls this territory. This order never hides its identity, and its leader is an elderly man dressed like a scholar. The hero immediately realized that it was Victor Dreadpool in front of him, and remembering all this, decided to attack without delay. He decided that it was better to eliminate him before this old man started acting towards him. However, his magic field did not reach its target, because a sudden obstacle appeared in front of him. Heathcliff was stunned, not understanding how a golden wall could appear out of the ground. The old man smiled and said that this guest was clearly nervous because it looked like he was a hired killer. The man shouldn't worry so much because the old man will sort everything out himself as expected. His liquid golem, the result of magic, alchemy, and metallurgy, and now he ordered his pet to deal with the enemy. The old man ordered the golem to come out and strike at this unworthy opponent, leaving him no chance. The hero tried to dodge the attack, wondering what kind of golem it was, since it clearly stood out from all the standards. But if he focused on the golem, the master would remain vulnerable, and this was his chance. The old man, unable to dodge, asked what had happened and why the hero had disappeared so suddenly. The protagonist, without saying a word, used his power and appeared right above him, ready for the decisive blow. Without thinking, he attacked. But his attack was suddenly interrupted by a knight in heavy armor. The man was surprised to realize that spatial technology was being used in front of him. This knight turned out to be a representative of the First Order of Ver, who asked the doctor what he was doing, having missed such an attack. The knight pushed the hero away, and he flew far away but did not lose his fighting spirit. Victor thanked the Baron for saving him, but he angrily asked him to keep quiet, since he always had to clean up after him. The hero realized that he had met a truly dangerous opponent, and this was probably also the First Order, two of which he did not expect to meet at once. The scientist wondered how he managed to dodge it. Perhaps he is not vulnerable to physical damage, but that is unlikely, he thinks. He then asked him not to say that it was a spatial leap. The hero was surprised to learn how much he understood at first glance. Victor smiled madly, asking how the hero did it, begging him to reveal the secret and share this incredible technique. A moment later, the hero noticed a powerful wave of bright red energy rushing towards him, ready to tear apart everything in its path. He realized that he had to dodge immediately, and at that moment a terrible explosion thundered in the place where he was standing. Roger turned around and realized that he had almost lost his head from this monstrous attack, miraculously managing to dodge. Verum sternly asked why the hero thought this guy would answer, because he was an outsider and shouldn't forget about it. Sometimes he gets too carried away. The doctor snapped his fingers and said that nothing could be done, but he would like to take him alive if at all possible. He felt that he had before him a unique and rare specimen that could not be missed. He then ordered his newly created subordinates to catch the hero and deliver him to his feet. The hero encountered these creatures trying to dodge their quick attacks, and they turned out to be much more cunning than he expected. He realized that they had a lot of textbook tricks, but he managed to get a little bit ahead, and this was his opportunity. But as soon as he was distracted, red energy appeared in front of him, and he realized that he was being attacked again. He realized that there was no time to think. The enemy was not leaving, and it seemed that he was forced to retreat in order to survive. Victor watched silently, trying to figure out what new technique his opponent was using this time. The hero stretched his hand forward and activated the skill of the 8th Sephira, causing a powerful flash. At that very moment, a flash from the sky fell on the place where they were standing, burning everything in its path in a bright light. A huge, destructive force passed through the buildings, leaving only ruins and blue flames that continued to burn. Verum, barely surviving, said that if he had hesitated even for a second, it could have turned into a disaster, and now he had to retreat. The scientist immediately burst into crazy laughter and commented that this was not his biggest problem right now. Everything he had recently placed in the safe was gone, and among the lost items were all of his most important research notes. The knight thought that this scoundrel had probably stolen the documents, but why he needed them remained a mystery. Meanwhile, the hero, without wasting time, was right next door and was taking medication, thinking about his next step. He thought it would be great if they all died there, but the attack was weakened and its damage was much less than expected. Using the confusion, he quickly obtained the necessary information, which actually achieved his goal. The documents contained information about experiments conducted by the Black Dawn group. These were the development of a special non-flammable gunpowder and experiments on people trying to reproduce animal powers. But among all this data, something caught his attention and seemed especially important. And it was that same incident that happened 3 years ago in the Kingdom of Delica that changed the course of events. It was in these documents that Roger found a report on experiments with automatons, which became an important link in the investigation. The next day, the hero, now a professor, found himself at Ceoren Academy, ready for new challenges. He became lost in thought, wondering how the Black Dawn had become connected to this experiment in a way he had never expected. Dave and their conversation immediately came to mind, where he offered his help, and the hero could not refuse. Soon the man helped the boy with his homework, and in gratitude the boy asked to be called a teacher, which touched Roger. After some time, Dave announced that he had received an invitation from the most prestigious academy in the Ordo Kingdom, and it was the chance of a lifetime. The boy was enthusiastic about asking the teacher to go with him, but Roger knew that the decision was not his alone. Suddenly the memories were interrupted by Wilfred's voice, who came in and asked what brought the professor here. The old man calmly replied that there was nothing alarming. The rector simply wanted to meet with him and discuss important issues. The professor replied that he would go to her immediately, and soon the rector offered him the position of head of the academy's dean's office. Elizabeth explained that the position had been vacant for a long time, and Roger immediately realized that the position would be quite influential. He could not understand why she was offering such a high position to him, a man with such an unusual past. The rector noted that his contribution to the academy is significant, and she simply wants to pay tribute to him for all his merits. She knew about his skills and achievements, so this offer was not accidental, and he deserved it. Roger thought about it, not understanding what she really meant, but still decided to accept the offer. He felt like it was some kind of trap, but the position could help him figure out what was going on in Ceoren faster. He thanked her for the offer, but noted that he considered her recommendation alone insufficient to obtain the post. Elizabeth confirmed that this was just the beginning, and now he had to prove his professional suitability. She offered him time to prepare, but he was quick to say that a week would be enough. Renee was surprised and asked what he could accomplish in such a short time, but Roger was confident in his abilities. He said he had something important that he would complete soon, and then show her right away and come back after the lecture. The lecture ended, and Roger asked the students to prepare papers on the topic and submit them in a week. Suddenly, Renee came up to him and he asked what was bothering her, as she looked a little worried. The girl admitted that she did not understand one formula and wanted to figure it out, not knowing where to start. The teacher explained that the basis of the formula was completely mixed up and she should carefully review it. Roger said it was not difficult, and if she worked carefully it would all become clear as she looked at him intently. She wondered why every word he said seemed familiar to her, as if she had already met this man. Heathcliff burst from her lips, and she herself could not understand why it came so easily to her mind. Roger was stunned to hear his name spoken by the girl, and immediately felt that something was wrong. He became wary, and without hiding his surprise, asked Renee what she had just said, trying to understand where she knew it from. Renee was embarrassed, apologized, and explained that she hadn't had enough sleep, and that the name had slipped out by accident, and had nothing to do with the conversation. The professor smiled and said that students should sleep well. He was proud of her diligence, but the balance between work and rest was important. Rena thought it was good that he didn't ask about her words. Otherwise, she would have had to admit to strange dreams, and he would definitely have started to lecture her. But inside the girl there was a strange uneasiness, as if something important was now hidden from her, and she could not understand what exactly. Soon the students began to discuss the news posted by the professor's assistant, and a recruitment of participants for a scientific project was announced. The professor himself was the initiator of the research, which concerned ways of artificially increasing the released mana. The topic was fascinating. Rena thought that if the project was successful, the man would easily get the position of head of the dean's office, and the magical world would be shocked by this achievement. She became curious about when he started working on this project and who he really was. What kind of person was hiding behind the professor? In his office, Heathcliff thought about the way Rena had said his name, and decided that she shouldn't remember too much. He noticed that she didn't seem to remember anything important, but that was a reason for his caution, because she might suddenly remember everything. He knew for sure that the girl should not remember too much, and he did not know what consequences her unexpected, insightful words could have. After some time, the assistant returned and reported that advertisements for recruitment of participants had been posted everywhere. She added that it was already lunchtime and asked if the professor had eaten. He replied that he had not, as he would have a magical snack a little later. Sylvia was seething with indignation and shouted that he could not eat such artificial things and that it was unacceptable for his health. She firmly stated that if this habit entered his life, it would certainly harm his body, despite the convenience, but he could not skip meals. She decided to take care of all the paperwork and strongly recommended that Roger eat, so he sat down with his colleagues. Selina noticed that there was something strange on the men's faces. They looked somehow different from usual. Professor Brino had been looking particularly thin lately, and it had not gone unnoticed. The old man said that on the last day of the festival, someone stole his masterpiece of golem art, and he was still upset about it. The teacher added that the project had already entered the clinical trial stage, and Selina confirmed that she had also heard about ways to increase mana. Brino was amazed by the number of students who agreed to participate in the project, and asked the hero in surprise that he had simply posted an ad. "There is a possibility that there will be no response to them," the girl asked not to worry, because she is sure that many will agree. 3 days later, 6 people showed up who wanted to join. The hero said that he wanted more, of course, but that would do. He asks everyone to sign the non-disclosure papers that are in front of them, and will only begin his explanation after they have done so. Renee was surprised that a royal was participating, and the princess replied that it was more fun together. The man looked at Freddie and thought that he considered him an enemy, so he thought badly of him. Julia thought that Sylvia was her childhood friend, to whom she first opened her heart, but one day she began to distance herself, and a distance formed between them. The girl sees in the dream state of other people through color rendition. The emotions of most do not change so easily. What colors of their dreams? When she and her friend met again at the academy, her dreams had become worse. The bright colors from the past had disappeared, and she was mired in black. But today, Although not as bright as before, the color that envelops her is so pure that it cannot go unnoticed. Dreams reflect a person's desire and ideals, and essentially reflect the essence. Only strong emotions can affect a person's current state of sleep. And judging by what she knows, the only person her friend has gotten close to lately is Professor Ludger. Only he is one of those who does not dream, and he is sleepless. So it is unclear how he could have influenced Sylvia at all. You can take this chance to watch him for a while, and Sylvia too. The professor said that there were no problems with the signatures, so they all already knew the topic of their research. Adrian happily repeated the topic. The hero noticed that he was saying everything correctly, just no need to shout, and Flora joined the conversation and said that similar research exists. He's researching something innovative, and since he's collected signatures, he should understand this correctly, Roger said. That's right. The results will speak for themselves. First, they measure their starting mana levels, and then they will begin removing this drug once a week, starting tomorrow. He calls this substance that, but in fact it is a sanction for a huge number of different medicinal herbs. Looking at him, Flora said that she looked disgusting. Renee asked if they drank it immediately, would it increase the amount of redeemed mana? The man replied, that is not true. On the contrary, they will experience difficulties, and will also be unable to use more than 3% of their magical potential. It is in this state that they will begin to train. This will be the basis for the type of spell control, as well as their materialization. Training starts tomorrow, so he asks to make sure that tomorrow they can dedicate themselves to it. The next day, Heathcliff realized that it was already dark, and he had barely managed to do a couple of things before that. Suddenly I noticed a box that was located to the side. It turns out that the ring he received from the Zero Order is emitting energy, so has the meeting already begun? Although if you think about it, he is already ready, and this is a good opportunity for him to get information. He will, of course, accept the invitation of the Black Dawn and go to them. So he immediately put on the ring, and the dark energy began to penetrate into him. And then he gradually fell asleep and began to hear discussions about how the kingdom had decided to make its move on his brother. Those present thought that the monsters had started to appear because of this, and it was bad enough before. But the hero realized that all the people present were First Orders. In addition to all this, it seems that everyone is present except Esmeralda. On the left are the two weirdos the man recently met, and their silhouettes are familiar to him. And now on the right there are people he has never met before, and they are not familiar to him. Victor stated that, judging by how quietly he approached, this was John Doe, so he asked to sit down quickly, because he and the thief wanted to chat. While the knight and the doctor were sorting things out, the hero realized that the knight's tone had become much harsher. So was he really not a human being at all? The stranger noticed that nothing was changing. They were constantly chatting, but she wondered when Esmeralda would come. The scientist asked Miss Ventman if she hadn't heard anything. The woman became angry when she heard her name, since she had asked not to call her that. Another stranger joined the conversation and said that Esmeralda was no longer there, so she would not come again. He surprised his interlocutor and said that he didn't know, but it would be better if he asked John Doe, because he probably knew more. And the man successfully joined Theon. The hero realized that it would be better to remove them as briefly as possible, so he noted that the Zero Order would explain all this to them. A few moments later, a familiar voice appeared and told Nikolai that everything was correct. Leslie stated that the Zero Order was here, and the chief greeted him. He thanked everyone for coming to this unscheduled meeting. And right now he's going to start their meeting immediately. In the end, the man told how Quasimodo and Esmeralda died. Leslie said he heard it from Nikolai, but this was the first time he knew the details. The hero thought, if this man sniffed out the hanging round, then it means he is responsible for obtaining information. Nikolai noted, who would have thought that this monster was the First Order? Even someone like him had a hard time finding out such a thing. The girl asked the Zero Order if he was going to replace Esmeralda with someone. The chief said that he had already noticed someone, but if they had any recommendations, they should say so right now. Nikolai stated that the master always chooses them personally, so they all respect his decisions. If you have already asked him not to interfere, the guy smiled and remarked as if, when, that is, his opinion on this matter. The Zero Order asked to move on to another topic, and let them tell if they were coping with the job. At that moment, the hero realized that this was an excellent chance to get new information. The man said that the old magician was almost finished. They would accidentally destroy themselves one fine night. Heathcliff thought maybe the old move was a reference to the old magic tower. If they were going to do this on a beautiful night, then it was most likely a mystical night. Having joined the conversation, Nikolai said that soon the little people would get nervous and start inciting bad things behind the liberals' backs. Vetman would also like to please, but she still hasn't found that little thing, and she needs a little more time. Just as Victor wanted to say something, his interlocutor interrupted him and said that he already knew everything. It seems his research lab was attacked twice and he still wouldn't shut up about it. The doctor shouted that it was not his fault, because these subordinates were always unable to do their job properly. Then she asked the knight Verum to say something, but the man didn't want to get involved in this. However, Leslie asked if he had a more precise explanation, and the other man replied that when he returned to the Valtanunu branch he had already been attacked. The head manager was already dead, and the man barely managed to cover their crazy scientist. But the attacker was all alone, and they fought. But he turned out to be stronger. The man noticed that since he was talking like that, it meant he was an unusual person, so he asked if he had any special features. Verum said that he had disguised himself well. The only thing is that this man knows how to use shadows to teleport, and also magic that can incinerate a factory. Nikolai noted that if you think about it, the branch in Lazarvelku was also burned down. Could it be that the same person did it? So I immediately asked John Doe if he knew anything, since he was near the incident in the city. The hero asked if he should stick his nose in there. He only gave instructions on his own behalf so that his subordinates would take care of the consequences. The guy said that everything was clear. He was busy with this Theon of his. It was a mistake that he expected him to be more knowledgeable. Roger said he actually had some idea who it might be. Right now she's talking about Rachel Selmoy because she's suspicious. There is a huge chance that she is digging under them. Plus there is a person in Theon who is under her suspicion. But Mr. Nikolai did not provide him with this information. Verum noted that she was indeed seen in Valtown on the day of the attack, but the attacker uses flames as well as shadows. Victor said that this girl could have water, as far as he knew. The hero noted that one cannot rule out the possibility that she works with someone in a pair. The girl said that she was not a simple person, but a magician with a colored title, and that she could not be discounted. But it was unclear how to get rid of her. Nikolai said that they would kill her and asked John Doe not to do anything, because he was a respected professor, so there was no need to interfere. The hero said that he would follow any order from the Zero Order, and thought that this man clearly didn't like him. Perhaps they had some kind of problem. However, he already has enough information, and now the men are above suspicion. But he feels a little guilty for saying her name, and maybe he needs to be careful for a while. Soon the chief announced that they were finishing here. He was glad that everyone was working hard, of course. Problems happen, but let them stand in their way. He said that the meeting was over and that everyone was doing well, but he asked John Doe to stay a little longer. Of course the hero agreed to this. She did not understand what they would talk about. After just a few moments, everyone else had simply disappeared. The Zero Order asked how he was enjoying the meeting. Roger said everything went well, without any surprises, and so he asked if there was anything he wanted to tell him. The interlocutor noted that he had the same idea, and thought that he would no longer be able to personally monitor Theon. Therefore, I would like him to find a person there who is blessed by fate. The hero thought that it was not at all simple that he was asking someone to find him. So I asked if this man had any special features. The boss didn't notice. He can't say for sure, but he only knows that this is a girl, and that she is able to see what others cannot. Roger immediately thought of the two girls and hoped it wasn't them. The Zero Order said that everything was clear to him, and if he found anyone, let him know, and that she had already detained him, so she could go now. When the protagonist left, he immediately turned to his subordinate Citadel, and he said that he wanted to send him to one place. It is quite a harsh place, and it is called the Eret Mountain Range. The interlocutor told Nikolai that the colorless magician is a difficult opponent. He understands and will prepare properly. Then the guy said that he believed in his skills, but he was not in the mood. Out of anger, he immediately hit the table hard, saying that John Doe was a scoundrel. It was unclear how he dared to take advantage of the mercy of the Zero Order. And to also brag about having information that he doesn't have, do you really want to say that even in terms of obtaining information you are better than him? Dared to return alive after the attack on the train and probably hides his true strength. Nikolai underestimated him and should not have relied on his subordinates. But he certainly doesn't intend to make that mistake twice. And this time he will prepare carefully and definitely kill John. The ward of the Zero Order was already heading along the mountain ridge. He noticed the cave and wondered if it was really here. So I headed there because I was carrying out assignments. When he saw the skeleton, he said that he had tried hard to crawl all the way here after falling off the cliff. But apparently, he had not lived long after that. What a miserable end their John Doe met. The man used force and asked the sleeping spirit to open his eyes and let him raise his head and speak. A dark entity appeared from the skeleton, and the man asked John Doe if he recognized him. The spirit stated that before him stood Citadel, namely the assistant of the Zero Order. He doesn't understand where they are and what happened to his body. Did he really do this to him? The interlocutor said that they needed to get straight to the point, and he had been dead for a long time. He doesn't seem to remember anything, and it's probably because he just came back to life. They need to go back to the past, and he asks what his task was. The guy said he had to infiltrate the academy, and he had to introduce himself as Ludger Cherish. After boarding the train, he remembers talking to another passenger, but then there was an attack, and it was a terrorist attack on the train. That same passenger was arrested, and at the moment when they tried to interrogate him, he self-destructed. Having weakened the pain shock, John used magic to take refuge in a nearby cave. He had terrible injuries from the explosion, and he could not last long without food. Citadel asked him to wait, because it turned out that something didn't add up. He then asked if it was correct to understand that he had first spoken to a passenger on the train, but this did not look like the usual John Doe. The interlocutor stated that this was not an ordinary passenger at all, because this was the man who shook the entire continent by changing his masks. Even when he investigated, the guy could only identify 3 of his identities, namely the mysterious thief Arsène Lupin, the famous detective Eugene Francois Vidocq, and Machiavelli. He was also undercover that day, but after John mentioned one of his personalities, he noticed a weak reaction, albeit briefly. The interlocutor asked if this was really the Machiavelli with whose help the Kingdom of Utah won the war. If his words were to be believed, then he was definitely not an ordinary person. It's just not clear what this changes, because he still has no reason to talk to someone like him. Citadel stated that it was he who had summoned him, so he should not evade the answer and let him speak right now. John was a little hesitant and said he was a fan of his, so he did it out of respect. The man said it was an unusual reason, and that he seemed to have misjudged it. The guy asked not to talk about it anymore, and asked what happened to his mission now. If he was dead, the ally said that everything was taken care of by his colleagues, so he shouldn't worry. And I thought, if the man John Doe is talking about is the current Ludger Cherish, then everything falls into place. The guy asked if he had answered all the questions. The man said it was a good job and immediately chained him up. John didn't understand what he was doing, but Citadel said that the Zero Order only ordered to find him and didn't say what to do with him after that. That's why he told his interlocutor to rest and not bother anyone else. A few moments later, the spirit that had spoken to him disappeared and there was an explosion. The man didn't know who Ludger Cherish really was and didn't care, but they were going to play along if he helped him get rid of the Zero Order. Renee sat in her room and said that she was more tired than usual. Perhaps it was because of the drug, because the professor said that it would not be easy. Each mage has his own mana conduction system, which allows the maximum possible amount of mana to pass through. But those who do not have channels can also cast spells. Roger talked about this and said that when they take the mana suppressor, a secret channel opens up for them to use. And if she opens this channel, the amount of mana they can use will increase dramatically, and they themselves will soon witness incredible results. It only took a week. Renee thought that in words everything was simple, But in reality it was different, although 3 students succeeded, and she was lagging behind them. It's okay. It hasn't happened yet because there is time and you just need to try harder. A few days later, Roger said that the average amount of mana emitted was 12%, which they showed a week ago. And today it's already almost 36%, that is. The flow has not increased threefold. Adrian said he'd been feeling energized lately, and Flora said the daily workouts with those nasty drugs had been worth it. Freddie wondered if he was the only one feeling a growing sense of bitter resentment, and the hero did not understand why this scoundrel was staring at him. While it is good that it is over now, the students who took his instructions with due zeal made a huge contribution to the research. And now all that remains is to present them properly at the conference. In just a few days, that very conference was supposed to take place. Rachel sat in the audience dissatisfied, thinking that she didn't even want to come here. But once she heard that Moriarty would present his own research, she simply couldn't pass by. Seeing him single-handedly destroy one of the Black Dawn branches, she was convinced that he was not in league with them, but it was unclear who he really was. The girl will be able to find out with the help of this piece of paper with his change and mana storm, but if the truth turns out to be not what she believed all this time, then it will be bad. The thought was interrupted by the announcer, who was announcing the next candidate. This was the last and most important speaker for today, because he knows how to make an impression. Heathcliff greeted everyone and said that his name was Ludger Cherish, and he was from Ceoren Academy. He asked to allow him to present his research to them. He told everything and noted that in this way, as a result of 3 experimental students, the open gas increased the outgoing flow of mana threefold. The results of additional tests, which also passed successfully, indicate that this effect is not temporary. The key to this was the introduced mana suppressor. A man from the audience said that this was the first time he had seen this medicine, so could it really have been he who developed it himself? Roger noted that he created the drug, but not its recipe, since it was taken from an ancient manuscript, which he managed to restore. Those present can see on the screen the very text he is talking about. People paid attention to it, but they didn't understand what kind of language it was, because it looked quite familiar. And the hero explained that the language used here is Larsal. He was able to translate it, and thus restored the ancient recipe. Someone stood up and shouted that no one would be able to decipher this language. It was unclear how he would be able to lie in the holy mystical hall. Roger replied that this judgment was incorrect, since he had deciphered it long ago. Immediately around all the dust, memories of how he once came to the master and said that he had a question. He wants to read this language, but without her help he is afraid that nothing will come of it. The woman said what kind of language it was and noted that it was too tough for him, but the boy did not understand why. The teacher said that this was a lost language, about which almost nothing was known, and he would never read it without her. The student said that in that case he asked to be taught, but the master said that it was a boring lesson, and she did not want to do it. At that time, the hero didn't like it, and he said that he would try to study it himself. The woman laughed when she heard this and told him to try harder, and at the end she added how his teacher was roasting with us and would reveal something. After this, she said that this language is composed of 3 others, so let them remember these words well. In the end, the teacher was surprised that the boy had not left his room for 3 days. She thought he would give up quickly, but this time he really set his mind to it. Heathcliff came out with huge bags under his eyes. The master said she knew he would last a long time, but he shouldn't be upset, because it was almost an impossible task. The student stunned her by saying that he had coped and completed the language adaptation, and then thanked her for her advice, because it had helped him a lot. At the conference, the professor said that Lacile's language is a mixture of 3 different languages, so it may seem that the meaning is elusive. We should take, for example, the sentence that is on the screen. In the initial translation it is written there that it gives the blessing of light, but it cannot be taken completely. Now we should remember that in ancient times people often used words in a figurative sense, so we need to take this into account and consider the hidden meaning of these words. In the end, it simply says that the man woke up early in the morning, but he didn't manage to have a proper breakfast, and the hero hopes that this explanation is sufficient. I also asked if he had misinterpreted the recipe, Would he have been able to carry out such a test properly? Rachel didn't understand, since when he spoke in lost languages, the more often they met, the more questions she had. With such outstanding knowledge, he would be a hot commodity anywhere. But why is he involved in such dangerous things as personality change? The girl is sure there is a reason for this, and she should not put off the memory loss any longer, because she needs to find out the whole truth about this person as soon as possible. Soon Elizabeth was saying that it was a great presentation from the professor, but she is not sure whether it was worth revealing such details, because he even showed everyone the recipe for the substance. Roger said it was okay because he had planned to reveal all this from the beginning. The value of the recipe unfortunately does not guarantee success in this matter. The girl noticed that he is very harmful, it turns out the person, and asked to take care of her as a tax from the head of planning. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by a girl who asked Roger for 1 minute. It turned out that it was the head of the trading company, the monarch, and Caroline the monarch. Elizabeth asked what kind of savage she was. How could she forget herself in decent society? The girl asked her to shut her mouth because, frankly speaking, she wanted to apologize to Roger, because she thought that he would not provide us with any information for his presentation, and even cursed at him. The man should have immediately announced that he would reveal the recipe, and she already thought that he just came to brag and didn't reveal anything to anyone, and at the same time, she apologized. The man said that it was his own fault, and there was no need to apologize to him. Caroline was glad how cool he was, and she knew it. Then she handed him something and said that she liked it, so let him take it. This is a special VIP client card of the Monarch Trading Company, so they can get him anything. Just let him contact them at any time. Soon the interlocutor left, and the hero asked if she and the rector were really acquainted. The woman replied that she was her rival from school. This girl was impulsive and spontaneous, so they were too different. But Elizabeth recognizes her skill, and she is still the same sixth circle magician. In fact, she is a commoner, but thanks to her excellent skills, she received a title and a surname. The rector realized that she had given a VIP client card to Roger, who even the emperor didn't have, and it seemed that she really liked the professor. At night, Rachel was going to do what she had planned. It turns out to be a scroll filled with mana. She needs to place it like this. The girl did this right above the artifact she received from Jessica. She really wanted to see what Jason Moriarty was really hiding. And so she found herself 3 years ago in the kingdom of Delica. It was unclear. Shouldn't she be looking at the world through the eyes of the owner of the memory? When it is not clear where he himself is, because this is his memory, and he must be nearby. Suddenly her attention was drawn to a man who was taking the boy into account for stealing money, and what he wanted to buy from him was for dishonest money. In the same place, the girl saw the main character who was heading there. She wanted that man to stop bullying the boy because it looked extremely sad. James asked to pay for this child. Rachel realized that this was the one she was looking for. Soon the boy thanked the man for his help and asked if it was his first time with him, because if there was nowhere to stay, he could help. The hero just relied on him. He said that this was a fateful meeting and asked his name. The boy smiled and said to call him Artie. Soon the owner of the art portmanteau begged the hero to come in, also praising the boy for bringing the guest and asking him to take him to the second floor. There the boy was met by a girl who asked who he was. He replied that he was their new visitor, and also his savior. Sally immediately greeted him, and the heroes did so too. Together with the boy they reached the room, and he showed it to them. James noted that it looked simple and inexpensive, but the boy asked for help with his luggage, for which he received gratitude. In his things he found a book, and said that it was a book with scientific articles. They say there are also supplements with the tasks of the rarest academicians of the Ordo. It seems that he is not ready to accept those who will deal with these tasks, and he envies them. The hero asked if he really knows about this too. From what he saw today, he was a science fanatic. Artie smiled and said that he dreamed of becoming an outstanding scientist. The man added that if he didn't mind, he could help him improve his knowledge while he lived here. The boy was very happy and immediately began to study, and also asked if he could call him a teacher. James smiled and told him to call him whatever he wanted, and suggested that he get to work. Rachel was surprised when she saw all this and thought, who is this? Is he really that person? Let's see, this guy has such a pure and emotional aura about him. Although it is unclear why the girl reacts so strangely, because she is even more infuriated that it is because of him. Either way, this boy was definitely happy, and she felt like she knew him. 2 weeks later, the boy burst into the teacher's room and addressed him. He happily stated that an invitation had come from the most prestigious academy in the kingdom, Ordo University. This was truly a great opportunity for him. James asked if it was because of the problems he helped him answer. The boy replied that everything seemed right. They liked the answers. At the same time, he asked whether he would accept their invitation, since the head was personally inviting him, and the teacher replied that he had no reason to refuse. Besides, the research process has slowed down a bit, and he will probably go. The next day, the boy looked at the man with joy and said that he was very cool. The hero said goodbye to him, but Rachel thought that this was definitely the image of James Moriarty. That same day, the man was at Ordo University and said that the explanations were over. The teacher shook his hand and said that this was an amazing content. His name is Gord Himble, and he's the head of this place. A talented person like James deserves a proper reward. If I wish her something other than prize money, just let her say so. The hero thought about whether he should perhaps get a teaching position at the university, but the boss said that it would be difficult for him to give him a permanent job now, and perhaps he would be happy with a part-time job. James replied that everything suited him, and he thought that even part-time professors are provided with free access to the university's central library, so he can look for materials for research. After that, they shook hands and hoped that they would work well together. Rachel looked at the scene and wondered if this was how the story began, and he would become a notorious criminal consultant. The girl saw only this, and now the story is just beginning. This is the part that no one knew yet. But is this really what we were so eager to see? After all, this is the boring everyday life of a professor. The detective didn't understand whether he really could just sit in one place and read books. He was completely different in nature. How could she know? Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, and the man said that you had come in to see him. And then it turned out it was Rachel who asked if she had come to the right place. James said that everything was correct. She didn't understand who she was. She definitely wasn't his student. The girl was surprised and asked if he really didn't know who she was. This is interesting, because she is sure that rumors about her have reached him. She is Rachel Selmoy, a brilliant detective who has successfully unraveled a couple of complicated cases. The hero said that he had come across such a name in the newspapers, but what such a respectable detective needed here was unclear. The interlocutor said that the newly minted professor is also quite famous. She just wanted to see him for herself. He was so incredible, and he should be proud that he caught her attention. When I saw her for the sake of a man, I was shocked and thought, was she really such a show-off 3 years ago? It is clear that he looked at her with disgust. Then the girl handed over the book and said that she was here to get his autograph, that it was his book, and that he was asking to sign it. He has a rather flowing handwriting, as if written on a typewriter, and the man replied that he would consider all this a compliment. Rachel said that if graphology is to be believed, there is a high probability that he is a big perfectionist, or is hiding his true identity. James didn't understand what she meant, and the girl explained that she felt like he wasn't telling her a lot about himself. The hero replied that this analysis sounded funny, but graphology, as we know, is an imprecise science. As he understands, she never finished his book, and the girl was surprised by this. And the man continued to say that it was made of such paper that the binding could easily be creased, so that one could understand up to what point she had read it. Even a genius cannot become dull if he begins to neglect reading. Rachel felt a little embarrassed and thanked the professor for his concern. Then she got ready to leave because due to the surge in criminal activity, free time was running short, and in the end, James simply wished her luck in this difficult matter. When the detective looked at what had happened, she became very embarrassed and thought that he was a strong boor. Only now does she realize how annoying she was back then, and didn't even try to be nice to him. It turns out that's how it was, and she was too self-confident because everyone called her a genius. It didn't last long. Even though she was idolized, she was still very lonely. This is precisely why she became interested in this man, because she wanted to understand whether he was the same as her or not. And looking at him right now, she understands that he is a good person, but it is unclear why he ended up becoming a villain. To make sure of everything that was there, she decided to look further and followed him. After just a week, I noticed what he was trying so hard to find there. The disappearances of children continued, and it was suspicious, so he decided to investigate the situation with the help of Hans. Not only did reporters barely write about it, but the police also did nothing despite the ever-growing number of missing people. Even if they are children of just ice floes, it is unclear how this is possible, although if someone with sufficient power is involved, everything is clear. Rachel came to him and noticed that she was interested in the same article about missing people recently, but that he was studying it so intently all the time. James said that she had left without knocking, and at such a late hour, but the detective shouted that he had not answered the knock, and it was unclear why he was looking into the case. The man said he was simply afraid that one day he would find his students among the names, especially since the police were not investigating the case properly. Rachel said that she was also one of the participants in the investigation. After all, it was her job to solve such cases. If he asks nicely, she will kindly share the latest information. The hero did not trust that he wanted to help him, and he should not trust her too much. So he said that he wasn't particularly interested, and that he was sure she had everything under control, and his interlocutor indignantly declared that he was very boring. Suddenly a man entered their room who was looking for Rachel. She treated the main character and left immediately after that. James thought, considering that the detective was working closely with the local police, he definitely shouldn't trust her. First he needed to tell Artie and Sally to be careful. And suddenly he noticed that his personal crystal began to flicker very strongly. The boy contacted the man and asked why he was calling so late. Artie was worried and noticed that Sally had recently run away on an errand and had not returned. He didn't understand what to do because suddenly something happened to her. Otherwise it would be bad. James asked to calm down because they don't know what happened yet. The student said that children have been disappearing very often lately. The hero noted that he would sort everything out, so let him not worry and stay at the hotel. But he was thinking that something was wrong here. He was not so sure. This was the same case of a missing child. So I contacted Hans and asked if he could look for a child for him. We are talking about a girl of 10 years old. The comrade said that he would send the mice right away, and also asked if they could meet right now, because it seems he has found a clue in the missing persons case. The owner of the apartment where the professor lived was worried that he himself would find Sally. Perhaps Artie would get better when he ate. As soon as the man entered his room, he saw that there was no one there, and the thought immediately flashed through his head that he could not stand it, and went to look for her himself. In a remote place in one of the caves, workers were just heading out. The boy was nearby in the bushes and realized that this was where the kidnappers of these children were hiding. They were just stuffing the children into sacks and loading them into the cart, and he decided to secretly follow them. And if he had hesitated even for a second, there could have been problems. Although it was unclear what he could do now, he should probably go there and try to look for Sally. But this is a bad idea, because if he gets caught, everything will be over. You need to quickly retreat and ask adults for help. Suddenly the boy turned his attention to the side and saw that there were police officers there. This was a relief for him, because he could ask. And so he ran out of the bushes in despair and asked for help, because the children had been kidnapped and were nearby. And one of the policemen asked in surprise what these scoundrels were doing, since one of the children managed to escape. Soon the heroes met the assistant and asked if he had really found the child. The guy replied that he hadn't had time to do that yet. The mice that had been sent hadn't returned yet. Rachel wondered if this was the kind of person who had been with him during the festival. The hero agreed to wait and asked what he wanted to talk about. Hans stated that the disappearances of people were quite strange. James asked why he thought so. The interlocutor noted that he had received many reports of people disappearing, and it was noteworthy that only children, common people, were disappearing. Something was clearly wrong, and he decided to look deeper into the matter. So on the day when the children first started disappearing, The activity of iron buyers increased in Valtown. The hero asked if he wanted to say that this was somehow connected with the kingdom of Durman. Hans noted that this was very suspicious, but these phenomena began to occur at the same time, and the police were somehow reluctant to investigate the whole matter. The hero thought that maybe it was just a coincidence, but if it was true, why inform children who were unsuitable for physical labor? Although now is not the time to think about it, because the search for Sally is now a priority. At this time, the mouse returned to his friend and told him that they had finally found the child. So the guy reported that they didn't find this girl, but they saw other children being kidnapped, and they also saw a boy who secretly entered the kidnapper's cart. After these words, the man immediately thought that it could be Artie. That's why he shouted to his comrade that they needed to move there immediately. He agreed and said that he didn't want to turn into a werewolf, but now was not the time to think. Rachel was surprised when she saw what happened, because she didn't understand why he undressed and pierced his hand with a fang. And immediately after that, he became a werewolf, and they ran away somewhere together with James. Although it was clear that now was not the time to be surprised, because it was necessary to hurry after them. After some time, Artie woke up in an unfamiliar place and could not understand where he was and why he could not move. Suddenly, I heard a man asking me to be careful with him, because he might die before the experiment. The boy realized that he was being dragged, and he had previously asked the police for help, but they hit him, although they would think that the police were in cahoots with these scoundrels. On the way, the boy saw a stone near him, so he grabbed it and immediately threw it towards the policeman. Then he shouted at this scoundrel to immediately return his sister to him. But the man became very angry because of this act, and asked if this ragamuffin really didn't know his place. Then he and another policeman beat the guy very badly until he bled, and in the end they came to the conclusion that it wasn't even scary that he would die, since they were going to be thrown out anyway. At the same time, the main character made his way here and looked at the boy's body with horror. The police realized that it was Professor Moriarty, but it was unclear how he could find them in general. James completely ignored the police and walked up to the boy, trying to ask him to open his eyes. At that moment, Artie woke up and apologized to the professor for what happened, and the hero asked him not to talk. But the boy continued to say that he did not listen to him and was a bad boy. The teacher again shouted not to talk, because that would make things worse. But Artie's awareness was already lazy at that moment, and he only asked the professor to take care of his sister. And after just a few moments, his hand dropped completely, and he finally lost consciousness. The police were just discussing what to do, because if they killed the professor, they would not be able to take over the case. And one of them rushed to attack and said, "What are they talking about there? He needs to be killed immediately." But he was unable to carry out the attack, because the dark entity pierced him right through. And after just a few moments, this dark energy filled the entire space. The main character was very angry at that moment and said that these creatures killed this boy, so he killed everyone else. Rachel looked at the terrible scene and did not understand what was happening. Then she actually showed up at the factory and asked Moriarty what he was doing there. Then she said this, probably not what she thought, because she is sure that she understood everything wrong. Before this, the girl, thanks to her connections, easily met with high-ranking police officers, but she had doubts about their involvement. The hero thought that she wanted to believe him even in this situation, and it was quite a pity. But if he tells the truth, then it will be easy to dispel all the misunderstandings. It is already too late. But he can cooperate with her and resolve this matter, although he immediately wondered if this was the best choice he had at the moment. No matter how, he is desperate for justice, and those behind this have money and power, so they will hush this up. These last bastards killed an innocent child, and they won't get anything for it, so it's not forgivable. So the man decided that he would put them through the same thing. Rachel screamed for him to answer her immediately. James replied that it was unexpected, because he thought she would understand if she really thought that living among ordinary people she would remain like them. Didn't they fit into their low standards? The detective thought that now she felt what he had before, so she couldn't breathe, because her chest was just bursting. While the man was saying something, she felt like she was going crazy from the stuffiness and from his disappointment. Then Rachel asked if that was the reason he loved the child, to tease her. The hero asked if she really thought this was some kind of monstrous mistake, since deep down she heard the same voice as he did. With her head down, the girl said that she hoped he was not a bad person at all. Also, that he could solve everything through negotiations. But this was all just a misunderstanding, because it turned out that she didn't understand anything at all. But if this is the path he chose, then she will arrest him right now. The protagonist confidently declared that she should do it right now, and deep down he told the boy to wait a little longer. No matter the cost, he will still put an end to everyone involved in this matter, even if it means his own demise. At that moment, the girl immediately rushed to attack, using her power, and the heroes did not lag behind either. So at that moment, their forces collided and a huge explosion occurred. Rachel thought she couldn't let her guard down. She was unlikely to defeat him with something like that. Using his instant attack, the hero knocked the magic wand out of his hands. But the girl did not lose her head, and immediately captured it with the help of one element. And then she attacked him with the fire element, with which he attacked and defended himself. Then the man did not understand how she managed to control the water in the air if she lost her wand. Perhaps such is the overwhelming power of the element of one attribute. Then Rachel said that she knew perfectly well that he was strong, but he couldn't defeat her with just this method. James noted that he had only planned to disarm her and just leave, but a single attribute mage was not so easily incapacitated. After that, he cut the pipe at the top and steam began to leak out through it. At that moment, Hans appeared and told his brother that they had to leave. The girl rushed to the attack and thought that she would not allow this to happen, but suddenly she realized that the pipe had burst and the roof would soon collapse. So the situation is really bad, and we need to get out of here. But the next time we meet, she will definitely catch Moriarty. Soon the main character, along with his friend and the boy's body, got out. The guy asked, "But what kind of child is this? After all, no matter how you look at it, he looks dead." With bitterness in his voice, James replied that he knew. He just didn't want to leave him there. He then asked where they were not, because that was definitely not where they came from. Hans noted that he himself said to look at the other side when they arrived, and he found this corridor. And here it leads to a huge research laboratory. This room was filled with automatons that looked like lifeless bodies of people. Further in this very room there were glass flasks with children floating in some kind of green liquid. The hero wondered if this was where they were conducting experiments on children. So he asked his assistant to carry the boy's body and not to lag behind. Then he rushed forward, because he understood that he needed to hurry, because perhaps Sally could at least be saved. Soon the policemen he managed to find were begging for mercy. The hero said that if they want to live, let them answer questions about where the children they recently kidnapped are. One of them replied that they are dead. As soon as they enter the laboratory, the process of extracting souls begins, and this is the first stage of the experiment. A few moments later, all the interlocutors were killed on the spot. Suddenly, Hans turned to the hero and said that he had found the materials for this study. Oda Steel is a project in which the souls of children are extracted to be placed into automatons and used as soldiers in war. After many experiments, they achieved their first success, and the first soul successfully migrated. And the code name of this soul is Beta. James was very surprised and could not think that the authorities were involved in such a terrible experiment. Then he turned to his comrade and said that perhaps this was the way to get Artie back. Soon the hero said that he was not going to change his soul. Like those scoundrels, he just wanted to transplant it into the last empty alpha prototype. If he had known he would have to do this, he would have left a couple of prototypes, but there should still be enough materials. And while the soul is moving, he will study the case materials in detail. And he also plans to kill everyone who took part in it. Of course, the man knew that this would happen, but he doesn't know where to start. The first is a supply line of rare materials from which automatons are made. Since this is a top-secret project, there is a high probability that their mine is disguised as an abandoned facility. Hans said that he would find out if there were any. The hero agreed to this, and noted that he would look for clues in the records. Looking again at the boy's body, he apologized to him for not being able to fulfill his last request. The events continued the following night at an abandoned rare metal mine. There the police were shouting at the workers to hurry up, because they won't be messing around here for long. And the main characters were there with their comrade, and the latter said that these people use the working class as slaves. Besides, there are a lot of guards, and not only soldiers are here, but even a magician has been brought in. James said it wouldn't be that hard if they got some support. He saw one nimble lady, and therefore he needed to approach her as soon as everyone was asleep. That night, Sheridan talked to herself about how she was going to tear this place apart. Suddenly, she heard James's voice, who said that he didn't know what she was talking about, but it was better to stop. The girl was surprised and asked how they got here. If so, then she's going to blow everything up here right now. But the man asked her to stop because they had come to free her. She was surprised, asking how to free it. The interlocutor said that they noticed that she had very skillful hands, and it was simply amazing that she created so much explosives. If used correctly, it will reduce the number of guards, and they will then get rid of the remaining people. Sheridan smiled and said, well, then she just needed to blow up these bastards, and if so, she was in. And when she shook his hand, she said that she would call him Mr., then introduced herself, and said that she was pleased to meet him. And after some time, their plan was already put into action and people got out of this mine. The proud girl asked if they liked her bombs. Hans replied that they were so good that the mine almost collapsed. The hero asked him to escort the people to a safe place, and his comrade asked what about him. James replied that he was going to finish what was necessary. At midnight, the head of the university horde sat and read the newspaper. The title revealed the true face of James Moriarty and the dirty criminal. The man felt very sorry that he was a truly gifted person, but in just one night he had to become a terrible criminal. The university is about to get noisy, so it's time to go home. It's already late. Suddenly, the main character appeared behind him and asked for forgiveness for such a late visit. Gord knew the voice, so he asked if it was Professor Moriarty. Rumors about this man have already reached him, and does even the man understand that the entire university is now in an uproar because of this? The hero replied that he understood everything. Thanks to him, he successfully completed his research, and it was a pity that he disgraced the name of such a glorious educational institution. So he would like to offer the head an opportunity. The interlocutor asked what opportunity he was talking about. James told him not to worry, because if he told the whole truth, nothing bad would happen. And then he asked if this man was involved in the Oda of Steel project. The old man shouted that he didn't understand what he was talking about, but the hero stabbed him with a knife. He then went on to say, of course, that he understood everything perfectly well, and that he could not escape retribution. If it was so difficult for him to answer this question, he would ask another one, let him tell about everyone involved in this matter. But the leader resisted. The hero replied that in that case he was forced to force him to tell. The detective had already run to that place and thought that everything was bad. And when you burst into the room, you immediately shouted for the man to move away from the head of the university. James asked if the girl knew he was coming here, although she had plenty of opportunities to do so. A few moments later, the man used his weapon and blood gushed out. Rachel screamed at him to stop doing that right now and turned her attack on him. But this attack was again unsuccessful, because the girl missed again and only made a hole in the wall. The hero said that she had good instincts, but they were often late, and his interlocutor did not understand where he was now. James continued talking and asked her to guess, but he recommends not to pursue him anymore. The detective noted that he must understand perfectly well that she would not give up so easily, and in response she heard that in that case he should try to catch him with all his might. And the hint is that his next target is in the main capital of Dartansa. She, of course, may believe it, or she may not believe it. The girl shouted that she accepted his challenge, and that he should just wait a little. The next day, reading the newspaper headline, Hans said that his brother had committed the murder of the head of the university, and then there was a press conference about non-human slaves. But it is unclear what will happen if they are caught again. The hero said not to worry, because now the people know that they can act as they want. Suddenly Sheridan came to them and said that she had made a rope launcher. A man no longer needs to carry a rope with a hook as long as he has this. The hero said that it was incredible, because she had finished it in just a couple of hours. Soon Hans asked if he understood correctly that they were now going to Dartangs, and also wondered what their purpose was there. James said that he had suspected something while reading the Ode of Steel Materials, An army of automatons is a dangerous thing, but they can do quite a lot on their own. Even if you create enough of these creatures, they won't be able to defeat even half of the world's magicians. Moreover, given the silence of fire, mages remain a formidable force in combat today. One only has to activate it, and all firearms will become useless. That's why they were probably concerned about something to counter it. And as the man suspected, gunpowder had already been created that was immune to the silence of fire. The comrades shouted that it would be really effective against mages, the hero said. Everything is correct considering the number of factory workers in this place. I'm sure that the head of Himbel knew the answers, but he didn't say a word. So we'll have to find a factory to produce this gunpowder ourselves. Suddenly, Sheridan asked if there really was such a special gunpowder. She in turn knows how to smell gunpowder very well, and perhaps she could help them somehow. And in the evening, on site, it was said that there was a smell of white gunpowder in front, which is not often used in industry. The protagonist looked ahead and did not understand what was wrong with this factory. Hans said that he knew the man. In front, it was Lieutenant General Ghetto Davigno, is also a military man. The guy remembers this name, since they often write about it in the newspapers. James noticed that the military came here, and that means Hans should launch mice under the van. Suddenly, Sheridan asked if maybe they should just tear the place apart. The hero said that if they were not fools, then they probably enveloped this place in the silence of fire. But then it was unclear what they would do with such a level of security. The man said he had a plan, and to start with, he would find out where the gunpowder itself was stored. The subordinates immediately noticed that it was not difficult, and the mice told him that the storage facility was located right in the center of this factory. Upon hearing this information, James said that knowing the location was enough and asked to move away. Then he used his magic at the designated coordinates ahead, and a few moments later, in that very right place, a huge explosion thundered. The subordinates were surprised by how powerful the explosion was. James stated that he calculated the coordinates of the warehouse's location and planted fireworks there, a type of magic control used at Ordo University. They've already finished here, so they can leave since all the gunpowder has been burned. Moments later, Rachel arrived on the scene, desperately saying that she had found nothing suspicious. I thought that earlier Moriarty said that he would show up here, and here a factory suddenly explodes, but if you believe the report, it produces machine parts. But she is worried about the military vehicles and the smell of unusual gunpowder all around, and the traces of the explosions are too large for machine parts. Perhaps there is some secret factory here that produces military equipment, which means the army is involved and more information is needed. In the basement, the hero said that they had indeed created gunpowder that was resistant to the effects of the silence of fire, and considering that soldiers were walking around with it, the project was already complete. The general asked if these scoundrels were really behind the explosion of the factory, but it was unclear who he was. Perhaps someone from Imperial Intelligence. James asked if he looked like an informer. Since he was more of an investigator, I wonder what their goal was if they were kidnapping people. Ghetto was horrified that it was probably this man who had cut off the oxygen to their project. But it is not clear who cares about the deaths of this scum. Only thanks to the war, their kingdom, iron and flourished. So it is simply necessary to return to the old days. The hero said that he didn't want to hear anything else because it was disgusting. It was all in vain. He let him open his mouth and then a shot rang out. Soon, newspaper headlines reported that 6 military leaders had been killed, and Detective Rachel accused James Moriarty of all these brutal murders. She also arrests those involved. Police officers who were in power were arrested for suspicious activities and prohibited research. But in the end, everyone agreed that James was behind it. Rachel sat in the banquet hall and was shocked because they accused this man without even consulting the one who was stalking him and just wrote such an article. She uncovered the motives behind this secret project and arrested most of those involved, but was unable to catch Moriarty himself, who was behind it all. And today he is going to put an end to all this. But if I understood correctly, his goal today is right here. This time he definitely won't get away, because the girl promises that she will put an end to his criminal activity. Soon the organizer introduced himself and stated that he was Duke Ludwig Belcanto. He was sorry that crime had increased lately because of this Moriarty, but they weren't so easy to get over. He is grateful to everyone who came today to celebrate the moment of sacrifice and should enjoy this banquet to at least partially make up for the loss. Rachel was horrified by these words because she knew that all this was different, and they did not even have a moment of silence. It is unclear what the veneration of the fallen has to do with this. These people are not at all concerned with other people's sorrows, and they are simply enjoying the party. Suddenly, some guy approached the girl, but she apologized and said that she wanted to be alone. I thought that I had asked her not to bother me without reason, because she was only here for the food. That scoundrel Moriarty is probably somewhere nearby, waiting for his time to come, and rather than languish in anticipation, it's better to immediately stay close to the Duke. That's why she approached the aristocrat and immediately greeted him. She said that she was not here on behalf of the family, so she could contact him informally, and asked if they could talk alone, to which the man agreed. After a while, he said that they could talk calmly in this living room, but it was still interesting what it was she wanted to tell him. The detective replied that his life was in danger. It was James Moriarty, and he was already targeting him. The Duke was surprised because it was unclear why he needed it. If he had not quarreled with anyone, he did not think that he had reasons to do this. The girl asked him not to play the fool, because he was connected with that lieutenant and his subordinates, and they all became victims in Moriarty. Of course, no one talks about it openly, but everyone knows it very well. The man noted that this could be allowed, but what, in her opinion, should be done, Rachel asked to offend in the safest place that he only had. The Duke smiled and asked what was wrong with this place, since it was packed to the brim with soldiers defending it. He guaranteed there was no safer place. But since that was the case, he would take more escort knights with him. The girl understood everything. Soon Ludwig said what a noisy lady she was. That man was killing everyone involved in the project, and naturally, the man was aware of all this. So right now he is also waiting, and if everything is done properly, one magician will not be a problem for them. Suddenly he heard a voice asking if he was so sure about it. It turned out that it was the main character who dropped his mask and said that they would check it now. The aristocrat smiled and asked why he showed up if he knew it was a trap, although it didn't matter, and he was interested in how he liked the performance. And are you ready to fully enjoy the reception that he has prepared for him? Let him just look. This is a special magical barrier that can block magic up to the 6th grade. James said the Duke was a little different from the blockheads he had met so far. They were all smug turkeys, lost in action. But let this man know, if this is all he has prepared, then the man is truly disappointed. Rachel translated and said that the usual clothes were more comfortable. If only the skirts would hang a little less, it would be wonderful. In the end, Duke Ludwig simply brushed her off, and she was sure he was hiding something. But since he doesn't intend to cooperate, she'll have to act on her own, and if her guess is correct, Moriarty will soon attack him. The aristocrats he was subordinate to were dead at the time, and he himself was sitting on the ground and did not understand what the hell was going on, since everyone he had hired had died so quickly. The hero replied that he had used the demons of Goetia. Such was his real power, which none of them even suspected. The Duke noted that he had no idea what he was talking about, but it was useless, because as he had said, while he was behind the barrier, no magic up to the 6th level would harm him. But at that moment, before he even had time to finish speaking, the barrier was destroyed, and the demons immediately rushed at the aristocrat, who sat in despair. Soon people saw that Ludwig was being held by some man on the balcony. The hero said that he really forced him to do some magic properly. So let him speak out at the end. The Duke said that if he had known that he was so strong, he would have prepared better. But in any case, he does not always lead, in his opinion. The man can destroy everything, but he misses one thing: the Oda Stali Automaton Industrial Complex. Before Moriarty came here, he sent his cleaners there. The hero was angry with him at that moment. Energy appeared behind his back. Ludwig realized it was Rachel and immediately asked her to help quickly. Indeed, it was the girl who said that she was right, but she would not repeat the mistakes again, and would catch this man. Right now, this estate is surrounded by a water dome from the nearby lake, so he can no longer escape from this girl. The hero realized that this was incredible and becoming dangerous. He didn't think that he would encounter her at the very moment when he had spent most of his mana. Once he kills this man, these water tentacles will fall on him. If he uses him as a hostage, then he will lose the opportunity to kill him. But if he doesn't hurry, then Artie might also die for good. So he let go of the Duke and he began to fall down, and the girl rushed to save him. Luckily, she managed to do it, and she asked him if everything was okay. And then she realized that Moriarty had managed to slip away from her while she was redirecting underwater. Ludwig yelled at her to follow him and get him back before he got to the factory. Rachel said she thought he knew where Moriarty was going, so she asked him for details. The cleaners were just heading into the industrial complex, and the mice were watching them. Suddenly, the person in front asked to stop. Then he cut the thread and said what a crude trap it was. If they touched it, the ceiling would collapse on them, and the boys worked hard to buy time. They need to move at a pace, but be careful of traps. Very soon, the mice informed Hans that the cleaners were approaching through their traps. Sheridan noted that she had said that they should have hidden the stretch marks. The guy replied that there was no time. They should have kept an eye on the child. The girl asked that she didn't know what they should do now, but Hans took out his glue and said that if they couldn't run, then they should attack. Then he plunged it into his hand and realized that until his brother came to help, he would fight. And the heroes were already heading here and mentally begging to do everything in his power until he arrived. The remaining man said that all of his subordinates were dead, so they shouldn't expect a quick death. Sheridan noted that they were out of explosives, and that was bad. Hans told her to run, and he would join as soon as he bought some time. But the opponent did not stop and immediately rushed to attack them. And when he tried to attack his subordinates, the main character immediately appeared and pierced him with a blade. Sheridan, as well as Hans, were very glad that their chief had appeared. The hero said that they held up well, but I wonder what's going on with the experiment. The informant noted that the transfer was successfully completed, but it needs a little time. Suddenly, everyone heard some strange sound and something was shaking right above them. James said they had to leave, and the subordinate asked him what about him. The hero asked not to worry about him because he would cope quickly. The man knew Rachel would follow him and probably decided to go for it from above. Soon he said, "What barbarity, isn't it customary to knock first? She always gets in his way and probably wants to grab him so badly." The girl said that of course she wanted to, because the detective's job is to put a criminal in jail, and he certainly didn't think that she would just leave him alone. Who would have known that there was such a laboratory under the place of their first battle, even though it was so dark here? This time Moriarty doesn't run away, but deliberately waits for her here, probably planning something. The hero stated that she was simply talking nonsense, and then he asked her if she was tired of chasing him all this time. The detective must understand perfectly well that she won't be able to catch him so easily, but then why dream about the impossible and let him just accept it? The girl said that he himself gave her money for vodka, where to look for him. So why did he change his mind so suddenly? Perhaps there is something keeping him here, namely, something that is supposed to protect. James wondered if she'd noticed. Even though Hans and Sheridan had already moved on, he had no idea when Artie's synchronization would be complete. Although he is far from being in the best shape now, and has wasted most of his resources just to get here. Rachel thought she had been up for several nights chasing him. Most of her mana was spent raising a ton of water at the banquet. Both opponents were weakened at that moment, so there was every chance to win. And after just a few moments, they did not collide with each other. The hero used third-level magic, namely the breath of the Ice Queen. Rachel realized that ice was also, yes, but how hard it was to control water when you saw ice. Although it doesn't matter, because there is enough water under her control, even he wasn't able to freeze all of that water. The man understood that he could continue to freeze the water, but its creator-magician didn't care, so it was useless. There was no choice, and he had to hit it directly. So I immediately used the magic of the 5th stage, namely the lightning ballista. The rival screamed that it wouldn't work and immediately summoned a water guard. He stood up and began to protect her without settling down. Soon the heroes saw that the laboratory had been damaged and realized that it could be damaged. So Artie is in danger, so he rushed there. The girl asked if he was running away again, although this time he couldn't get away. But I saw that the laboratory was deteriorating even more. James looked to see that the synchronization was almost complete. They needed to pick him up and get out of here. So he looked at the boy's real body and sadly apologized to him. Rachel ran into the lab and didn't understand where he had gone. The man had rushed so desperately, and he was definitely hiding something here. Although the situation was bad and she needed to get out of here before she was buried, she soon saw some kind of cavity between the walls. So I went there and thought, is there really something so important here that it needed to be hidden in the wall? Then I saw a girl who was lying in a capsule and didn't understand who it was. The main character at this time, using his spatial teleportation magic, was nearby. He realized that he had overdone it with his mana expenditure, but now was not the time to writhe in pain. Then he used the medicine and approached the boy, because time was running out while Rachel was on his tail. Now he needed to check if the synchronization was successful, just to avoid another place to start. He used his power again and promised Artie that he would return soon, and 15 minutes later, he himself was standing on the edge of a large waterfall. That's exactly where the tired Rachel was led, and said that Moriarty had nowhere else to run. The man noticed what a beautiful waterfall it was. It was one of the brightest sounds of nature. So does she know what this waterfall is called? Rachel said it's unlikely anyone has ever come here. I'm sure it has no name. James said then it's Nameless Falls and they'll call it Reichenbach. After all, it is in this place that everything will end for them and Rachel. Then he asked where her attacks were, although she probably had no more deception left. The girl was very tired and said that he still had her. The hero said that her powers were not that great, but now she was in a much more dangerous situation than he was. Having faced a mana deficit for the first time, she clearly cannot compete with him in this state. Victory was almost guaranteed, but the girl didn't like it at all. She felt that this man didn't understand how much she had gone through to corner him, and she wouldn't give in that easily. Without thinking, she attacked, continuing to draw mana from herself, which confused him. He didn't even have time to try to block the swift attack, which was too fast for him. Suddenly he looked ahead and saw that the girl was almost next to him. The next moment, Rachel rushed at him and fell off the cliff with him. The hero asked in horror if she had gone mad, because she would also die if she stayed with him. She replied that she didn't care because she was ready to sacrifice herself to punish him for all his evil deeds. Gradually her consciousness grew dim, but she understood that she needed to hold on a little. When she lost consciousness, the hero used a rope and grabbed the cliff, saving her at the last moment. He held her hand tightly and said that Rachel had won because justice had prevailed after all. The news reported that the detective had finally caught James Moriarty, and the fight with him had broken out at the waterfall. Brave Rachel jumped off the cliff with Moriarty, defeating the evil criminal, and she herself miraculously survived and was taken to the hospital. In the hospital, reading the news, she thought that perhaps she really had won. But the fact that she survived the fall into the waterfall only confirmed that he could have survived too. A nurse entered the room, happily announcing that she had woken up. The girl smiled gratefully, but did not understand what exactly she was being thanked for. The nurse replied that she had rid everyone of the evil genius, and now people could sleep peacefully. From the window one could hear the joyful cries of people who came to visit their heroine after reading the article about her. Rachel saw people celebrating her victory, thinking that they were now safe. She waved her hand at them, but her soul remained uneasy. Rachel soon found herself in front of the Duke, who apologized for disturbing her. He then asked if James Moriarty was really dead, as officials had said. The girl confirmed that he was officially declared dead, but the interlocutor asked what it meant. Officially. Rachel explained that his body had not been found, and so she was not sure he was dead. The man was very worried about this, but she said that if nothing else was needed, she was ready to leave. The Duke panicked and noted that the danger was not over yet, especially for her, to which Rachel replied that she would catch him if he decided to try. If he is alive, he will let her know soon, but it seems to her that the Duke should be much more careful than she herself. The girl left, thinking that while Moriarty may be guilty, Ludwig was far from perfect either, which further complicated her conclusions. The rumors couldn't possibly spread beyond the automaton factory, given its size, but nevertheless, something strange was in the air. The Duke, without hesitation, named the location of the laboratory, which confirmed his participation in the project, although there was still no evidence. She couldn't catch Moriarty, but punishing the criminal who was hiding right in front of her was even more painful. A few hours later, she returned to the lab and was glad that the girl was still in the capsule and had not been taken away. It might be possible to find evidence on the automaton that was found, but this would require a thorough examination of it. When she opened the flask, a girl began to rise from it and asked who saved her. The detective was surprised, but immediately replied that she was the one who found her, feeling a strange uneasiness. In the shelter, they discussed that the hero had spared Ludwig, which caused bewilderment among his allies, because he did not deserve mercy. The hero was going to kill him, but seeing him shaking with fear, he realized that for Ludwig this was the worst punishment, to live in fear. The mission in Delica was accomplished, and although Moriarty remained dead to the outside world, their goal was achieved. Hans agreed with the decision and noted that they would have to wait for the next target, hoping for a successful completion of the mission. He asked about the automaton the hero had worked with and what would happen to it now, since the situation remained unclear. The hero remained silent, and Hans thought that the silence meant failure, although in fact he was not sure of the reasons. Hans tried to console the hero, assuring him that there was no need to despair, and ended the conversation by suggesting that they break off the connection. The hero asked to wait, explaining that his words had been misunderstood and that the situation was not as bad as it seemed. He explained that it was never too late to explain his intentions and invited the boy to follow him to discuss further. The boy said that he would do whatever his master told him, but the hero quickly reminded him that he should not call him that. The hero noticed that the boy was still too naive and that he should explore the world while he had the opportunity. The boy did not quite understand what this meant, but promised to do everything that was necessary, and the hero said that he would soon introduce him to someone important. Artie asked why the teacher wouldn't stay with him, which caused a strange reaction from the hero, who realized that he had said something wrong. The hero realized that the boy had misunderstood his words and suggested changing the address if he didn't like it. The hero was prepared for anything, but still hoped that the boy's personality was preserved, despite the transfer of the soul. He wanted the boy to start calling him teacher again, hoping that he remembered everything and his soul was not lost. He asked not to call him teacher, because he has things to do, and they will not stay together for long, so they need to decide on a name. The boy said that he didn't mind being called Alpha, or that he preferred another name that suited him. The hero thought because the boy's soul belonged to someone else, and he wanted this name not to disappear without a trace. He decided that he would now call him Arfa, hoping that this name would give the boy a chance at a new life. The boy said that the name was familiar to him, and that he liked it, which became the first step towards their new relationship. He promised to do everything not to let the hero down, despite the difficulties, and was ready to fight for his role. The hero said that everything had been discussed at this point, and they should go, ready for new challenges and important decisions.